Hello and welcome everybody to the first all-inclusive UCI World Cycling Championships. We're here covering the track cycling from the very famous Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome, but it is the first edition of all the cycling disciplines that come under the UCI, the International Cycling Union's label, that will be competing for over 200 rainbow jerseys as world champions in the one location here in wonderful Glasgow. It's not the first time they've had the World Track Cycling Championships. You go way, way back. The fifth edition of the World Track Cycling Championships were held here in Glasgow, but that was at what is now the football stadium next door. This venue that we're at, the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome, that was constructed for the Commonwealth Games in 2014. Scott McGrory is my name. I'm joined in commentary by Lewis Stewart. Lewis, being a Scot yourself, you must absolutely be pumped for the competition here this week.
Yeah, no, definitely. Hi, everybody. Even just watching that intro there, like seeing the roads that I rode on as a kid, all these landmarks that, I've seen my whole life. And yeah, to be quite honest, last night I felt like a kid before Christmas. Didn't get much sleep in, just very excited. And yeah, it's just such a special event.
It's a festival of cycling this week. Yeah. If you're a fan of the sport, and as we are, of course, we will be glued to the commentary position for the track cycling this week. But if you are a fan of cycling, get to Scotland. BMX, trials, mountain bike, road, track, all the indoor artistic cycling as well, and the football cycling. There's so much to see this week. And for us, though, we focus here on the first day of competition for the broadcast at least. We did have some qualifying events yesterday that were not being broadcast, in particular for the para athletes. And that's also the first time we've had all of the paracycling events in combination with the able-bodied athletes as well, which means it's doubly exciting, but also doubly congested on the inside of the track. It's really hard for all the teams to fit everybody in, and we're looking at one of the superstars, Emma Hinze from Germany. She'll be coming up in the women's team sprint today.
Yeah, no, it's probably the busiest I've been seen at Track Centre. I mean, I've been to a few races in my time. A para world champs, actually. I think I was going to say that, having the para on the same at event as the AB is just such a special thing, I think, for everyone. I spoke to the guys, and they really appreciate this opportunity, and it's amazing just, the diversity of this event, not just in discipline, but also, in ability.
Well, we have started the program today with the men's team pursuit qualifying, one team per country on the track to qualify. And very important, it's the top 8 that will go through to the first round, but you must qualify in the top 4 to have a chance to be able to go to race for gold and silver later in the competition. So very important to be in the top 4 if you want to be racing for the gold or the silver medal later on in the program.
Yeah, we've got a morning of time trials today, don't we?
We do. Team sprint comes after that as well. Yeah, pretty straightforward. It's certainly very crucial. Final preparations for the Australian bikes.
Yeah, you're seeing some of the new kit that they've all on show today, as this is the last opportunity really to get all your stuff homologated for the Paris Olympics next year.
Being a bit of a tech nerd myself, and I know you are as well, Lewis, I was looking around yesterday at some of the new bikes that are being rolled out, and they don't have to have the complete configuration on the one bike. If you're bringing in new handlebars or new wheels or new frame, you can split those between different riders, but they must be used at this competition this week for them to be allowed to be used at the Paris Olympic Games next year. So we are seeing some incredible new machines out in the infield. They're trying to hide them into the races. I know the Australians are only using their new bike in the individual pursuit. It won't be rolled out in the team pursuit, so they can try and sneak it onto the track in the individual pursuit. And a few of the teams will be doing likewise.
Yeah, no, that's quite common, because I think something like a skin suit as well, it's not necessarily that obvious. You can kind of sneak it into a scratch race. Yeah. Kind of under,
Well, I find it interesting too, Lewis, because it doesn't really matter. If you don't have it here, you can't use it next year. So it doesn't matter who gets to see it. They can't develop or copy your equipment for Paris next year if they see it here for the first time, because it's too late.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I actually heard that I think British Cycling were homologating 64 pieces of kit at this World Championships. So there's, a lot of new kit on show, and some of it that you won't really even be able to clock. It might be so, subtle, but all makes a difference. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, Glasgow is absolutely alive this week, and you can see all the barriers outside being set up for the road races coming up over the weekend as well. The men's competition is starting. The women will be finishing off the road events here in Glasgow, the World Championships, just with the way the women's Tour de Femme finished only last week. So they're giving them that little bit of extra time So they'll wrap things up, which is the first time that we've done that at the World Championships as well, finishing with the women's road race. So that's special for them.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm looking forward to seeing that because obviously, as you say, we'll be at the track all week and that's when the men's road race is. But get catch up with the women's at the end, and it actually goes past my house.
There you go. Yeah. Barbecue time. I know where I'm going to be during the women's road race. That'll be in your front yard. Christian Majera from Germany is the man with on the right-hand side there. He is the president of the UCI panel. So he's the boss in terms of the officials. Greg Griffiths' name was on there as well. The Australian commissaire unfortunately came ill just last week, so he hasn't come over for the championships.
And as we're talking about all the staff here, it's just a big thank you to all the volunteers, because to put on an event of this scale, I mean, I've never seen anything like this. So, I mean, and it wouldn't be possible without just, hundreds of volunteers that are here, helping out, because they love the sport.
Absolutely. They do. You can see just how congested it is in the infield. Now, this is not the only place they have for the teams. There is another hall just off to behind us here, where that is also for the teams, the compound. So that's just as congested in there also. And we can see the lineup for the qualification for the team pursuit. Spain, Switzerland, United States, China, Belgium as well. We've got Denmark down the bottom there, so it'll be interesting to see where they go. You'd expect them of this list here perhaps to get the fastest time. Silver medalist from the Olympic Games in Tokyo a couple of years ago, and that was one of the greatest team pursuit competitions I have ever witnessed. It'll be great if we can rival that this time. And Great Britain, the current world champions, the defending world champions, will be the last to go, just ahead of the Olympic champions in Italy.
I think even possibly France, with the lead into the Paris Olympics, obviously a big target for them. You see there's normally a lot more investment in the sport when it's coming closer to home games.
They've really come on, haven't they, as a team in the team pursuit the last couple of years, that's for sure. New Zealanders also, they'll be competitive in the team pursuit, and you have the women's team sprint competition today. That's the second race on the program, qualifications for the women's team sprint. Then it's the women's individual pursuit coming up third. And Spain getting ready. Now, Egypt were to be the first team on the track for qualifying. We have been focusing a little bit on Spain, so I'm just wondering whether Egypt is going to be taking to the start line. Keep an eye out. The Spanish team were to be the second team, so each team gets the track to themselves. 16 laps of the velodrome for 4 kilometres. And then once we get through this qualifying round, then they will be paired up against each other in the next round. Top 8 teams to go through. And the world record there, 3:42.032. Every time it happens, they break a world record in this particular discipline, you think, how far can they go? And they just keep going. They just keep getting quicker.
What time did you do back when, was it Seoul Olympics?
I don't want to say. It's embarrassing. I think 4:16. 4:16. Now, I have ridden faster than that, but 1988, bronze medal at the Olympics, 4:16 was our time. You wouldn't even qualify in the individual pursuit these days with that time.
It's amazing how the game moves on, but I think, as you say, the bikes and the equipment, very different nowadays.
Yeah, that's the difference, absolutely. We were just as good as they are
exactly.
now.
I don't doubt your physical ability. But you can see, kind of after the Hope bike was done for Tokyo, that's kind of the methodology where a lot of countries are gone now, with the kind of flared forks and the back, and I think we'll probably see a few of those on show today in the team pursuit.
Well, we can look at the Japanese team when they come out, because their new bike is almost a carbon copy of the original Hope bike that the British team are riding as well. So they've got a new design as well. I think only one rider in the Japanese team will be using that particular bike.
Last moments of advice here from the Spanish coach before they head up for the team pursuit.
El resto igual con Ineria lo que está previsto. Lo único que os quitará media. Se encuentra bien, ¿vale? Venga, chicos, vamos, Venga.
Final good luck for the boys. And such nervous moments. And an individual event at this level, World Championship level, okay, you're going to be nervous, but when you're part of a team, then the expectation, the weight of expectation is so much greater, and the nerves are totally magnified. Team USA, they'll be the third team to take to the track. for now, we are looking at the Spanish and two brothers, Francesco and Juan Benassar, alongside Bernat Guerraria and Alvaro Navas.
Yeah, the Spanish placed 15th last year at the 2022 World Champs in Paris. And I think they made it through to the first round a couple of times in the Nations Cup this year with a 4:02.
So the goal for the Spanish, perhaps, to get themselves under that 4-minute barrier.
It's amazing nowadays how often it is just on, 4-minute barrier was one of those things that was like, especially I imagine when you rode where it was like, seemed impossible to break that.
Yeah, well, it was the Germans in the year 2000 at the Olympic Games, the first to get under the 4-minute barrier. And now we're pushing down towards 3:40, so 3:42 the world record. If you're not getting under 3:50 at the World Championship level, you are not competitive. Team Spain underway, the men's team pursuit qualifying rounds. First of 14 teams to come onto the track, and now quickly getting up to speed. And you can just see just the cadence as well of these first rider in particular, how slow the cadence is, which is the indication of the gigantic gearing that these riders are now using in the team pursuit.
Yeah, it just seems like it's getting bigger and bigger every year.
And again, with the equipment, the skin suits, the bikes, the wheels, they've just become so much more slippery through the air that they are able now to push these big solid gears.
Yeah. And I think of recent times there's been a lot more focus on the TP of getting up to peak speed as fast as you can, because obviously that's almost free time later on. So, the quicker you get up to your pace, then the longer you're going to potentially stay at it over the duration of the pursuit.
And the old system, if you remember the days of team pursuing back when, perhaps you've already mentioned when I was around last century, it used to be one lap on the front, swing up, go to the back. Most of the top teams are not doing that kind of system now. They've all got their own way, their own technique to try and make their team as fast as possible, and utilising the strengths and perhaps minimising the weaknesses of their riders, and doing longer turns for the stronger riders and shorter turns for some of the weaker riders. We'll see that highlighted in particular with the Italians, the Olympic champions, with Filippo Ganna. When he comes onto the track, typically puts in some 3 and perhaps even 4-lap turns towards the end of their race, such as the strength of the Italian Ganna.
Yeah, I think everyone remembers his final turn at the Olympics, which turned the tide against the Danish.
Yeah. The Danish remember it more than anyone, I can guarantee you that.
I know, and they'll definitely be out for blood today in this TP.
It's a big confidence booster for the riders. I know there's a big focus towards Paris 2024, but getting the win at the World Championships this year, getting the momentum sorted 12 months out, so important for these teams. And not just the riders that end up on track, but the staff, the mechanics, the sponsors, getting everybody behind and motivated of the entire team to push forward for the next 12 months.
And this is actually one of the biggest qualifying events for the Paris Olympics, because it's 1.5 times points. So in terms of earning your place at the Olympics, this is central to that.
Spanish down to 3 riders now. They've gone past the halfway points. And you can still see the nice average speeds though, well above 60 kilometres per hour. So maintaining some good speed. As Lewis mentioned, 4:02 at the World Championships last year. Only 15th fastest there. What can they pull out here in Glasgow? Approaching the final kilometre now.
Yeah, Spain will be setting the bar today for the rest of the teams.
And we can just see the distance when that third rider swung up. It's very different. They train so much with 4 riders and they get used to swinging up and coming back into fourth wheel. And when it goes down to 3, they have to change their swing. And when they're fatigued at the end of an event like this, that's when it gets really difficult. There's 2 riders in a row now that have struggled to get into third position and now really trying to get into the slipstream. This is going to be a challenge for him to get around these last couple of laps.
Yeah, you can see the grimace on his face.
Oh, that hurt. That really did hurt to get into third position. So we'll come around now to get 2 laps to go. The final 500 metres for Spain. The first team to come onto the track here in Glasgow. And again, just getting the transition wrong. That's really got to hurt these riders, but they will get 1 more lap to go now. So 250 metres left to race for the Spanish team. They started to get a little bit messy towards the end of this one. And you can see the gaps just starting to open up right on the edge as they come around the final bend. Speed has just dipped now under 60 kilometres per hour. They won't get that faster time they were hoping for. A little bit slower than they did at the World Championships last year, but at the top of the table for now, with only one team having been around the track. 4:03 for the Spanish team. Ouch. They really did show, and they look so smooth. All of these teams, typically throughout the race, they look as if they're not even breathing. But when things start to crack towards the end there, you can see the facial expressions of the Spanish riders. That really hurt.
Yeah, for sure. Not an easy job. And next up, I think Switzerland's gone 3:55 this year, so I'm not sure if this time will stand any longer than the next round, but a great effort from the Spanish and close to the best time this year.
The nervous moments before the start of a team pursuit. Man, perhaps slightly a little bit premature there. Didn't really get the pop out of the gate. A 4:03. And go back to the World Championships, and I mention it because they were my colleagues and friends, but 1993, Hamar, Norway, that was the world record. 4:03 set by Australia. It will not get you anywhere near the top 8 at the World Championships these days. You wouldn't think.
No, I wouldn't think so. Oh, look at that, the pain on his face. And it's just the first of some events for some people, you know. It's like multiple points races, Omniums, everything ahead, you know. It's the tiredness doesn't end on the first day, sadly.
Well, the team pursuit is the event that, if my memory serves correctly, you develop the most lactic acid in the system than any other event. The second to that would be the kilometre time trial, but the team pursuit typically is the one that puts the acid through the veins more than anything else on the velodrome.
Well, as a kilometre rider myself, I think I'm going to have to disagree with that due to mass amounts of pain I've been in after races. But maybe I'll have to take your word for it. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure if I did a team pursuit, I might be in slightly worse condition than the kilometre time trial.
I'm just going with the science, that's all, just the science. Switzerland, next onto the track, and this is another team that has really progressed over the last, say, 5 or 6 years, really. For a long time, they didn't have a team pursuit squad at the World Championships. They focused more on the bunch races, and one of them we said hello to just before, co-commentator for Swiss TV, Franco Marvuli, is just sitting a couple of rows down from us, and he was one of the Swiss riders in the Madison points race, scratch race at World Championships, along with Bruno Risi. And in that era, they didn't really have enough riders to field a competitive team pursuit squad. That's changed. They've really come on strong now.
You can see the concentration and focus on the riders before they go.
Valerie Thibault, Simon Witstum, Claudia Imhoff and Alex Vogel, the 4 riders from Switzerland getting underway now.
Looks like an even bigger gear than the Spanish on the Swiss team.
Well, I thought
cadence.
Slightly quicker that first half lap though for them, despite the gear ratios. So for those technically savvy or right into their track cycling, it is incredible the size of gears that they are now riding in the team pursuit. And I'm hearing upwards of 120, 124-inch gear ratios on the bikes of the riders now in the team pursuit, which were gears the powerful sprinters didn't even think about 20 years ago. They're riding much bigger than that now in the sprint events. So to see the team pursuit riders in these massive gear ratios, it's almost like having the torque in your car to start in 6th gear and then still be able to get up to speed and full gas at the end.
There you can see the opening kilometre from the Swiss. Already 1.5 seconds up on the Spanish team.
So well on target to go under 4 minutes. They will be looking to go down towards 3:50, I would think, somewhere around that. And at the moment, great start from Switzerland as they've gone first through the first kilometre mark and then continuing to open up that gap over the Spanish. So 1.8 seconds faster now. So well on target to go under 4 minutes. Hands in front of the face, getting as aerodynamic as possible. And that also does create the challenge for the riders sitting 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And they're trying to be as slippery as possible They still need to focus on the wheel in front so they don't run into the rider ahead of them.
Yeah, the amount of skill in order to do that is massive. You know, you think the speeds that they're setting at, right, you know, inches away from the wheel in front. You know, these are the best cyclists in the world, though.
Well, it has also caused some riders to not make their national team pursuit team. They had the strength and the power in the lab and on paper as the Swiss go down to 3 riders now, but they don't, some, I won't mention names, but some have not had the technical skills at the speeds and at the aero position that's required now to actually be a part of their national program. So it's not just about being the strongest rider on the track. You have to be able to sit as close to the wheel as possible in front. You can see now the Swiss, they've gone well over the halfway point, still well ahead of the Spanish team, 3.2 seconds up now, but starting to get a little bit messy. This is where it's really starting to hurt.
Yeah, this is where we saw the Spanish start to begin to miss their changes slightly by a bike length or two. The Swiss still tight.
Well over 63 kilometres per hour.
There's a massive turn from this rider on the front. Still looks relaxed.
Not dropping off at all. Starting to look as if they're getting a little bit wobbly, but still holding that high speed. 5.5 seconds faster now. So into the 350s, but just where will they sit? They'll be trying to get themselves a mid-350s, lower if they can. Crucial to finish in the top 8 positions, and they'll get 500 metres to go as they come around this time. 3 riders from Switzerland. Their first rider did everything he could early on to deliver these 3 to try and post the best time they possibly can for Switzerland. 4:03 is the time to beat. Only one team has been out so far. That's Spain. And 6.1 seconds quicker now. And starting to split up a little bit. And we'll see a lot of this in the modern day team pursuing. They are so much on the edge these days with their tactics and the way they deliver their riders. But it is the quickest time. 3:57. So under 4 minutes, but I think they would have been hoping for just a little bit more. Look, a shake of the head there. They were hoping for just a little bit more.
I think if the third Swiss rider had stayed on the back there, then you'd be looking at around a 3:55, which is around what they've done this season so far. But it looks like a disappointing result for the Swiss.
Yeah, that was Thibault that was shaking the head, a little bit disappointed. There he is. Valerie. He believes they had a little bit more in them. You've got to put it all out there on the track when it counts.
Yeah, and I'm not sure with that time that they'll get a second chance in the first round to see if they can improve on it slightly.
So much goes into the position that you line up as well. I was only just talking to, we'll mention it when they come out later on, but Tim Decker, the national coach of Australia, and just picking his brain about the configuration, the formation of the Australians, how they're going to line up and what they're trying to achieve by putting the riders in different positions, first, second, third or fourth. And the first position, very crucial spot, and most of the teams are very limited with options, with who can be that starter. You really do have to have a lot of power. It's so important to get the team up to speed as quickly as possible. You mentioned that previously, Lewis. But there are very limited options for riders to go into that first position. Team USA now on their new Canyon bikes, just developed this year. Yeah, first time we get to see the new Canyons. They were on the felt bike previously, going into the last Olympic Games for the women's team pursuit team, and they had their chain set and drive set on the left-hand side of the bike. Now they've gone back to a different manufacturer, but gone back to the traditional right-hand side for the drive chain on the new Canyon.
Yeah, I believe the Japanese have actually decided to go with the left-hand side drivetrain for this paracycle. The only team to do so.
USA underway. Men's elite 4,000 metre team pursuit qualifying. They are the third team to go. Gavin Hoover, Colby Lang, Anders Johnson and Grant Coons.
Now the US have been agonisingly close to a sub-4 minute time this year. They did 4:01 in Jakarta at the Nations Cup. So they'll be hoping to dip under that 4 minute mark here today at the World Championships.
I think even more than hoping, I think they would be expecting from a Nations Cup, which it was a good track. Jakarta was fast, but you really want to show it at the World Championship. So 0.2 of a second down, too early to really get a big indication where they sit exactly towards the Swiss. But they will definitely be looking to go under 4 minutes for the Americans. The American women's team have been so strong in the team pursuit over the last couple of decades. The men, though, they have faded a little bit since perhaps Atlanta 1996, the Olympic Games on home soil, and they seem to have lost their focus as a men's squad. National coach, who is an Australian, though, Gary Sutton. Final instructions as they go through, telling them their schedule. And I know that they've really enjoyed having Gary as their head coach for the US team. He has really brought some consistency and some real leadership to the squad.
Yeah, I guess Australia was such a, well, I guess oppositely such a strong team pursuit program over recent years. So I'm sure that Gary has experience with them.
Yeah. Well, he was the women's national coach up until the previous Olympic cycle, Gary Sutton. And looking at the American team now, looking nice and fast. And we start to get a little bit deeper into this race as we get close to the halfway point. We'll get a good indication just where they sit against the 3:57 that has been ridden by Team Switzerland. Even though he's an Australian, been living in America for quite some time now in Colorado Springs, and he's gone straight into chewing gum. He's really got himself comfortable in America. 1.6 seconds down, though, on the Swiss. So still on target to go under 4 minutes, but it's going to be close as we get deeper into this race.
Big turn from this ride on the front, pulling back a second there and just half a lap.
Anders Johnson it is, driving the USA train around. They'll come around to get 6 laps to go.
And it was a huge turn there as Johnson just pulls off, does his last turn, and leaves the last 3 riders to finish off the job.
And the longer you can have one rider sit on the front, as long as they're not slowing down at all, that's giving a little bit of extra rest for the 3 that remain. So the big effort now as they come through. 5 laps to go, getting close to the final kilometre now. On target to go better than they have earlier this season. 4:01, the best time for the season for them in Jakarta. Ooh, just a slightly messy change there from the third rider as he came down.
Yeah, you can see as they get into the last kilometre and that fatigue starts stripping in that, those technical aspects that are so important just become a lot harder to execute.
3 laps to go for USA. Men's team pursuit qualifying here in Glasgow. The first all-inclusive World Championships with all the disciplines that come under the UCI's banner. 500 metres remain now. 1.8 seconds, so they won't be able to bring back the time of Switzerland. Too close to the end of the race, really, to pull back 1.6 seconds, but they are looking good to go under 4 minutes if they can keep this speed. Very short turn of pace there, so they really have stalled coming to the final lap here now. You can see the speed dipping down under 60. Third rider has lost contact. This is going to hurt them. The first 2 will get there under 4 minutes, but will the third? Yes, just 3:59.2. So they had a little bit more left in them because of the gap to the third rider, time taken on the third across the line. But regardless, they got under 4 minutes.
Yeah, you could see that third rider there knew that they had to get off the front as soon as they came into the last lap. Maybe perhaps not come into the last lap with the kind of speed that he hoped. Or maybe they didn't finish in the order they wanted to.
It might sound a bit of a masochist perhaps, but I do like the pain faces. Being an ex-rider, knowing that we've been there before, we know how much it hurts. So with the greatest respect to these riders, we know what it feels like, and I'd like to see that level of commitment. And that's what it's showing. It's the passion and the level of commitment. That's what's coming through on the pain face of these riders.
Yeah, and I guess we also just don't like looking at it as riders ourselves. We like putting ourselves in that position as well. And yeah, and kind of sadly enjoyed it.
Would have been pretty close, maybe about a second there. A little bit under 1 second, they could have been faster. 3:59 for USA. Might have got themselves down to a 3:58 had they been able to stay together, but regardless, they didn't. Got under 4 minutes, so still a good ride for USA. And up next, China. And China is a track cycling nation that traditionally have been very good in the sprint events, not that competitive in the team events, but I know they've tried several different coaches from other countries. As we look at Carly McCulloch, coach for the British women's team sprint team. Final instructions for them. They'll be coming up in the second event of the morning's program.
Yeah, one of the favourites perhaps for that event.
Young team as well, the 3 Brits too. Fairly young.
Yeah, the oldest person 25, Sophie Gatewell 24.
Yeah. So back to China, ready to go for their team pursuit qualifying. They have the depth of talent. It's just how they coordinate it within a national program. That has been the challenge for China in recent years. And a false start for them. Just a little bit too eager. Rider number 2, I think it was, that did go just a little bit too soon.
Our first false start of the World Champs. I imagine we might see a couple more of those in the team sprint where it's kind of more typically seen. And there's a lot more pressure on that first lap.
Oh, and it doesn't play such a factor in the team sprint when there is a false start, because when they line up again the second time, they know that if they do it again, they're disqualified. Yeah. So then that creates that little bit of the hesitation, which could be a point of a second, which might be the difference over 3 laps in the team sprint. Shouldn't have happened here in the team sprint. They've just gone a little bit too soon, a bit too eager.
It's just the nerves sometimes, isn't it, with the World Championships? As I say, you know, a big, important qualifying event for the Paris Olympics, and there's a lot of pressure on all the riders. And as you said earlier, when you're in a team event, it's, you know, you're not just responsible for your own effort. You're now responsible for, you know, 3 other people, potentially 3 of your best friends.
Yeah. I did an interview with Geraint Thomas. You can just see being consoled. Americans. I imagine this was that 3rd rider that just lost a little bit of time coming across the line there. Disappointed with how he performed, but still, again, you know, they've gone faster than they have before in recent time. So a solid ride.
But I guess a lot of the time you always want more, don't you?
Yeah. But as China, you can see, coming back up onto the start line to have their second go at it. Switzerland still leading the way with a 3:57.1. Top 8 teams of the 14 will be going through into the next round, but only the top 4 in qualifying will have the chance to then progress for the race for gold and silver. So very important to have your best riders on the track and firing in this qualifying round. And Geraint Thomas, in the conversation I had with him, I still remember, and we can see here just again just how disappointing it is for some riders if they don't think they've got the best out of themselves. It means so much for these riders, so much effort, and I can imagine what's happened there. They've made a decision, 4 riders going into 3 perhaps. Swiss team not too happy. First day of competition here for these riders here at the World Championships, and already the emotions absolutely running hot. China about to get started. I will finish my Geraint Thomas story at one point. We'll just wait till we get China up and going. So much depth, huge pool of talent in China. If they can get it together, they will be a force to be reckoned with in the team pursuit. Much more cautious coming off the start line this time.
Safely away. And into the first bend.
They have had several Australian coaches work with their program over the last couple of years, and the current Australian national team pursuit coach, Tim Decker, was there up until last year. So he had about a 18-month stint, maybe 2 years, but 18 months at least, working with the Chinese. Now he's back with the Australians, and the talent is absolutely there. Fast start from them, slightly ahead very early on though for China.
Yeah, now the fastest time from China this year was a 3:55 in Milton, so around about the same as what the Swiss has done this year. So they could be on for a new fastest time here.
Oh, that's quick, 3:55, very fast time. The Swiss was 2 seconds slower, and we could see the disappointment that the Swiss had with riding a 3:57. Let's see if China can stick with the form that they've already shown this year. Slightly ahead of the Swiss time for now.
You can see all these teams just so well drilled. You know, technically, the execution is great. It's just it's going to come down to the physical ability.
Time split has gone red though, so 0.1 the other side of the line now for China versus Switzerland. 3:57 is the time to beat for now. Belgium will be up next, then Japan, another team that has really come on strong, setting national records this year. Italy, the current Olympic champions, and then the defending world champions from Great Britain. They will be the last team to come to the track. Big expectations on those next teams to come. Can China upset the apple cart and get in amongst it as well and qualify in the top 8?
We're still within touching distance here as it comes towards halfway.
It's less than one big turn from a rider, isn't it? So 0.29 now, so it's going up a little bit, but still, as you mentioned, within touching distance. So I'll come around to get 7 laps to go, and there you go. On the other side of the track, 125 metres later, they're in front. So that's how quickly things can change here in the team pursuit.
And we're kind of coming into the distance where Spain and we saw Switzerland and the US go down to 3, so we're interested to see if China hold on to 4 riders for a bit longer than the other teams.
6 laps to go now. And the split back the other way again. Half a second slower than the quickest time from Switzerland. Still 4 riders together. This is the deepest any of the teams have gone with the full contingent of 4 riders.
And they don't appear to be slowing down.
It's great to have the speed on the right-hand side as well to get a real indication of just where they sit. We've seen all the other teams in the last lap at least dip back under 60 kilometres per hour. So if they can hold on above 60, they might be able to finish this one off very well. 1 second now, though. A little bit of time to make up for China. Looked like hesitation in that change.
Yeah, and just lost the wheel slightly there, which is going to hurt this late on.
And he has got himself back onto the wheel. Well, still slightly off. So the rider in 4th position, just starting to flap around a little bit. 2 laps to go as they come through. 0.7, they're starting to bring it back a little bit now. 3:57 is the time to beat. And a big turn of pace now from the rider on the front of the Chinese team. Almost back to even peggings as they get to 1 lap to go. Can he hold on for another lap? Half a second ahead now of the Swiss team. This Chinese quartet are absolutely motoring down the back straight. Almost a second. This has been an incredible comeback from the rider in front in particular. China come through with a new best time, 3:55.9, and that was all done in the last 2.5 laps. What a great performance.
Doesn't even look tired. What an impressive turn.
Breathing through his nose after a 3:55. Not a bad effort.
You can just see the difference it makes, though, when you've got a fresh rider towards the end. You know, what you can pull back on maybe a team that's slightly more tired.
Zhang, Yang, Sun and Sun. Wow. That was a great ride. What a comeback. Huge turn of pace.
Yeah, they were
and it looks like he's coming around to line up again. Unfazed. Wow.
It was 13th for the Chinese at the last World Championships, and I think they could probably look to improve on that position based off that performance just then.
Well, the pain faces that we've seen already, compared to the Chinese, they've got something. They might have a little bit more in the tank. Belgium, the next team to come up onto the track. Good start from the Chinese, great middle section, and then what an incredible comeback it was the last couple of laps. They go to the top of the table now, 3:55.
Yeah, that false start didn't seem to faze them. Still executed on the plan and they're qualified fastest so far.
Perhaps just extinguish the nerves a little bit, having to do the 2 starts, get it out of the way. And the only team to complete the distance with all 4 riders. Time taken on the 3rd rider, so you don't have to have all 4. And a lot of the teams, even if they feel that they can finish with 4, they will make sure that they sacrifice that 4th rider to do a bigger, deeper turn somewhere towards the end, just so they're not really wasting the effort of having a 4th guy there that doesn't need to be.
Yeah,
Use
exactly.
them up as much as you can.
Yeah, utilises that last bit of energy they have that wouldn't be used to actually set the time at the end.
So perhaps that's another tactic that China can evolve going forward, and they can get a little bit quicker if they can do that and manage it. Belgium up next. Gianluca Poliflete, Thibaut Bernard, Tour Dens, and Noah van der Branden. Belgium underway, and the third rider was being held up by Tim Carswell, who's the national coach of the Belgian squad. Former New Zealand rider, former New Zealand national coach, and made the move to Belgium. As Kenny de Kettler is the former world champion in the bunch races on the track, Great Madison and points race rider. He'll be calling the schedule for the Belgian team. So with Kenny recently retired and now coaching, Tim Carswell as a team pursuit specific expert coach, which really helped guide New Zealand over the previous few years. They've got two fantastic staff members to help this Belgian team to qualify. In particular, they want to do well here, but they really want to make sure they qualify for the Olympic Games.
Yeah, you can see, Belgium, that wasn't necessarily a historically really strong team pursuit squad, but since they brought in, as you say, a team pursuit specialist like Tim Carswell, they became a lot more competitive, just even in the last season.
Yep. And going towards Paris 2024, one of the challenges all the teams have now is how you qualify the maximum number of riders to be able to actually be eligible for Madison and Omnium as well. One way to get eligibility to those other events is to qualify through the team pursuit.
Yeah,
so
and
they
also,
really have put some effort into it.
From a rider's perspective, it's easier to get into the team if you're an option in the team pursuit, Madison and Omnium. So it's good to be sort of multi-talented across all endurance disciplines.
Well, great start for Belgium. Just over 1 second ahead of the best time set by China. 1.3 now, so going in the right direction. 3:55 is the time to beat. And the average speed's now 64, 65 kilometres per hour. So you can see the speed difference directly correlating with the time. And the lap time, 13.8 seconds for the lap, being shown to the Belgian team by Kenny de Kettler. 1.5 seconds up now. We'll see what the tactics of the Belgian four are, whether they will try and get all the way to the end with four riders or use that fourth rider to their best advantage and finish with three.
The best time for Belgium this year was a 3:53 at the Milton Nations Cup, and that qualified them sixth. And if they can manage sixth today, I'm sure they'll be really happy with that getting into the first round.
And down to three, so we can just see peeling off as he came into the back straight. Three riders now. They'll come around. I think it's 5 laps to go. 2.5 seconds.
Yeah,
so
really
3:53 as a best season best.
Yeah, Milton Nations Cup.
Right, so they're on target to go quicker than that, I think, at the moment. If they can keep this together, three riders for Belgium on target to go quicker than 3:53, the time to beat 3:55. And again, each time teams have gone down to three, the next transition, swing up to the back, has been a little bit awkward by the riders. 2.8 seconds now. We'll see how they go this time. Yeah, that was well. Good into the third position. 3 laps to go now. 750 metres. And 3.1 seconds. This is looking really good. Can they go under 350? Definitely looking for a season's best time if they can hold this together. 500 metres now to go as they come through. 2 laps for Belgium. 3:55, the time set by China. That's what they're looking at. But they're going to be well inside that if they can keep this together. 2.9 seconds now, though, so it's come back slightly. 1 lap to go, 2.7, so they've just started to slow a little bit. Hit the wall, Belgium have in this last lap and a half. Fighting down the back straight. They will be faster than China, will be the new best time, but they have faded slightly in the last 2 laps of the track. 3:53.7, comparable to the season best time that they've already ridden, but they were on a time, possibly to go to a 3:51. That last lap and a half, that really hurt.
Yeah, for sure. And the shake of the head there from one of the riders. They're not happy. They expected a bit more today in that team pursuit effort.
Well, it will be interesting, Lewis, because if each of these teams so far, we can see the disappointment by some of them, shaking their heads, thinking they were perhaps going to be going a little bit quicker from times they've ridden already this season. Maybe it's just the conditions here. Maybe it's the the barometric pressure plays a role. Is the track well suited to team pursuit races? I know it's long straights type bends here, not ideal for team pursuit. So maybe their expectations of what they should be riding here on this particular track in these conditions doesn't actually match reality.
Yeah, and Belgium last year finished 8th at the World Champs, so made it into the first round, and I think it'll probably be tight this year, and as I say, with Paris qualifying coming up, the finishing position, not just the time, is incredibly important. You can see that rider already looking at the time before he's crossed the line.
And shaking his head, realising it wasn't exactly what they were hoping for. So that'll be a really good indication. We'll see as we go deeper into this competition. Still plenty of teams still to come. And if everyone's slightly off perhaps what they were expecting, then really it just can come down to the conditions on the day and the shape of the track. And for those of you that haven't watched much track racing, you may think every 250-metre indoor velodrome is the same. They're absolutely not. This one here has longer straights than many of the tracks around the world. Great for the sprint races because you have a lot longer straight to try and come past your opponent from the second position, and in the bunch races. But in the team pursuit, it means you fight down the straights a lot more. They do typically prefer longer bends in the team pursuit. And Japan now getting ready for their qualifying. Set a national record earlier this year, Japan.
And as you were saying earlier, a team that's really came on, you can see that investment in Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics has sort of continued through to the next cycle. Those hires they brought in, the new staff, better equipment, and really that kind of talent identification process has meant that the Japanese team as a whole, not the endurance but also the sprint programs have massively improved over recent years.
In June this year at the Asian Championships in Malaysia, Japan with this quartet rode 351.055. That was the new Japanese national record. Another nation that has been very good in the sprint events but have come on very quickly in recent years in the team pursuit. Slightly quicker as they get themselves up and going. Belgium with the fastest time now, just ahead of China. And it is, so looking down, I know we were talking about the bikes and the new technology, and the Japanese team do have a new bike, but it's not on the track at the moment. So the new developed bike that must be ridden here at the championships if you want to use any of the new equipment for the Olympics next year must be used in competition, but they are not using the new machine here in the team pursuit.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, sometimes people like to sneak into certain races because I guess you don't want to have too much exposure to the bike. People can look at it, start planning for even the next Olympics at LA, because you've seen a lot of the bikes here that, obviously the Hope bike for GB was brought in back in Tokyo, and obviously no one has time to copy it before the games, but then now we come round to the next cycle and suddenly everyone's got a similar kind of bike with the flared forks.
This has been a good start by Japan, 0.3 of a second up on Belgium at this point. Just a few gaps in between some of the wheels here. Need to just to be a little bit tighter to get the maximum aerodynamic effect. Not affecting them too much on the clock, but with their national record set this year, they would be expecting a really quick time here. 3:53 is the time set by Belgium. They are matching that at the moment, but they have been much quicker than that earlier this season.
And you can see now down to 3 riders, around the same point as we've seen some of the other teams lose a rider. But again, a lot of the times, if you don't know this, this is a planned strategy from the coaches, from the riders, to get the best out of the team.
0.3 of a second, so it's been hovering. 0.2, 0.3, very even performance compared. Now starting to get a little bit quicker, a bit slower I should say, so it's come back even more. So level pegging with Belgium, and this will be another team that perhaps might be a little bit disappointed considering they have ridden a 3:51 this year. Time to beat 3:53, and they are spot on. The same time as Belgium at this point. Third rider struggling to get onto the back. Aya Hashimoto, I think that may have been, just struggling to get onto the back. We'll see him later in the week as well. Is an elimination specialist, Hashimoto. Also very strong here in the team pursuit. Again, look at the time. It's absolutely level pegging with Belgium.
And now they're trying to pull a wee bit away now as we come into the final couple laps.
One big effort to go. One lap of the track. Final lap now. 0.1 of a second. They'll want a little bit more than this. Still plenty of teams to come. They want to get into the top 8 here to have another chance to race for the medals. 0.2. They may be able to hold on to be faster than Belgium. And they have, but by only 0.3 of a second. So solid ride by Japan. Quickest time so far.
Yeah, and as you say, they might be a little bit disappointed with that, considering they've done a 3:51 this year. But as you were alluding to earlier with the conditions, like, you know, as we progress further, we'll see if it's to do with the velodrome, perhaps what the air pressure is today, or if it's actually maybe these teams just aren't performing as well as they want to.
Yeah. Well, 2 seconds faster than the national record that they did in June. So we will keep looking at the times of all these other nations to see if that is a consistency across most of the teams, and then we can put that down to track shape and weather conditions. But still, doesn't matter. It's the top 8 that will go through regardless of what the conditions are, and Japan put themselves in a good position at the moment to be able to make their way through.
Remaining. So they just need to beat one of them, and they actually missed out on the first round by 1 place last year at the World Championships. So we'll hope it doesn't happen for them again.
That would be heartbreak.
Because we do have some fast teams coming up.
Well, Canada will be the next team onto the track. Then Germany, France, Denmark, New Zealand, Australia, and in the final 2, Italy and Great Britain. And just all of those nations I just mentioned, of course, off the back of the Nations Cup points and rankings from World Championships last year, very well credentialed at some time or another in the team pursuit. So really strong, solid nations.
And Canada up next is a really good example of a country team pursuit program that's came on a lot recently. You know, over the last couple of years they perhaps haven't been as strong, but in Milton this year at their home Nations Cup they put out a really good performance with a 3:52, and that time should qualify them for the first round today if they can manage to do it again.
All they need to do now is beat the time of Japan, and they are guaranteed a position in the next rounds. Dylan Bibic, Matthias Gilemetz, Michael Foley, and Derek G. We've seen a lot of Derek G on the road this year, putting up some incredible performances.
I was going to say an extremely strong engine for the Canadian team, and he actually wasn't in their performance in the Nations Cup when they did a 3:52 in Milton, so potentially a bit more room there to maybe even sneak under the 3:50.
And for anyone that watched the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, Derek G was involved in a very nasty crash actually, where Nat Walls went over the fence, I think the scratch race qualifying in one of the afternoon rounds, and Derek was actually the worst injured of the riders in that crash. He broke his arm, but all the focus was on Walls, who went over the wall into the spectators. Very unfortunate situation in Birmingham last year. Well, Birmingham Commonwealth Games, but the track itself was the Lee Valley Velodrome in London. 0.5 of a second down at the start. Early pegging though here for Canada. 3:53.5 is the time to beat.
Half a second down the opening kilo. And one thing I wanted to point out, Scott, was that when we're talking about equipment, you can see that the Canadian team here, they all have different helmets between each rider, and I guess typically of recent years the team pursuit squad would all ride the same helmet, but now they've realised that aerodynamically it's completely different for every rider, so there's now such a variability in what helmet people are using, because it's whatever's best for you.
The fact that they're all different colours makes it look as if they've just brought their favourite helmet from home. But that's, as you say, it's not necessarily the case, and that is why, and if you see it, say, with Denmark or Italy later on, the nations that really have put a lot of research and development, the Brits as well, they will have different helmets specifically, as you mentioned, for the body shape of the riders. And it makes you wonder, the amount of effort that goes into the R&D of these riders, what's the next thing? How can they keep finding these new things? But they keep doing it, which is fantastic.
Talking about favourite helmets, I think that second rider there, that's going to be, people are going to struggle to beat the design on that helmet today. It's a
that up as one of your favourites?
Yeah, it's a little Roadrunner on the helmet.
Yeah. I just think with all that airbrushed paint on there, there's a couple of grams more that he needs to be carrying around. Makes no difference at all. 0.6 of a second. Helmet shape, it's working for the Canadians. They've got themselves on front. They were very even with the Japanese team for the first kilometre. Now they're starting to pull ahead. 0.7 now, looking really strong as they go down the back straight. And down to 3. So it was a big effort to get themselves ahead of the Japanese time. That was Dylan Bibic that did that big effort, couple of laps on the front. Now we'll get to see, can these 3 riders from Canada, can they bring this one home? 0.6 of a second now.
It was a short turn from the Roadrunner helmet there, just one lap, and now another rider's taken up from the front. Still holding 0.6 ahead.
So they've been able to hold the speed. 0.9 now. I was going to say, since they went down to 3, they've been able to maintain that speed. Now they've been able to step it up again. 0.9, almost 1 second faster than the Japanese team. This is looking very good for the Canadians to make their way into the next round of the men's team pursuit. 0.8 comes back slightly, and as we've seen with all of the teams, you get to the final couple of laps and they start to get a little bit messy. That's when you start to worry. If you're a coach on the inside of the track, you need the third rider to stay right there and tight on the wheel. Time taken on the third rider across the line, down the back straight with half a lap to go, and it's gone out a bit more now, 1.7. So the Canadians finishing this one off really well indeed. New best time, 3:51.18. Really good time by the Canadians.
Yeah, an improvement on their time in Milton this year, and yeah, you can see maybe the effect that having Derek G in the team, that kind of world tour cycling on the roads, what like engine can do towards that team pursuit squad.
Thumbs up, absolutely. Top of the table for now. 3:51, so that's good enough to get them through to the next round. They'll be eagerly watching who they'll be racing against next as the next teams come out to do their qualifying. Well, I've got to say, the crowd really got up and about for that as well. They could see how fast they were riding. Every time they come through a time check, everyone's looking up at the scoreboard to see where they sit, and it flashes green, and regardless of who you are, they can appreciate the fact of just how fast they're riding. Beep, beep. Roadrunner, very quick around the track here in Glasgow.
That's an amazing helmet, that, isn't it? I actually think that the morale you would get from it is actually greater than the extra weight from all that paintwork.
Roadrunner runs and he runs and he runs all day. Great job for the Canadians now. So new leaders, 3:51.18. And again, we saw the tactics of utilising their fourth rider to the best of their advantage, and putting in a massive effort before swinging up and getting out of the way. Former Olympic champions now, Germany. It's a very strong tradition throughout the old amateur days at the Olympics, and then into the more recent, more professional times. Theo Reinhardt, Benjamin Boos, Tobias Bach-Gramko, and Felix Gross. Germany underway. Way back in the year 2000, they stunned the world by going under the 4-minute barrier. Since then, they started to struggle. The women's team have been incredible over the last couple of years. The men's team, they've faltered slightly. They've been good in other events. The Madison, they've won a couple of times at the World Championships in recent history. But can the German powerhouse get themselves back to the top of the table in the team pursuit?
Germany, a team that finished 7th last year at the World Champs, so making it into the first round, and we'll definitely be hoping to do that again today. In terms of times they've done this year at the Milton Nations Cup, 3:55, but it was actually a completely different lineup than what they have today, so all 4 riders were different. So I guess who knows what to expect from this team today, but you'd hope it'd be faster.
Theo Reinhardt, two-time Madison World Champion, is the experienced rider in the team. He's got some kilometres of cycling in the legs, and they've now slowed down a little bit. They had a quick start, Germany, now 0.1 of a second in second position. Still early going though. So much to do in these closing laps. Looking nice and smooth for now though. Almost 66 kilometres per hour.
It's amazing the speeds that they can hold for 4 kilometres. It's the speed of a car. It's crazy how fast these riders can go. And you can see there on the skin suits on the shoulders, they've actually got these kind of tripped lines down the sleeves. And that's actually meant to be more aerodynamic. You've seen a lot of teams bring that in as of late. You'll see here as we come down the back straight that just these weird lines in the skin suits. That actually makes you quite a bit faster. And I think we'll see a good few of the teams towards the end using that kind of equipment on their skin suits.
Half a second to make up now for Germany, but all 4 riders still together and looking very smooth. 3:51.180. That's the time set just previously by Canada. And now down to 3 riders for Germany. 1 second slower now, so that 4th rider wasn't able to bring it back a little bit before he swung up out of the way. Down to 3 riders. They maintain that 1 second deficit.
Three riders left still looking very relaxed.
Bringing it back slightly, 0.8 of a second now. So the fight back has commenced for Germany.
As we come into the final kilometre. Still pulling back slightly, now into 0.7.
Inching their way back, clawing their way back now towards the time set by the Canadians. Good speed, keeping it up there, 0.6. So every lap now has been almost a 1/10 of a second, and now it goes back the other way a little bit. That's how quick things change. In half a lap, they've lost the 1/10 of a second. Brought it back again on the other half.
Again.
It's the downhill versus the uphill side of the velodrome, perhaps.
Oh, now you go back out to a second now. It's going to be hard now to pull back the momentum.
You can see there exactly the momentum has swung a little bit in the wrong way for Germany. 1.3 seconds now. And they do have a bit of a buffer to the next best time of Japan, 3:53.2. They might be splitting the difference here, and they do. Second fastest, 1.7 seconds slower than Canada. It's second fastest now. So Canada, Germany, Japan, and Belgium, the top 4 for now.
Yeah, and Germany will now get a chance to go again in the first round. I think that's them safely through. Yeah, there we go. That green cue, that means qualified. So if you see that, that means you'll be seeing them again in the first round.
Yeah. Just fading slightly in the last couple of laps, but doing enough to get themselves through. The top 4, so the top 8 go through, and the top 4 qualifiers, they are the only ones with the opportunity to race themselves into the medals, or the gold and silver medals. So a little bit complicated. Everybody else outside of the top 4 has a chance to race for the bronze medal, but it's only the top 4 from qualifying that go into the next round. The winners of those, they then go in to race for gold. Everybody else has the chance then to race for bronze, depending on where they sit in the times. Different configuration to what we have in the team sprint, where it doesn't matter where you qualify, as long as you get in the top 8, you still have a chance, if you can progress through the next round, to go into the gold medal race. It's not the case in the team pursuit, so very important to qualify in the top 4. Canada and Germany, the first 2 teams to make their way into the top 8. So we'll be seeing them again. Spectators' delight here in Glasgow. We're at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome, but there is so much cycling on over the next couple of weeks. Absolutely massive for the International Cycling Union to bring all of the cycling disciplines together. BMX, mountain bike, all the indoor disciplines, trials, and of course the road races that we'll see, road races and time trials. France now, this is going to be a big one for them. They will be expecting something good from this. Benjamin Thomas, Thomas Denis, Corentin Hermenot, and Valentin Tabellion. Only 5 more teams to come after France.
France actually, I believe, missing their typical starter, Quentin Lafarge. Unfortunately, had a crash earlier this week, so couldn't make the team pursuit now.
Broken collarbone, I think. Is that what happened?
believe so, yeah.
In training here at the track.
Yeah. So having to potentially have a different lineup, not the one that they wanted, but they'll be just as motivated, I'm sure.
And that was really an unfortunate situation. We talk about how congested the inside of the track is. We have the para-athletes as well as the able-bodied. There are so many more athletes here. But that also meant in the training sessions before the competition started, it was chaos on the track. There were so many different riders, both para and able-body, all at the same time. And obviously they all have session times of certain clusters of nations together. But for Lafarge, there was a coming together of a couple of riders, and he came off with a broken collarbone in training here at the World Championships. Really unfortunate.
I know, and he's a very strong starter because he actually used to be a sprinter, so and a kilometre specialist. So especially when it comes to getting France up to speed, he's so essential in that process, and he'll definitely be missed today.
Well, a great start here by France. Over a second ahead now. Canada, 3:51.1 is the time to beat, and so far France very well on target to be perhaps the first team to go under the 3:50 barrier if they can hold this one together. So far looking nice and smooth, 1.2 seconds quicker. Can they extend that? They can indeed, 1.4 now. So France looking very strong here.
And France a medalist in one of the recent Nations Cups in Milton, a bronze medal. So, used to performing at the top end of the team pursuit, and they'll probably be around there today. And that was a 3:53 they did that day in Milton. So around about where the other teams have been riding as well. So they'll be looking to improve in that. Hopefully get the Canadians and the Germans.
1.4, so it's the first time we've seen them just dip back the other way a little bit. So still well out in front, but they haven't been continually extending the advantage now. 1.3, so it's now just starting to come back a little bit. Riding on national pride here, the French. 12 months out from the Olympic Games on home soil. Gee, wouldn't they like to put a strong team pursuit team on the track in Paris?
And another example of a team that's actually not using their new bike, so choosing to field the Tokyo bike, the T20. Luke, and the Paris one, we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see that on the track, I think.
That's the one I haven't seen. I've been hearing big things about the French bike and how amazing it looks, so I do want to get an eyeful of that at some point. 1.3 seconds now, so they've just been able to stem the bleeding slightly. Still well out in front. Now it goes out a little bit more, down to 3. 1.5 in front. So France looking very strong here and continuing to extend that advantage. This is a very solid ride from the quartet from France.
I think it's going to be our first team under 350, which I think would be a season's best for them, and probably one of the best times that France has done as a nation.
Continuing to open up that advantage now as well. They've got some fantastic bunch race riders. Madison's, they've been very good. Omnium's, eliminations, really solid in those disciplines. And it's been a little while now for the French to get back into the top part of the team pursuit program, and that's what they're doing now. Focus on Paris, but they want to try and get themselves a medal here at the World Championships in Glasgow. They might have their eyes on the future for the Olympic Games next year, but they are very firmly focused on performing well here in the team pursuit in Glasgow. Down the back straight, half a lap to go, and the gap has started to come down a little bit. They were well out in front before, and it's gone under a second. They will still be the fastest. 3:50.9, so they did start to decelerate in the final 2 laps. Didn't be the first team under 3:50, unfortunately. So, yeah, they put it all out there, but just couldn't quite hold on. Still, top of the table.
Yeah, that was a lot closer than any, and I thought it would be. Obviously a very strong turn from whoever was last for Canada.
Yeah, perhaps the French didn't decelerate, as I said. Maybe it was more the Canadians accelerating in the last couple of laps. Regardless, France have gone 0.2 of a second faster. So the new fastest time from Team France, 3:50.913. Canada sitting in second with a 3:51.8. And then it's Germany. They are the 3 teams that are guaranteed to qualify, depending on what happens in the next groups to come. We would expect Denmark, New Zealand, Australia, Italy and Great Britain to be faster than we've seen from everybody else. However, team pursuit racing these days, anything can happen. And they are putting everything on the line. They are so close to the edge throughout these races these days. It only takes one rider to falter. When you go down to 3, and if one rider cracks, that's it. You tumble down the standings. Oh, good to see France coming on strong.
Yeah, and I guess here we have, as you say, Denmark, probably one of the favourites, and I think for me, probably the team that's performed best this year. They've gone under 350, not with their full team, and that was a gold in Jakarta. And obviously, you know, it goes without saying, Olympic silver medalists, just around about a tenth of a second off Italy there in the Olympics. And this is actually another team that's missing their starter, so Rasmus Lund, unfortunately, has got a back issue.
Larsen, Befort, Leth, and Madsen. Also new equipment for the Danish team, Canyon bikes. Saw the American team out on these ones. Now that's the time. Cervelo were the bikes they were riding at the Olympics. Now they've moved over to Canyon. So it'll be interesting to see. Remember the controversy around the first round at the Olympic Games in Tokyo with the Danish team all having what looked like medical tape on the shins. And they all said they all developed the same ailment at exactly the same time in exactly the same place. Truly, it was all about aerodynamics, and that was banned after the first round. They went on to get the silver medal at the Olympics in Tokyo. Very solid team, Denmark. Such a strong tradition in track cycling, going way back through to the amateur days.
Yeah, typically a very strong road program, which is good for the team pursuit, especially nowadays. We see a lot of the World Tour riders come back onto the track for stuff like the World Champs and the Olympics because they do just have such an engine. And you can see a pretty strong start from Denmark. I mean, for them, missing out on Rasmus Lund, I think it's a big loss because he's probably the fastest team pursuit starter in the world. But unfortunately, has got a back issue. But I've heard that he might be starting tomorrow. So hopefully they can get a strong qualifying for him to jump back in tomorrow and hopefully help out the team.
0.6 of a second faster. So starting to get into their stride now. And look at the speed, 67, 66, 67 kilometres per hour. Just extraordinary times and speeds from these riders. 0.8 now faster. 888. Lucky for, it's a lucky number in China, number 8. 888, very lucky for Denmark at the moment.
And that's Kasper Jorgensen, the Danish team pursuit coach.
Walking backwards as well. So the indication that they are really going ahead of their schedule and doing well. For those uninitiated, you know, just talk about a guy walking backwards. It may mean nothing at all, but he is letting the team know that if he's walking in that direction, that they are going in the correct direction. And you can see the time split now indicating that 1.9 seconds faster. They are well on target for the best time so far. Still a couple of teams to come after them, 4 more nations to come. But Denmark would be expecting, they would be hoping and expecting to be racing for gold and silver here at the World Championships.
And yep, down to 3, around about the same time as we've seen some other teams do it. That rider just doing his final turn, getting everything out before he peels off.
Wow, look at this difference in time now. 2.9, almost 3 seconds faster than the time set by France. France with a 350.9, so at the moment they are on target to go 347 if they can maintain this pace over the last couple of laps. This is a solid performance from Denmark, really putting a message out to all the other teams still to come that Denmark have come here to play.
Yeah, Denmark, the sort of team that's only interested in winning, and you know they're going out with that attitude today. And this is kind of when it gets towards the end and everyone starts fatiguing, this is where the real class from the kind of consistent top medalists is really shown.
2 laps to go now for Denmark, 3.2 seconds. Wow, this is going to be an extraordinary time compared to what we've already been posted by other nations. 350.9, the time to beat. And Denmark, barring a disaster with 1 lap to go, are going to smash that out of the velodrome here. Rocketing around the Sir Chris Hoy velodrome as Denmark go down the back straight. 3.7 seconds now. This is going to be an incredible time. A real message to the rest of the nation still to come as they come to the line. 346.8 in the qualifying at the World Championships. That is extraordinary.
Comfortably ahead, and that's actually the time that got them a bronze medal last year in the final. And they go safely through qualified. And that should, and I would imagine, get them in the top 4 definitely for a medal ride-off. But there's still a lot of good teams ahead, and as you said, with team pursuit, you just never know. And the Olympics, where they raced in last time, is a good example of you never know what's going to happen. as we saw, bars cracking, crashes happening. So who knows? But safely through with a 3:46.
Denmark straight to the top of the table, 4 seconds faster than France, a 3:46.8. And as you say, Lewis, if that's the time that they rode to win the bronze in the final last year at the World Championships, but that's what they're rolling out in qualifying, we could expect another couple of seconds out of them as we go through the rounds. Wow, Denmark really have stepped up in the last 12 months, but that's what we expect from a team like Denmark. They are so consistent in the team pursuit.
Yeah, just in case you don't know, in the later rounds you actually then race against another team, and that can actually make your time a lot faster, because that other team on the other side of the track almost creates a swirl that makes the air a bit easier to go through. So the times tend to get faster, not only because we're getting to the finals and there's a bit more heat on, but also because that other team on the track makes it a little bit faster aerodynamically. There we go, some great pain faces across the line there, especially from Rodeberg.
New Zealand now onto the velodrome. 4 more teams to come. New Zealand, Australia, and then it's the Olympic champions Italy and the defending world champions Great Britain. Aaron Gate, Campbell Stewart, Thomas Sexton and Nicholas Kugogsu. And New Zealand now underway.
Now, New Zealand, a team that we've seen go under 350 this year, and that was a slightly different team. They had Bridgewater in instead of Sexton, and as you say, and as you said earlier, a very strong team pursuit squad. Historically, always been very good. 5th at the Worlds last year, 4th at the Olympics in 2021, and definitely a team that we're going to see towards the top end of this competition today.
Well, you mentioned crashes at the Olympics. They crashed in the ride-off against Australia for the bronze medal at the Olympics, and I do think they would have come away with the bronze if they didn't have that crash. So New Zealand's certainly a very strong team in team pursuing. They've gone out nice and quickly as well. Just coming back slightly now, and this is where we'll start to see the speeds of these final teams really go up. It's going to be tough to beat that time of 3:46 from Denmark. There certainly is the horsepower in these next couple of teams to do that. 0.2 of a second slower now. So that's another indication of just how quick the Danish team were, that New Zealand just struggling to match the speed early on that has been set by Denmark.
But as we've seen in the other team pursuits, anything can change towards the last kilometre, so they just need to stay in touch just now.
Well, they do have Aaron Gate, who was the 4th wheel in this one at the start, and no doubt they'll be using Aaron to really bring things home at the end. A couple of gold medals at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham last year, and starting to get more mature of age, but I tell you what, he has just gone up in strength in the last couple of years, Aaron Gate.
Yeah, no, it's been amazing to watch. Like, it doesn't seem like age is a factor that he considers, just keeps getting faster. And yeah, as you say, I think triple gold medals at Commonwealth Games last year. One of the strongest performances, from a New Zealand athlete ever, never mind just in the cycling.
Two seconds though, a little bit to overcome. There is a buffer though between the two top times. Denmark with a 3:46 and France a 3:50. So there's a fairly large gap to fall into there in between those. We already have 4 teams, Denmark, France, Canada and Germany, that are going through to the next round. 3 more teams to come after this. So maintain this speed, and New Zealand are guaranteeing themselves a position in the next round, but they want more from that. They have expected medals at World Championships and Olympic Championship level. They've been World Champions before, New Zealand, and the 4th rider now swung up and didn't get out of the way. Swung up and went to the back, but didn't close the gap. So I'm not sure if that was a tactical move or just a bit of a mistake or an error.
Yeah, not sure. And you can see now they're just slipping slightly away now, over 3 seconds, and it's going to come to the point where France in second place is maybe going to be an issue.
Yeah.
That kind of safe space you were talking about is getting reduced lap by lap here.
Well, the gap after that is to Canada with a 3:51. So 3:50.9 for France, 3:51.1 for Canada. This is starting to get a little bit more dangerous for New Zealand. We would expect them to get into the top 8. That's okay. But they want to get themselves in the top 4 to have a chance to race for the shiniest of all of the medals. Just starting to struggle a little bit now, New Zealand. They come around to get 2 laps to go. 500 metres remain for New Zealand, and a bit of work to do.
Yeah, Campbell Stewart there in 2, looking composed, ready to make a fast last turn for the Kiwis here.
Bell rings, final lap for New Zealand, 2.5, so they have come back a little bit now these last couple of laps. So a huge turn of pace down the back straight. So they are closing the gap slightly, but I think they'll be a little bit disappointed compared to the time of Denmark. And a 3:49.1. Still on the 3:50. Solid time.
Strong turn from the last rider there to pull back quite a significant amount of time. And yeah, I feel like there's maybe a bit of wiggle room there for the Kiwis in the first round.
Yep. Great comeback from New Zealand. 3:49. Second fastest of all, but still a big gap though to Denmark, just showing. A 3:46.8. Wow. That was a very quick time from Denmark that lead the way.
Yeah, and these next 3 teams with Australia, Italy and Great Britain will really see what historically the top teams have to offer. And you know, teams like New Zealand and Denmark will really see where they're sitting within the competition.
Australia, the next team to come out onto the track. And New Zealand, good comeback, certainly did fight back, and it was Aaron Gate that really did drive them home those last 2 laps, and he had the benefit. He started in 4th position, so it is somewhat easier. You've got several laps before you have to really hit the front, so you can sort of ease in things, but that's when you are then relied upon to finish things off at the end, and that's exactly what Aaron was able to do. They were almost around 3 seconds, just over 3 seconds down on Denmark, and brought that back significantly towards the end.
And we can see the standings there, and you know, as we speculated earlier, I don't think it's quite going to be enough for Japan with the calibre of teams that we have left. I think unfortunately they're maybe not going to make it into the first round.
I think it would be just a mishap of one of these final teams that would allow Japan the benefit of coming into the top 8. Sam Welsford, straight out of the Tour de France, his first Grand Tour, his first Tour de France, and by all accounts it has taken him to another level, and that's the big question. If you come out of a Grand Tour or a race like the Tour de France so quickly before the World Championships, what does it do to a rider? Are they fatigued or not? And apparently Sam has bounced back really well.
Yeah, we're about to find out.
We will. You can talk the talk, but it's on the track where you've got to show and produce. So Josh Duffy, Kell O'Brien, Connor Lay and Sam Welsford. And underway for Australia. Third last team to go.
Australia, a team that typically starts really well, and again, historically a very good team pursuit squad.
Well, traditionally the Australians, they all grew up racing on the velodrome to start with, so they come with a real track skill level and then into the team pursuit. The benefit of riders like Kell O'Brien and Sam Welsford going out into the pro ranks and then coming back or remaining within the team just builds the strength. But they don't have to worry about the skills. They've developed those through the junior days and then through the early days within the national team. As Josh Duffy, the Tasmanian, gets them up to speed. Then it'll be Connor Lay, the Australian individual pursuit champion, coming through, big tall Western Australian. Then it's Kell O'Brien and Sam Welsford now sitting in 3rd position.
Australia 4th last year at the World Champs with 3:48. And yeah, as we said earlier, 3rd the Olympics in that sort of, I guess, historic ride against New Zealand, where there was unfortunately a crash for the Kiwis.
The last time Australia won the World Championship team pursuit, they utilised 6 riders throughout the rounds. And you compare that to, say, Great Britain last year, 4 riders, that's all they used, that's all they needed, all the way through the rounds. And Australia previously has had the benefit of having 6 in their squad to be able to manoeuvre around and save the legs of some. 0.1 of a second now. Great start from Australia, but just starting to come back a little bit. Not a great turn there from Kell O'Brien, it was in 4th position. And the time compared to Denmark now dips into the red. So great start from Australia, but that time of 3:46 from Denmark here on what is been giving us the indication that it's not lightning fast out there today. So a 3:46, super quick for a team pursuit squad. And now Australia just starting to struggle a little bit to maintain the speed, and a very short turn of pace from, I think it was Duffy to Starmer. So very short turn on the front from him, up and out of the way. Lay, O'Brien and Welsford, the three riders remain now for Australia. So not great signs directly compared to Denmark. Down to three riders very early on.
And starting to drift out now over a second. Now 1.1.
Maybe perhaps a loss of momentum with those two riders doing quick changes there. Really hard at this level of intensity to try and bring that back up again, but they'll do what they can. Three riders for Australia. 1.5 down. Still ahead of the time set by New Zealand, 3:49.
You know, I think this is what's getting shown is that the second half in Denmark was so strong, because we saw the same with the Kiwis, where as it just came into the final 2 kilometres, they just slowly started to drift away. And I think, it's testament, maybe not necessarily the Australians slowing down, but just how fast the Danish finished.
1.9 now slower. 3:46.8 from Denmark, 3:49.1 from
the second rider there now just lost the wheel and has to make a change there, and now the Australian team just blowing apart as we come into the final 500 metres.
Sam Welsford is that it's on the front. O'Brien and then Connor Lay, and Connor Lay in third position was the rider that was really having some troubles. This is a disaster for the Australians in terms of qualifying. You asked about whether Japan would be able to get themselves into the top 8. They have a real chance now to qualify in the top 8. Japan, with Australia just starting to capitulate. 3 seconds slower. One more lap of the track. It's Connor Lay in third position that's really struggling to hold the wheel of Kell O'Brien in second position. It's Welsford that comes up into the finishing straight first. What's the time going to be? 3:50.4. So they do hold on to qualify, but those last couple of laps, that took an eternity for the Australians.
I know, and to be fair, a very strong recovery, because I'm sure you've seen it as well, where the whole team can blow apart in that situation, but rider 2 then knew he had to just get out of the way, get back in the third position and see if they recover it. And Welsford, obviously with a wealth of experience and communication from the coach on track, knows that he just needs to dial it back a bit just to make sure that team stays together, because again, third rider is what counts. It doesn't matter where the first rider is.
Yeah, well, and the temptation when you get onto the front is just to go as hard as you possibly can. That's what you're supposed to do. So to have the awareness and to be able to hear other coaches or other riders yelling out, to know you've got to back off slightly, that was smart moving from Sam Welsford. Third fastest time for Australia. They have qualified, but it was on shaky grounds. 3:50.488. Just behind New Zealand, with Denmark with that outstanding performance so far. 3:46.8 from them, the fastest qualifiers. France, Canada and Germany, the next 3 teams, with only 2 more teams to come now. Italy, the defending Olympic champions, and the defending world champions, Great Britain, the final team to come onto the track. But again, that was shaky from the Aussies.
I know, and I fear that they won't make it through to a ride-off. With Italy and GB coming up, obviously 2 massive nations when it comes towards team pursuit. And it'll be a disappointment for the Aussies, because they're always at the sharp end of the team pursuit, and 4th last year, so making it into medal ride-off, and I think they might be one place down this year.
At the Olympic Games, they qualified 6th fastest and finished 4th. Finished 3rd, I think it was, actually. Oh no, sorry, wrong. They finished 4th. Qualified 6th. But it's going to be a tough one for Australia. They will regroup. They've got the experience, but now on to the Italians, the penultimate team to come to the track, and the defending Olympic champions. They do have a superstar in amongst their midst with Filippo Ganna, and interesting circumstances for the Italians. Ganna just come off the back of winning the Tour of Wallonie in Belgium. He's only had 2 days on the velodrome before coming here today. So Italy underway. Their big star in Filippo Ganna with only 2 days of track time. Will it affect the Italians?
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
If there's one team you would count on to show up and get the job done regardless, it would be the Italians. Olympic champs, second last year with a 3:46, which would put them ahead of the Danish today.
Yeah. Incredibly fast close between Great Britain and Italy at the World Championships last year. Only 0.2 of a second in the final. I think it was only 0.3 or so, or less than that in the qualifying.
Yeah, and this year we haven't really seen their full-time roll out in the Nations Cup. You know, they got seconds in Milton and out in the first round in Jakarta, but in some of those teams they only had one of the members out here today. So a lot of teams fielding what they think is their best team today at the World Champs, because obviously it's the biggest event.
The other interesting situation within this team is Jonathan Milan obviously had an incredible Giro d'Italia this year, winning the points competition and a stage, a bunch of second places as well. In that pre-Worlds training camp on the velodrome, he was called up to go to ride the San Sebastian Classic to replace his teammate from Bahrain that had the 30-day suspension from the crash that he caused back at the Tour of Flanders earlier this year. So training camp interrupted for Milan, flew to race San Sebastian, then back to the camp. Ghana with only 2 days on the track. Let's see if it has any factor at all on this incredible Team Pursuit squad from Italy. 2 seconds slower.
Yeah, already quite far down on the Danish here.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Now, with what I've just explained with Milan and Ghana, you would expect these guys almost to use this like a training session. The next couple of rides, they will improve. They will certainly get better after qualifying, but they still have to get the job done here. They need to be in the top 4 to guarantee themselves a ride for the gold medal.
Yeah, and once you're about 3 seconds away from the Danish, that kind of safe zone isn't very safe. You know, the Kiwis going 3 seconds slower, the Australians going 4 seconds slower, France going 4 seconds slower. So in between where they are right now, those 3 and 4 seconds, you know, you could be third or you could be fifth. Really could change very quickly, and every millisecond counts. And you know, having only 2 days on track for Ghana could make a huge difference.
Yeah. 3.5 seconds now. This is looking dangerous for Italy. We're just in our commentary position. I can just see down to their coach Marco Villa. He's not showing too much emotion on the face, but I wonder how worried the Italian coach is. Former Olympic medalist and world champion himself, Marco Villa. For now, it's the riders on the track, and down to 3 riders now. So 4 seconds slower. This is not looking good indeed. The silver medalists from last year, the defending Olympic champions, and the Italian team really starting to look as if they are in trouble.
Yeah, it's only going further out here, and now you're kind of looking towards 4th and 5th place right now for them, which I don't think is where anyone would have expected them to be today.
No, least of all the Italians themselves. They do need to qualify in the top 4 to guarantee a ride, the chance to ride for gold. So maybe they're trying to be very tricky here and not trying to show too much.
Well, you can see the third rider there just labouring. Looks like in a bit of pain as we come into the final lap here.
1 lap to go. And it's Filippo Ganna on the front. 4 seconds is the deficit. Now the Italians trying to be tricky, just trying to manicure themselves into a top 4 position, or is it going to be something unexpected? Third fastest for them with 1 team still to come, so they will run in the top 4.
Wow, and that's only 800s faster than the Australians, so tight there in the end. And that final turn coming in from Ghana just managed to pull them back into that medal ride-off position.
So hard to indicate whether they planned to do it so close as they just did, but gee.
But I guess the benefit of coming out last, or you know, in one of the final heats where you know what you need to do in order to get a medal ride-off, is that you can perhaps change your schedule in order to maybe save something, and as you say, not show your cards too early in this competition.
Well, as we've mentioned, with the final team coming now out onto the track, Great Britain, top 8 qualify to go into the next round, but only the top 4. The winners are, well, they race against each other in the next round, and the winners of those 2 races then go in to race for gold. So Italy certainly have given themselves a chance to race for gold, but it would be amazing if they planned it to be as tight as it was.
I don't know if I'd want to take that risk personally, especially how tight it was around the medal ride-off.
Yeah. Well, you may hear in the background as we're looking at the Italians, the big cheer as Team Great Britain, the defending Team Pursuit World Champions, have come onto the boards here in Glasgow. And since the Rio Olympic Games, where they won gold, they had a couple of years at the World Championships where they just dropped back a little bit, and new riders coming in, change of configuration. But the last couple of seasons, they've really bounced back, Team GB. And they are the last team to come onto the boards, the defending champions. They know what they need to do now to get themselves into the top 4 and guarantee themselves a chance to defend that title from last year.
Yeah, and another team that's missing perhaps one of the key riders, Ethan Hayter, not here. I don't believe he's racing at this World Champs anymore, or not at least in the team pursuit. So we'll see how that affects the team. Obviously he was, I believe, central to their World Champs performance and win last year. But we're about to find out very soon.
The final team to take to the track here in Glasgow, the qualifying round of the men's elite team pursuits, and Great Britain are underway. Ollie Wood, Ethan Vernon, Dan Bingham and Charlie Tanfield. Tanfield, the rider coming in to replace Ethan Hayter. As you mentioned, Lewis not here on the start line. On the start list, so we'll see what races he may ride. Is also the Omnium World Champion, won that the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, very dominant in the front races. Now, this team is a team that's tasted the best success this year so far with a win in Milton and bronze in Jakarta, but I believe those teams looked a bit different to the one we're seeing today.
Yeah. And if this is the first time you've seen this new configuration of Team GB and you're wondering which one is Dan Bingham, well, he's the one that really stands out amongst the riders. The pink disc wheels on the left-hand side, the pink bike on the right.
And we can see Charlie Tanfield using the new Hope bike, so a new bit of tech, and you'll see that the seat post that he's riding almost has a little gap in it, which I haven't seen on a bike before until now. Quite an interesting piece, and caught a lot of eyes in the media over the last couple of days.
Well, the wide forks of the Hope bike to try and split the aerodynamics, the wind off the wheel, the shins of the riders, and then that split seat post, as you mentioned, to try and create a bit of a separation fairing from the air that comes around behind the buttocks and the thighs of the riders. So a lot of technology, and I know in the last 2 seasons they have really found some incredible technological advancements in aerodynamics. And the split seat tube, that's only just recently been allowed by the UCI, which has completely changed all of their aero testing for the teams. Slower time to start with though, 1.6. However, they do know what they need to do. They don't have to beat that fastest time of Denmark, and that is the big advantage for a team like Great Britain coming in as the last qualifiers. Denmark had to put it all out on the track, go as hard as they possibly could, because they didn't know what the next teams would produce. Great Britain, they can now ride to a schedule just to make sure they're in the top 4. Do they want to be as close as the Italians were? That I don't think so. So 2.4 seconds is the deficit now. On target, big cheer from the crowd here in Glasgow for the British team as they come through.
And it's only going to get louder throughout the days. We get into those medal ride-offs, and yeah, and the home crowd just goes crazy for it. Glasgow, I mean, I am biased, but I would say has probably one of the best crowds in the world.
Well, we're looking at the men's team pursuit qualifying round here, but with that in mind, the crowds here in Glasgow, I cannot wait until Katie Archibald comes onto the velodrome to race. Scottish rider, huge fan favourite, and such a superstar of global cycling. 2.8 seconds, they're just nice and consistent now, just maintaining 2.5 to 2.8 seconds, the deficit down to 3 riders. Ethan Vernon leading Dan Bingham around, and the indication from the coach was dead even, spot on. You don't have to do anything more, just maintain this speed, and you're doing what we need to get through to the next round.
Yeah, and Ben Greenwood, the coach, only came in a couple of years ago, and they've had massive success since him joining the squad, and it looks like they're going to be on for another good day today. But the third rider there just starting to lose the wheel, that's Charlie Tanfield.
Well, Tanfield, the rider that has come in to replace Ethan Hayter, 1 lap to go, and even though they're riding to a nice solid schedule here, you can just see how close to the edge they are on. Team GB just starting to struggle as Dan Bingham really stretches them out on the fast lap. And Tanfield has gone down. Oh, an absolute disaster for Team Great Britain. So he's just under extreme pressure and fatigue, dipped down under the black line and just clipped the blue band and slid up the track. So absolute disaster in the final bend for Great Britain with Charlie Tanfield crashing down.
Yeah, we hope he's okay. Medical team is with Charlie now, and yeah, as we were saying earlier, anything can happen in team pursuit, and sadly we've seen, just how bad it can get.
Well, you say anything can happen, but That's something in the final lap on his own in third position that I have never witnessed before. Let's really do hope that Charlie is okay. We'll work out what happens now for Team GB in terms of qualifying. Of course, they haven't had their third rider cross the line, so they will not record a time. Wow. Wow.
Well, you can see the disappointment on the face of the riders. I mean, I guess nobody was expecting that. Dan there with a massive last turn.
It was impressive, wasn't it? They looked very comfortable up to that point. And then Dan Bingham just stretching it just to make sure they bring it home faster in the last lap and a half. Big turn from Dan Bingham. And that just put a little bit too much pressure on Charlie Tanfield. No fault of Dan's, of course. It was just a rider error, just dipping down the track a little bit too, trying to cut the corner perhaps through that final bend, and the extreme angle of the blue band at the bottom of the track compared to the banking itself, losing traction, and that front wheel went from under him. And Charlie's still on the infield, being tended to by the medical staff.
The riders consoling each other in track centre.
You know, I think that would have caught everyone off guard. You never expect something like that to happen, and it's never nice to see. Off camera now, Charlie's still on the track, but getting medical attention as we speak.
Well, drama here in the Elite Men's Teams Pursuit qualifying. The defending champions crashing in the final bend. They were on their way to being the second fastest in qualifying and fell 40 metres short.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for GB, they're probably not going to get another chance to try qualify a team time in this event. And I guess even if they did, it'd be incredibly hard to then go back up and try and back up the ride.
Yeah, and that is the thing. We saw that with the Australian team in qualifying at the Olympic Games in Tokyo with the handlebars braking. That was fairly early in the race, but just the effort they put in for the first 5 or 6 laps or so as it was, and then of course the injury to the rider that did go down. It's really difficult to step back up and try and go again.
Yeah, I'm not sure who GB's reserve rider is here. You know, we spoke about Ethan Hayter being on the start list, and I believe maybe Josh Charlton's here as well, who won the Nations Cup with him back in Milton.
The thing with GB is that you're always going to have a strong 5, so if they do get the opportunity to give another go, then you know they're still going to be up at the pointy end of the race.
The applause there is for Charlie Tanfield sitting up and now standing up, so that is great signs for Charlie. They did bring the stretcher out onto the track, but he's able to walk off and over 60 kilometres per hour, crashing into the boards. Great to see him able to walk his way off the velodrome. So all the best to Charlie in his recovery. And you can't help, Lewis, but think of all the effort, the training, the time that has gone into it.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly things can change.
Sport.
But yeah,
The
especially
ultimate,
sport track cycling where it's down to thousands of seconds, and also things can just change incredibly quickly.
It's the ultimate reality TV sport.
I know, and I feel like we did a little bit of the commentator's curse there in terms of Japan, saying it would take something quite extraordinary for Japan to qualify, and I guess we'll wait to see the commissaire's decision, but here we've got a replay here.
Yeah, I thought what has happened there, he's dipped down in the middle of the bend and just gone onto the blue band, and the angle, the difference in the angle of that blue band compared to the boards is just too great. Front wheel sliding out from under him. So just rider error in the end, but because he was under extreme pressure, just trying to hold the wheel of the riders in front of him, trying to cut the corner, dip down a little bit. Really unfortunate for Charlie. They were on their way to the second fastest time, and disaster strikes right at the very end for Team GB. Denmark, though, 3:46, fantastic qualifying time from them. 2.5 second time buffer to New Zealand. Good solid time from them with Italy, Australia, France, Canada and Germany. And they are in the official timing reserving that 8th qualifying spot for after Team GB make their decision whether they will come back and try again, we'll wait and see what happens there. They do get the option to have another go at it, but gee, it's tough to try and step back up after putting in such a big effort. And of course for Charlie himself to try and get back onto the boards after touching down so violently.
But I guess what we do know is that the Danes have got a bit of a buffer to the rest of the competition. Really impressive time from them. And as I said earlier, they're missing Rasmus Lund, who is arguably their best rider and definitely probably the best starter for Team Pursuit in the world. So potentially a bit more time to come even from Denmark to extend that gap slightly more. But we'll see if GB can fill in that space between 1 and 2 again if they get another go. As you can see, the track just getting a bit fixed up over there in turn 3 under the Shimano sign. They typically do a little bit of sanding, a little bit of hoovering, and then some good old gaffer tape on top. Does the trick typically.
Well, you mentioned hoovering. I can't help but mention that Gavin Hoover rides for the United States. He was in the Team Pursuit before. Perhaps he is the expert in terms of cleaning the track.
See the Danes there.
You can't help but feel for not just Charlie, of course, mostly for Charlie, considering he's the man in physical pain after slapping into the track at 60 kilometres per hour, but just the entire team and the work that goes into it. And look, Charlie mentally will no doubt be feeling that he'd made a mistake that caused this error. The other riders within the team and the squad and the staff, they won't be putting that kind of expectations and pressure on Charlie directly, but it really does hurt for all of the riders involved with all the hard work that has gone into putting together a good performance here.
And just in that last shot, we did see Josh Charlton in track centre, and he has featured in the GB Pursuit squad so far this year, so potentially could be the reserve rider and an option for another ride, and a good option at that, because they were around that time in Milton. So, but we'll have to wait and see.
Next event coming onto the track is the qualifying for the elite women's team sprint, and this has been an event that has really been dominated by Germany in recent years, and it's only the last few years that 3 riders have been used in the women's team sprint. Previously it was 2 riders. Never really understood why it took so long to have parity with the men's competition, which is 3. Perhaps it is really just the depth of sprinters within most of the nations didn't really allow to have that 3rd rider. That's something that certainly has changed now, and it has changed the way the race has been run and configured.
And we're seeing that parity also extended to the 500 metre time trial, which in 2025, it was January 1st, will get moved out to a kilo, which I think is actually really interesting, because that does completely change the race, whereas the 500, obviously, solely a sprinter's going to win that. They just open up too quickly compared to the endurance riders. So the kilo then opens up slightly to maybe a faster female Team Pursuit rider to actually have a go at maybe having a shout for a medal at something like the World Champs.
Yeah, the pure sprinters certainly disappointed with that announcement that they had to go twice as far next year.
It depends who you speak to. I think Elise Andrews, who we're going to see next in the team sprint, is a very, very good length rider, very strong keirin rider, and I think she was quite looking forward to the kilo, but perhaps Rebecca Petch, who we're going to see in first position, would prefer to maybe just do a lap rather than even 2. Yes, so New Zealand just getting rolled up now and set for the team sprint.
First team on the track is New Zealand. We can see it on the right-hand side there, which is the home straight, of course. Rebecca Petch, Shane Fulton and Elise Andrews.
And typically with this team, we've seen actually Olivia King in 2, and she's been swapped out for Shane Fulton today. And this is the Commonwealth champ team minus King. And so far this year, I think their best performance around a 48.2 in Jakarta, which got them 8th. But let's see if they can beat that now.
And New Zealand get the women's team sprint qualifying underway.
Rebecca Petch, formerly of BMX, so very fast accelerator, very good at high cadence. Should expect a fast opening lap from her here.
And you can also explain, Lewis, that with the gaps opening up in the New Zealand team here, unlike the team pursuit we just saw, where they try and be as tight as they possibly can, tactics are a little bit different here as New Zealand go into their second lap.
Yeah, you want to almost rush into that gap, you know, that air hole as the rider pulls off. You want to come and accelerate as much as you can, just to help that peak speed. And a 33.1, a good opening 500 here for New Zealand. I think they could be on for a season's best time. We've got Elise Andrews coming in.
Finishing well here, Elise Andrews. First team to come to the track. What's the time to beat? They will qualify higher than their seeding here as the first team to go. So 47.158.
Yeah, that's a very strong time for New Zealand, you know, compared to what they've done this year. 7/10 faster than what they did at the Commonwealth Games last year, but as we say, a slightly different configuration of the team with Shan Fulton in. I believe she's had a couple surgeries, or you know, quite a big comeback from injury, so it's great to see her here and doing a great performance for the Kiwis. So yeah, really impressive comeback from her. And I think that time will probably get them into the first round, but you know, as we said, we never know. Especially with team sprint, sorry. The change is you can't actually overtake the rider. So as that rider in front of you is pulling up, you can't actually overtake them before you come to the pursuit line. So sometimes we see a disqualification. We saw one with Japan last year in the men's. So you've got to be really careful when you're coming through, because you almost want to get as close as you can, but without going over that threshold.
And they have tried to simplify the rules of the team sprint and the changeovers, because it's not that long ago where there were so many decisions made off the track by the officials and disqualifications, relegations because of those changeovers. So they have simplified it dramatically, and there have been less relegations since they've made those rule changes, but they still certainly do happen. And it's so difficult to make these split-second manoeuvres at maximum speed, putting 100% of effort through the pedals and still trying to make sure you're timing it correctly to not be relegated in a changeover.
Yeah, no, it's all just practice. It's just that feel for it, you know. You need to feel that momentum, feel the momentum of the rider in front of you, and yeah, as you say, it's something that's incredibly difficult. But next up we have Belgium, who last year didn't even have a team sprint squad, so I think this is a testament to how far they've come along under head coach Tim Carswell, that they're now able to line up a team sprint for the first time in a while at a UCI World Championships. Yep.
Nicolais, Yana and de Grandele. Photographer being told to get out of the way as Belgium get underway. So great to see a Belgian team sprint team. 3 riders. You mentioned Tim Carswell as the national coach, and the New Zealand men's team in particular were a dominant force in the team sprint, and Carswell was involved with that program. So his experience will be very well suited to developing Belgium over the next few years.
A slightly slower opening lap there, and well, I think we'll have a strong finish from Belgium. We've got Nikki de Grendelen, previous world champion in the Keirin, so very good over 3 laps.
And she is bursting at the seams, waiting to get going.
And there we go, a very close change, but legal, and 8/10 down. It's going to take a big effort now from Nikki to pull this back against the Kiwis.
And being delivered at maximum speed, that's the challenge. So for Nikki trying to come around for the final lap now, will they get the better of New Zealand? No, they won't. 48.9, so 1.7 seconds slower than New Zealand. I mentioned New Zealand, you would expect to qualify better than what their seeding is. First team to go, but that's not a true indication of where they really do sit. They are a better team than the ranking that they've been given here at the championships. So 1.7 seconds slower for Belgium isn't perhaps therefore as dramatic as what the seedings are indicating.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that was a 3:10 PB for the Belgian team sprint squad there, so they must be happy with that. Especially, as I say, such a new sprint team. You know, historically it was just Nikki de Grendelen, who was essentially the only member of, you know, male and female for that sprint squad over the last few years. I mean, there was Arten Tapau who came in for a short period, but yeah, now they've found that bit of depth. They've got some talent transfers from BMX, as we see a lot in sprint. You know, due to the nature of BMX, where it's, you know, a very high power sport, it actually translates really well onto the track. You know, the BMX are incredible bike riders, and because of that skill they have from that rough and tumble of BMX, which I would really recommend watching in these World Champs as well, just translates so well onto the track, especially in position 1 for this team sprint.
Belgium, one of the nations that do have a strong background in BMX, as we've seen in the Netherlands as well. They share a border with very strong BMX nation. Harry Lebreisen, the superstar of men's sprinting, did start his career in BMX before making the transition. Nigeria, the next team to come up onto the track now. Just had clarification as well for the team pursuit that GB certainly are given the option to have another go, but they must use the 4 riders that were on the track. So Charlie will have to ride again. So it's not just the fatigue in the legs. Charlie has to be able to get himself back around again after crashing at those speeds. So that is a big ask, and best wishes to the GB boys. Hopefully they can get themselves back out there.
Yeah, again, and I guess they need to get together and think, well, maybe they change their schedule. Do we need to protect Charlie slightly more? Maybe he's going to be the man that pulls off now. It depends a lot on how he feels, but it could totally change the shape of how the team pursuit looks.
And how challenging that would be, considering how well drilled they are with a particular system, to have to change that now. That'll be a big challenge. So we'll keep you updated on the situation with the men's team pursuit, Team Great Britain in particular. Nigeria now.
Next up, what we have is typically hailed as the best cycling kit as the Nigerian squad. And it definitely doesn't disappoint. It's amazing to look at and very different to what you're used to. But
well, I'd love to see them standing in front of a green screen. Interesting configuration. Grace Ayuba gets them underway, and almost a false start, but the third rider, of course, gets out quickly, but does have to drop down into third position. Ayuba, Gripka, and Upsaya. Big cheer as well here from the crowd. We've come to get used to the incredible technology and the well-drilled outfits. So it's always pleasing to see a nation that's really just starting to emerge in the sport. So Nigeria with the rear disc wheels, but not with the front disc wheels as well. But they've been given an option, and that's all you need sometimes. Let's see how they progress as they go forward. Final lap now for Nigeria. 6 seconds down. No surprises there, but it's just so good to see them out on the track and having a real go. No doubt the depth of talent is there. It's just giving the opportunity and the development. So 56.3 for Nigeria. Third team to go.
Yeah, 7/10 faster than the season's best, so quite an improvement there.
And I think that's what the beauty of what the UCI has done by taking some Nations Cups to regions like, Jakarta and Cairo, is that it allows a lot of the teams that typically maybe don't have the budget to come to rounds that are North America, Europe, to actually come and race at the Nations Cup and then now on the world stage at the World Championships. So yeah, great to see. And I imagine we'll only see improvement from them in the years to come.
Well, we've been talking about all the aerodynamics and everything that's involved, and you've just seen the Nigerians with some of the longest hair and the plaits flapping out the back under the aero helmets. So a little bit more development to come there, but they will really come on in leaps and bounds, given, as I say, the opportunity moving forward.
I'm also loving the commitment to the colour coordination with the helmet and the shoes.
Yes.
That's got to be worth something in terms of time. And the nails as well.
But yeah, great
improvement by Nigeria there. 7/10s, better than the previous best at the Cairo Nations Cup, where they finished 15th, and 11th place last year at the World Champs. Now, next up is Mexico. Mexico's an interesting one because, as a sprint program, they've came on a lot recently, especially in individual events. Team sprint, not so much, but we've seen like Boyena, I think medal at the Milton Nations Cup. So there's definitely something coming. Maybe not perhaps in team sprint yet. Maybe it might change today, but there's definitely a strong sprint nation in Mexico.
Salazar, Verdugo, and Gacciola, 3 riders coming to the start line for Mexico. Mexico underway. Fastest 8 teams qualify for the next round. Unlike in the team pursuit, it doesn't matter where you qualify. As long as you get through in the top 8, you will then be given an opportunity to get into the gold and silver race if you are good enough in the next round. Slightly off the speed.
It's going to be close to pitch. And
Mexico got second in Milton. It wasn't perhaps maybe as strong a team pursuit, a team sprint competition, but they have been at the top end of racing.
1/10 of a second down after the first lap to New Zealand. Narrowly closer the second time around, and a very good second lap indeed. So this is a great move here for Mexico as they go down the back straight. They've got the green. They are the fastest so far. Can we hold on? It started to go the other way now. So New Zealand were able to finish off slightly better. Second fastest for Mexico. So Elise Andrews, the third wheel for New Zealand, Olympic medalist.
Yeah.
She had the strength in that third lap.
Still a good strong time for Mexico. I mean, 6/10 faster than what got them second place at the Melton Nations Cup. And again, another team where I think you're just going to see improvement on improvement through the years. I mean, they've just got such a good base of talent there now, especially with the sprint squad. And even the endurance squad actually has been performing really well in the bunch events, especially at the Pan American Championships. So definitely a country to watch for the future in all events.
Well, a 0.6 second improvement. That's all you can ask for. As you keep putting out PBs, eventually you'll be possibly getting yourself up into the medals. And with the T-Sprint for the women going from 2 to 3 riders, it has taken a while for a few of the nations to develop that extra rider or extra couple of riders to have a squad of sprinters. Whereas previously, you could almost have 1.5. You have some superstar with someone that's not too bad. 2 riders, it could be enough. Whereas now, it's a big rethink and a lot more development, a lot more money, a lot more equipment needed for that 3rd or 4th sprinter to have a squad to work with.
But you've seen that, you know, as they've moved it to 3 in the women's, it's almost completely changed the sport. Like the level of competitiveness in the women's sprint, I think is probably the most competitive discipline out of all of them nowadays. And I think that is testament to the fact they've gone out to 3 riders now. Nations have gone, right, we need to find more sprinters desperately. There's an opportunity here. Yeah. And through using the opportunity to get that 3rd rider for the team sprint, they've actually found multiple riders, obviously for the individual events as well. So, the level is just insane nowadays. And to be honest, they're getting quite scarily fast, a bit too close to my 200 PB for my liking. I think we might even see it get beating this week in the women's qualifying in the 200 later in the week.
Planning any trips to Bolivia soon to come out of retirement and see if you can get yourself a new PB?
Yeah, that might have to be an option, especially when it's my friends, like Emma Finucane or Sophie that I've grown up with and trained with my whole life, and then start going faster than me in the 200. So next up we've got the United States. We've got Ainsley, Hankins and McQuart. And this team finished 9th at the World Champs this year, and in terms of what we've seen from them this year, in Jakarta they did a 49.7, so a little bit off the pace that we have so far. That would put them behind Belgium, so they'll be hoping for a better performance today. P1 there just slapping the legs. The rider in position 1, typically the more aggressive rider, it's all torque, all power, all speed, just full aggressiveness, and you can see that from their position 1 rider today.
Team USA bursting out of the start box. 47.1, the time to beat, set by the first team to come onto the boards here in the elite women's team sprint. New Zealand. Fantastic finish from Elise Andrews to bring it home and maintain that speed for New Zealand. What can the USA do though as they come through? 4th fastest first lap, so a little bit of work to do for USA on the 2nd lap here before the 3rd rider gets delivered. 0.4 of a second down. That's a tough one to try and overcome. 0.6 now, so it's going the wrong direction compared to New Zealand. Bit of work to do down the back straight for Mandy Marquardt. And you can see just how labouring she is trying to come around the final bend up to the finish line. It's not going to be the fastest time. 3rd quickest for USA, 48.6. Average speed, 55.5 k's an hour from a standing start over 3 laps. That's pretty handy.
Yeah, I know, and over a second faster than they did earlier in the Nations Cup in Jakarta. And I think, what's clear in the team sprint is just, momentum is everything, because that speed that rider in front of you drops you off at dictates how fast you're going to be. So as you saw there, they just started getting further and further away, and it's really hard to sort of turn the tides on that.
New Zealand, Mexico, USA, Belgium and Nigeria. That's the order as it sits at the moment, with New Zealand the fastest time, 47.1, their average speed, just over 57 kilometres per hour.
There we go, much shorter than team pursuit events, but just the same faces of pain on the sprinters.
Yeah. That's still a maximum effort, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, just as hard.
We will debate the level of lactic acid flowing through the veins compared to the different disciplines, but certainly the effort is the same. Always an interesting squad. Malaysia is the next team to come onto the track, and since John Beasley, Australian, took over quite a while ago now as the head coach, they really have come on as a nation, and they have an absolute superstar of men's sprinting, Azizul Awang. He is a rock star in Malaysia. And
they've got an incredibly strong sprint team, and the endurance team's lacking slightly, and their team sprint isn't as strong as they are in the Keirans and the sprints, but they are, they're phenomenal athletes and have a very unique riding style compared to some other nations.
Malaysia underway.
See a big gap there to rider 2. It's going to be hard to pull that back in. A big task for the second rider here.
Well, they do typically open up that gap, as you explained earlier, Lewis, but that was a little bit more than you would like, and you can see the crossover still well behind as that first rider swung up the track to make the change. So there's time that they've lost for no reason, unfortunately, other than a slower start. 1.5 seconds down on the time set by New Zealand at the moment. Malaysia, one rider now to come. They've maintained the second lap, only losing 0.1 of a second. So let's see if the third rider can bring this home a little bit. Now it's starting to blow out a little bit. So not ideal for the Malaysian team. Where will they sit? Top 8 teams go through, and they are 5th fastest for now. 3.3 seconds down on that time set by New Zealand.
Yeah.
Bit disheartening for some of these teams, having a fast team like New Zealand be the first to qualify, because they would hope that maybe they can go quicker than that, but they are a solid team, New Zealand, and that's why they sit at the top at the moment.
It's amazing. New Zealand coming out with a very, very strong time, and I think it should hold. I mean, Japan will be close to the next riders up, but a good ride for Malaysia. I mean, around about what the same they did so far this year in Jakarta, 50.3, and 10th at the World Champs last year, but a good ride for Malaysia, but just, that second rider losing the gap a bit too much in that first lap, and never quite recovered from that point. But as we talked about, it's a real fine art judging that gap, because you'll see that they'll have massive gaps and sometimes they'll actually come back at it, but on that occasion didn't quite work out for the Malaysians.
Still big throw to the line to try and finish things off for Malaysia. And now Japan coming up onto the track. And the rider in position number 1, Aki Sakai, was not long ago the national BMX champion. So made the transition across to track cycling, and a very swift progression indeed. And the BMX trait of that gate start, super power out of the start, that's what they're using when they come across to the team sprint. First position typically, that BMX rider. And Jason Niblett, national coach, sprint coach from Horsham in Victoria, Australia, a former member of the Australian sprint team and international champion, Commonwealth Games champion Jason Niblett's been with the Japanese team now for a number of years. This will be an interesting one to see. They do have some really good sprinters in Japan.
Yeah, Minasato won 2 golds at the Nations Cups in the Keirin, so expecting a strong lap from her. And we're actually seeing one of the new Japanese bikes out on show for the rider in second here.
And Japan underway. Sakai gets them going. Sato in second. Umikawa in third. And a really good solid start. This is the rider we're talking about. She was the national BMX champion only a couple of years ago. Made the transition last year to track cycling, and a great start from her.
And a great gap rush from Minasato there, and probably what's going to be a very strong lap.
Second fastest first lap, so a good transition for Sato to try and bring things down. Only 0.1 of a second. Let's see how Sato can finish off her second lap. Oh, it's come back a little bit, so that's really good riding from Japan. Elise Andrews' final lap for the New Zealanders under a little bit of threat as Umikawa comes through. 0.5, so you can just show how fast Elise Andrews was in her third lap for New Zealand, because Sato delivered really well on the second lap, and Umikawa not able to maintain that speed and momentum into the final lap from Japan. Maybe she was even, but it was just the acceleration from Andrews from New Zealand that finished things off so well.
Yeah, no, at least obviously a very strong rider, especially when it comes to length, and a good team sprint there from the Japanese. I mean, 48.4 was their best time, I think, this year in Jakarta, and they've gone slightly faster than that, but yeah, an incredible lap from Minasato. But as you say, as we'd expect, on that new bike, on the form she's currently on, with 2 Nations Cup golds, it's to be expected, and I think it's definitely a team sprint to watch for the future.
So New Zealand still leading the way. Plenty of teams still to come. And when we break down the lap splits, New Zealand had the fastest first lap and then went on to have the fastest overall. But it was Mexico with the fastest second lap, which is certainly interesting. We talk about the development of the Mexican team. And Verdugo from Mexico with the fastest second lap. But it's all about putting 3 laps together. And France, they know how to do that. They do have the current, or the defending, as we start this week. They're not current. Once the championships start, then anyone that won the World Championships last year, you become a defending champion. And Mathilde Gros is in 3rd position. She is the defending world sprint champion.
And we also have Kouame in position 1, who is the defending 500-metre world champion. So expect an extremely fast start from her. You know, arguably the best ride over 500 metres in the world, so should be a good first 250 from them. And we've got Michaud in 2.
Well, no pressure on Michaud with those 2 on either side.
She's young as well.
So Julie Michaud in 2nd position. France underway, a lot of support here in Glasgow for the French team. And you see Mathilde Gros in 3rd position, just taking her time to get up to speed. 0.2 of a second down after the first half lap, but it's also about delivery of speed at the end of the 250 metres. Still 0.2, so maintaining the same difference for the half lap into the full lap. Now it gets interesting, trying to deliver. 0.4 now, so it's going to be a big ask for Mathilde Gros as she comes into this final lap to finish things off.
And if there's one person that could do it, it will be Gros.
It should be the current, well, the defending world sprint champion. Let's see where it goes down the back straight. 0.5. It's going to be a big struggle. I don't think they're going to get the better of New Zealand, but France come to the line. 0.4, brought it back a little bit, 3rd fastest time. So they might be a little bit disappointed with being 3rd fastest, considering the big teams that are still to come. Mathilde did bring it back a little bit in the last lap, or the second half of the last lap, but not enough to go to the top of the table.
You know, a team that medalled in Cairo this year were 47.9, so slightly faster here at the World Champs, and they came 5th last year at their home World Champs. So yeah, we'll see how they go. I mean, I expected maybe a little bit of a faster start out of Kouame, but again, you know, when it's a home World Champs for them last year, you find those extra tenths, you know, from that home crowd, and you know, from being to a good few races in my time, the French love a vuvuzela. They love a bit of noise in the crowd, and it was no difference today. They had their air horns and stuff out. I don't know if you could hear it at home, but yeah, have the loudest fans, the most passionate, I would say, but a good time from the French. But again, seeing just how strong that last lap from Louis Andrews is.
It is an interesting situation, isn't it? You talk about a home World Championships and lifting for it. Every World Championships is important, of course, but I think it's not just, say, on race day. It's even if it's 0.5% of more thought and effort at every training session in the 6 months or so leading up to it, that all adds up to a better performance when it is your home World Championships, knowing that in 6 months' time we're going to be on home soil. This is, you know, we're going to have the crowd behind us. Just that little minute amount of extra effort in every training session throughout the year makes such a big difference. The Netherlands, another team that can really produce in the sprint events. Absolute dominant force in men's sprinting. Let's see what the ladies can do. Yeah,
4th last year, just missing out on bronze by less than a 1/10 of a second. So when we talk about those marginal gains in training every single day, that's when it matters, when you're losing world medals by less than a 1/10. And they won't want to do that again.
Kiddo Lumberking gets them underway. Then it will be Hetty van der Waal and Steffi van de Piet in 3rd position. First split, pretty close to that time split set by New Zealand. They had the fastest lap with a 19.132.
And a faster start than Rebecca Petsch there.
Here we go. The Netherlands absolutely motoring. Great start from them. Very good as they're coming around to finish off the second lap as well. And Van der Peek will be unleashed. 0.38 of a second. This is really fast. It's what we'd expect from the Netherlands. Really quick down the back straight. Steffi van der Peek finishing things off. Coming back slightly again, just indicating how fast Elise Andrews was. Still Best time, but only by 0.1 of a second. So New Zealand holding on strong, but now finally dropping into second position behind the Netherlands.
And I think the Netherlands might be slightly disappointed at that time. I mean, around about 4 tenths slower than what they did at Worlds last year, and around about the same as what got them fourth in Jakarta this year. So, you know, when you come to World Champs off the Nations Cups, you kind of expect to go a little bit faster. So perhaps maybe a little bit of a disappointing time for the Dutch, but a good time nonetheless, and yeah, just squeezing in front of New Zealand there.
5 more teams to come as we see the powerful starts from the Netherlands. Good second lap, that's for sure. Really solid second lap by the Netherlands. They had the fastest first lap, fastest second lap, and very consistent throughout to come away with the quickest over the 750 metres.
Yeah, Hetty in second there, just obviously very good sprinter, well known for having a good 200, so it's that peak speed that really helps in that team sprint, and then also you're then dropping off Steffi Van de Piet in 3 at a bit of a higher speed, so just helps everybody. So yeah, great effort there from all 3 of them.
Poland, the next team to come up onto the track. Marlena Kawaka will be getting them underway. Ursula Loss, and then Nikola Sibiak in 3rd position.
Now Poland's a team that just it seems to be getting faster and faster every year. You know, historically quite a strong sprint nation, and they just seem to be getting better. And I believe their medal they got at the Milton Nations Cup this year was one of their first in the team sprint, so it's great to see. And as we've said, moving it out to 3 just opens more opportunities for new teams to emerge.
Timing it perfectly, second wheel with a little bit of movement early. I thought was a dangerous manoeuvre, but they were not pulled up. So Poland are underway. Time to beat 47.049. Top 8 teams.
Wow, 2
qualifying to go
faster
through
in the first half. This is going to be under 19 seconds, I think, for this first lap.
Guaranteed the fastest first lap. There you go. 18.933. First rider we've seen go under 19 seconds. Rocket ship speed from Poland out of the start gate. Now it's come back a little bit, so super fast start, but perhaps the delivery at the end of that first lap wasn't as good as they would have liked. 0.2 of a second now, so they've gone from green to red, and it's going to be a real struggle for Poland to try and bring it back from there. The momentum has shifted for them. 0.3 as they're coming around to the final part, and it's again 3.387, so 47.4 for them, 4th fastest. What a fantastic start. I guess perhaps just the speed wasn't continuing on towards the end of the line for that second rider to be delivered well.
Yeah, and sometimes as well, when the P1 opens up that fast, it can actually cause a lot of fatigue, especially for the 3rd rider. You know, typically a 3rd rider in team sprint isn't as strong a starter. You know, it's more of a kind of lengthy sprinter, so that fatigue was built up in that first lap just from going as hard as you can, just to get within touching distance of a lap that's as fast as an 18.9 can really come back to bite you later on. See that strong start from Sibiak in 3. And Lawson too is someone who's had quite a lot of success in the individual stage, very good keirin rider, and we'll probably see her, you know, in the events later in the week competing towards the top end.
Well, they've got certainly a super fast starter in Marlena Kawaka. 12 months to work on how they can put it together in a situation good enough to perhaps contest for the medals at the Olympics in Paris, but for now we're in Glasgow. This is what it's all about this week. Rainbow jerseys. Over 200 World Championship rainbow jerseys will be presented throughout the next few days and weeks of racing here in Glasgow. So 4 teams automatically qualified, with 4 teams still to come.
So getting rolled up onto the track now, we have Canada, and you know, Canada, especially in recent times, it became an incredibly strong sprint nation. You know, they pride themselves in doing a lot of talent identification, and that's how actually a lot of their riders come through on the sprint side. You know, Kelsey Mitchell, for example, you know, riding for 3 years and then wins Olympic gold in the sprint. So, you know, she needs no introduction, especially in position 2 of this team sprint where it's all about peak speed. You know, she is essential to this team sprint. And Lauren Jenius as well, Olympic medalist in the keirin. So individually have a very strong team here, and it's just whether or not they can put it together in this team sprint at the World Championships.
Sarah Orban set in the starting gate, ready to get Canada underway. And off we go, Canada. Fourth last team to come to the start line here in the qualification round of the women's elite team sprints. And a good start from Auburn. Kelsey Mitchell, the Olympic sprint champion, just giving enough distance to really run at the back wheel to accelerate into this second lap. Good transition, and now it's the Olympic champ coming through.
And that's a great example of what you want to do in position 2. Like, let that gap grow, don't panic, and come in hard and fast. And even though Orbahan there slowed up a bit, it doesn't affect Kelsey because she can come in as fast as she wants. And now Jenny has taken up the last lap, 3/10 down on the Netherlands.
Bren Janae, quarter of a lap to go, trying to hug the bottom of the track, the shortest way around to the finish line. And fourth fastest for Canada, 0.299 of a second down.
You know, as I was saying earlier, the women's sprint just so competitive nowadays. I mean, there's around 4/10 between 5th and 1st right now. It's so tight, and you know, every little tenth of a second counts, and that's when those changes matter. You know, making sure that you do the perfect rush into the rider in front of you.
Where they position in after the qualifying, not as crucial as what we saw in the team pursuit rounds before, where the top 4 were the only ones that had a chance to go to race for gold and silver. You can qualify 8th fastest in the team sprint and still potentially make your way into the race for gold. However, there's no room to move. You don't take it easy in these races. It's absolutely maximum every time with only 3 laps of racing. They typically do go faster each round in the team sprint, both men and women, as they really turn the dial on perfection. But they're still giving it 100% every time, as you see Lauren Genet coming through, mouth open.
And now you can hear a slightly more elated crowd as GB are rolled onto the track. Probably one of the favourites for this. The women's programme under Carly McCulloch, fellow Aussie of yours, has came on just stronger and stronger. It seems every race they go to, they're just getting faster. And that's not just in the team sprint, it's also in the individual events. And, you know, it's not just these girls, they have a huge amount of depth. I mean, their podium squad's got 6 riders. They're all fantastic.
Well, you mentioned Carly. There's Carly just out in front. And she is leaving the British program, coming back to Australia. So using all the knowledge she's worked with Team GB and bringing that back to Australia will be very interesting to see how things go. Lauren Bell will get them underway. Sophie Capewell and then Emma Finucane finishing things off. Team GB, tumultuous roar here from the crowd here in Glasgow. They love it to see the British team on the track, and of course in the men's team pursuit program they were really disappointed to see the crash of Charlie Tanfield, and a little bit of work to do. Not too bad, fairly fast first lap here for Team G.
19-1 opener from Bell. Now Sophie Capewell, a very fast rider, especially with peak speed, now taking off a good aero position and now turning the tide. We're in the green by hundredths of a second.
1 lap to go for Team GB. It's the qualifying of the women's team sprint, and 0.2 of a second up now. So very much in the green for Team GB. Absolutely flying is Emma Finucane down the back straight. Crowd know it. The crowd love it. Will they go to the top of the table? Absolutely they will. 0.977 faster than the team from the Netherlands. Wow, that was rapid.
That is amazing, and 46.0 is seriously rapid. I mean, last year that's half a second faster than last Worlds, and I believe their best so far this season is around 46.6, so a huge improvement there. And yeah, massive laps from Sophie Capewell and Emma Finucane there to just really turn the tide in that team sprint from 2/10 down to a massive gap, upwards of a second.
Wow, that was impressive. 58.6 kilometre per hour average speed.
And I tell you what's got to look out for Sophie and Emma in the sprint, because with those sort of speeds for the laps, they'll really be going quickly. See, based on Lauren there, as she's giving everything she can for this team sprint the first lap.
So the 4th fastest first lap, but then the quickest second and quickest third laps. So despite the effort from Lauren, it was the second and third laps, or her delivery at the end of the first lap. Also, it could be the other thing, that it's not just about exactly how fast you get off the line, it's also how fast you are delivering your second rider into that second lap. What a great performance from Team GB. 2 teams to come, China and Germany. Of course, Germany have dominated this event over the last couple of years. Multiple world championships. They will be the last team to come onto the track. But for now, on the home track here in Glasgow, it's Team GB that lead the way.
Yeah, as you say, next up we have China, and a very strong sprint squad, especially in team sprint, and they're a nation that loves to show up when it comes close to the Olympics. The second they start getting a sniff of the Olympics around the corner, they just start to really pull out all the stops and just start going incredibly fast. And they're also known for starting very, very quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the fastest first lap from China today. And so far this season, they've had a gold in Cairo and second in Jakarta. So the form's been there, and kind of around about the same time as GB and Germany, where they've all been doing around 46.6s. So we're going to see a massive step up from China and Germany if they want to challenge GB today.
China are the defending Olympic champions, but that was a 2-rider team in Tokyo. 3 riders now for China as they burst out of the starting blocks. We are expecting something spectacular from the Chinese team. They always seem to deliver. And as I mentioned, they are the Olympic champions, but there was only 2 riders in that discipline back then. Now it's up to 3. Do they have the depth in the numbers to continue? Oh, yes they do.
Change there.
Interesting change, but half a second faster over that first lap. The change will be scrutinised into the second lap. It's starting to come back a little bit, so super fast start. This is where it gets crucial though. Can they hold on in the final lap? 0.1 of a second. It's starting to go the wrong way for China. This is a big ask for the Chinese team. They've got an Olympic gold medal. Now they're in the red, so 0.2 of a second down for China. They will qualify comfortably, but at this stage in second position.
And it just shows you, Scott, it's not all about the first lap. Sophie and Emma, as we know, did an incredible second and third lap there, so it was always going to be hard for China to match that. But an 18.6 for the first lap is an incredible place to start for China, and something to build off, not just in this competition but towards the Olympics.
Well, a good indication of what you were just saying. They had the fastest first lap, China, and also the fastest second lap, just because of the speed they were delivered in.
Yeah, still ahead,
really shows, yeah. And then they had started to fade towards the back of the second lap, and then, of course, on that final lap. But still, second fastest for them, 46.9, but 0.6 of a second slower. That is significant. Being first or second, but 0.6 of a second slower than Great Britain. That is a mountain in team sprint to overcome.
And next up on the track, we have Germany, who, as you've said multiple times, they are the queens of women's track sprint. Individual team sprint, they're always winning. They're always at the top end. They have gone sub 46, which was last year at Worlds. It was a 45.7, and so far this year they've had a gold in Jakarta, second in Cairo. So incredible performances this season so far. And if there is one person that can challenge the Chinese in the first lap, it would be Pauline Grabosch in one. But I would expect Germany to be a bit stronger in the second and third laps, around about the same speed as GB, with Hinza and Friedrich. Incredibly strong riders in the Keirin in the sprint. You can just see Pauline going through her pre-race prep. Whatever gets her in the zone, especially the riders in position 1 typically have these motions that they'll go through because it's such a repeated process for them, this whole gate start.
And important to replicate that each time you are doing it in training, so you don't fall into bad habits. Pauline Grabosch getting yourself set to get underway. This is the final team, Germany, to come to the start line here of the women's elite team sprint qualification. Great Britain with the fastest time so far, 46.072. Germany have dominated this event, winning multiple world championships over the last couple of years, but they were second at the Tokyo Olympic Games. Big focus for them, not only this week, but also towards Paris 2024. Grabosch and Germany now underway, the final team to qualify in the women's elite team sprint. Hinza will be the rider in second position to take over for the second lap, and a very good start. First half lap, Grabosch is the quickest rider we've seen here today. Emma Hinza now comes through. Again, very close indeed between them and Great Britain, but it is Germany that's leading the way. We saw how fast the British were in their final lap.
And it could go red here with 1 lap to go.
Oh, they have indeed, so they've gone red. Second fastest time now from Germany. Leah Friedrich trying to finish things off, half a lap to go, and it's maintaining the similar speed. Won't matter in the overall standings. They will go through and qualify, but it would be nice to be at the top, but they won't be. 0.3 of a second. Wow. Second fastest qualifiers for Germany. Team Great Britain lead the way after the team sprint women's qualifying.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, it just goes to show just the strength of the lap from Emma and Sophie. You know, they started slightly faster than the Germans there, about half a 10 or so on GB, but just didn't quite have the gas to keep that lead throughout the next 2 laps. But still an incredibly strong ride from Germany.
Great Britain lead the way. This is going to be fascinating when we get into the next rounds. Big performance there from Pauline Grabosch. Powerful start, multiple world champion.
I just want to point out, no one getting near the starter for China, Gao. 4/10 difference. You know, that is incredible. incredibly fast. And as I said earlier, the Chinese just known for how well they can accelerate.
It's fascinating. It's a short event over 3 laps, but you mentioned China with the fastest first lap, Great Britain with the fastest total time, but the 6th fastest first lap. So there are several ways of doing this, but Great Britain with a slow start still have the fastest qualifying time. So brilliant performance for Great Britain. Germany second, China with a solid start in third. Netherlands, New Zealand, the first team to start today, and they finish up qualifying in 5th place.
And actually, just noticing that France didn't qualify through there. So, you know, a team that had the 500-metre former world champion, or defending, and Gross, who was the sprint world champion, and they haven't managed to get through into the first round.
Team sprint qualification now for the men. And Mexico lead the way. Just about to get underway here for them. Lopez, Verdugo and Ruiz. 3 riders. Ruiz will be finishing things off. This is Jafet Lopez that will be starting things for Mexico.
The Mexican men's team typically not as strong as the women in the sprint, but maybe they'll change that today. The fastest time so far, I think, from them this season was a 44.8 in Milton at the World Cup, and I don't think that's quite going to be enough to get a first round ride today, but they'll be hoping for a personal best. Big gap here, big gap, and I don't think they're quite going to close it in time.
No, too big a gap. Second rider didn't get to the back wheel of the first in the changeover. They try to time it, but it's so difficult. The first rider is so fast out of the start blocks. Egypt should be the next team to start. We saw they didn't start the team pursuit, and hopefully Egypt will get onto the track as Mexico come into their final lap now. The first team of qualification for the men's team sprint. Big day for all of the nations here as Mexico finish things off. Timing didn't stop. It hasn't stopped at the scoreboard here either, so we'll just wait for a confirmation on the Mexican team. But it's a huge day for all of the staff, considering you've got the team sprints and the team pursuits. There are so many riders in the infield with the para-athletes as well. Very congested. So in terms of nervousness and tempers flaring, you've really got to manage your team very well to make sure everybody's calm and relaxed, considering they are so jam-packed in the middle of the velodrome here.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing with doing this kind of I guess Super World Champs for the first time, is there's going to be a lot of stuff that's different, and one of those things is the track centre is just a lot more packed with the para riders joining the AEB for a historic first time. Yeah.
And not a lot they can do to change that. The standard length now of an international velodrome, 250 metres, so the inside of it will stay the same no matter where you go. Historically, though, they have raced on much bigger tracks outdoors, but certainly the last 30 years or so, it really has become standard to be indoor, 250 metres. 285, perhaps the biggest that they have had. I think Stuttgart World Championships maybe back in 1991 or so, I think would have been on the bigger track, but 250 is now the standard.
Yeah, and there we have confirmation of the Mexico time with 44.4, which is around about 4/10 faster than they've done so far this season. So, you know, a decent time for them. But I think unfortunately it won't be enough for the first round. So lining up now, we have Egypt. We've got Saad in 1, Hassan in 2, and Bakar in 3. Now, they didn't compete at the World Championships last year, so their debut as a team, and the race so far this year at Cairo and got a 49.3. They'll be hoping for a little bit faster today, but as I said earlier, the beauty of taking the Nations Cups to countries like Egypt is it's a lot more accessible for a team like Egypt to race, and a team that maybe historically hasn't raced too much in track cycling gets some more of an opportunity, more of a platform, and now they're here at the Worlds, which they didn't manage last year, so let's see what they can do.
Not sure what happened with Egypt not lining up for the team pursuit, so hopefully they can get that depth of talent going forward. Great to see them on the start line here in the men's team sprint though. .44.411, the time from Mexico. That's what Egypt's hoping to get the better of. But very new to the sport, the Egyptian riders.
Slightly caught in the gate there, Saad in position 1, just snagged slightly, and that can really shake your momentum, not just in terms of the actual speed, but also mentally.
Yeah. And third rider, definitely a bit further back than he'd like to be, just outside the slipstream. Now an awkward changeover because he came to the back wheel a bit too soon, didn't get the run in to be delivered correctly, so maybe balking slightly as he came into the second lap.
And the third rider now, who's slightly gapped, is now coming back into the team sprint as we come through for the change for the last lap.
2.9 seconds slower than Mexico. And Hassan down the back straight. He's had a tough one because he's basically been pushing the win for the full 3 laps of the track. So fatigue really starting to set in as he comes up to the line. 4.4 seconds slower than the Mexicans. 48.828.
And that's half a second faster than he did in Cairo, so I imagine they'll be quite happy with that. And yeah, as you say, when it's a nation that's quite new to track cycling, you do see that kind of initial development period where they're just getting faster and faster every race, and I don't think that'll be any different for the Egyptians.
Well, it looks simple enough, doesn't it? 3 riders, 1 lap each, swing up, next one comes through, fast as you possibly can. But the intricacies of the team sprint at maximum speed and effort are quite subtle, and it does take a lot of practice to really hone your skills.
Yeah, for sure. And position 1's got the easiest job. Their motivation is to drop the rest of the team, rather ironically, because they just want to go as fast as they can and hope everybody stays on. But yeah, for 2 and 3, it's just managing that gap. For 3, you kind of maybe want to just stick on. Maybe it wasn't the case for me when I did team sprint. I had many times getting dropped, but a little like the Egyptian rider there. But yeah, it's so technical, but on the face of it, just looks like a simple time trial event. But it takes years and years of practice to just perfect those gap rushes.
Well, you mentioned the first rider and their tactic. Here, obviously, as a national team, they're trying to do the best they can. But when you go to a national championships, I know in Australia, when it's state versus state, often the first rider is just trying to get the fastest possible time to show the national selectors how fast they are. They're not too worried about what's happening with their teammates. And another emerging nation is India. Esau, who'll be the rider getting them up and out of the start blocks. And
previous junior world champion.
Yeah, he burst onto the blocks a couple of years ago. Seems to have plateaued a little bit since he first came out as junior world champion under 19s. So we'll see if he's been able to step up from there. Ronaldo Leighton-Jam, who is in second position. India now, Esau, former junior world champion. And I do remember watching him a couple of years ago when he just came up out of the under-19 ranks and looking at how well balanced he is on the bike. It might sound silly to say it, but as a young rider out of India, I was surprised at just how comfortable he looks. Really is a part of the bicycle.
But yeah, as you say, India are just going strength to strength in a minute. And obviously they've got a huge population pool that they can pull from, so the talent's definitely there. It's just really a matter of time until I think they're at the top of the sport.
Ronaldo Leighton-Jam now delivers David Elkanchungo. 0.6 of a second down, so they're not going to challenge the time of Mexico. 1.4 now, so they are drifting back a little bit further. We'll get the better of Egypt though, so second fastest for them, 1.2 seconds slower than the Mexican team.
Yeah, and that's around about the same time they did this year in Jakarta with 45.7, so not much improvement there from the Indian team, but at least they're not going backwards. And they got 16th last year at Worlds, so I think they'll maybe be hoping for a little bit higher than that, especially when you're looking towards qualifying for the Olympics and the team sprint event. Because, as you said earlier, the importance of these team events is if you qualify, for example, a team sprint, you know, you're not just getting a space for your team in that event, you get allocated keyring spots and sprint spots. So, you know, the emphasis on the event's huge. That's why a lot of nations put a lot of time into who the best team sprinters are, put all the equipment, all the research into there, because that's really what makes the difference in terms of getting your riders to the Olympics.
I am one of the national selectors for the Australian team, and that's a big conversation we have. It does come down to qualifying the maximum quota of riders, and the best way to do that, team pursuit in the endurance side and the team sprint in the sprint side.
Yeah, and I guess what's different actually about the endurance is typically with team sprint, the people in your team sprint are going to be your fastest sprinter and keyring riders, whereas in team pursuit it's not always the case that your best Madison rider is actually going to be in your team pursuit squad, so it makes selections for that a lot more difficult. And I don't envy your decision.
No, it's a very valid point. Very valid point. I know Australia missed out on qualifying for the 2008 Olympic Games in the Madison, having won the 2 previous editions. But it was because they were fielding team pursuit riders at World Cups, and they just didn't get the performances in that chain, a different type of skill factor for a Madison. They didn't get the points at World Cups, didn't qualify for the Olympics, even though they'd won the first 2 editions of the Madison at the Olympics.
And yeah, I guess on our run of emerging nations, I mean, Lithuania has definitely won the team sprint. I mean, for a number of years they've had Lendl, who has been at the top in terms of sprint especially, and a little bit of keyring. And now they've kind of built this team where they've now got 3 and coming into the team sprint and really just improving every time. And I imagine they'll go quite quick. I'm not quite sure if they'll get the Mexicans, but they're definitely, a team that's getting faster.
13th in the qualifying last year at the World Championships, Lithuania. A lot can happen in 12 months, especially when they're focusing towards the Olympics as well. Let's see if they will progress. Lithuania, next team to go. Vinskas gets them going. Let's see how well trained they are as well. We've seen a couple of changeovers that haven't quite been ideal. Nice little gap to second wheel. Third wheel in a good position, so not too far off the wheel, but just allowing himself to be in the slipstream.
A little bit of gap there for rider 2 across the line, but hopefully he can start trying to pull things back as he drives through now into the back straight.
Now it will be Vasilius Lendl finishing things off. Has he been delivered fast? 0.7 down, so a lot to overcome in the final lap. Don't think it will be a challenge to the Mexican time. Can they get faster than India though? 45.6 from the Indians.
Looking a bit tight.
And they do indeed. Second fastest, 45.069. So maintain the gap to Mexico on that final lap. So a good final lap from Lendl and doing just enough to get over the top of India.
Yeah, for sure. And the best time so far this season in the Nations Cup was a 45.7, so a good bit of improvement there. And then, as we alluded to beforehand, Lendl, very strong rider, well known in the sprint community, and has got some good results and been around for a while. And pulling out a good last lap there for the Lithuanians to just ensure that it wasn't too close to the Indians.
Lendl coming through.
Yeah, looking composed.
He looks great on the bike, really smooth. Yep.
No pain faces there.
And hugging the black line as well all the way through. There is that little bit of track underneath the black line, but 250 metres is the black line itself. You're not allowed to go under it, but they try and get down as close as they possibly can around the bends. And that's another thing that has changed. These timed events used to have the foam pads throughout the bends to stop them from coming down. They realised that if you go down, as we saw with Charlie Tanfield, if you drop down at high speed through the bends these days, there's no foam pads going to stop you from staying upright. You will crash. So they've realised that there's no need for the foam padding that used to be on the inside of the track previously. Spain's always an interesting squad. They've had some really good sprinters over the years, and they're the next team to come up.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm repeating myself, but in the world of team sprint, another emerging nation. Alejandro was a good riser junior, and then of late is becoming very, very strong in the kilometre time trial. That's kind of the event he's been focusing on, and that seems to have kind of bleeded through into Spain's team sprint performances, because in some ways it's almost the same event. It's a standing 750, and I'd expect Spain to go fast this year. You can see just the concentration on the riders' faces. 10 seconds to go.
Fifth team to take to the start. Spain ready to go. Nervous moments. And forget about the nerves now. Maximum effort as Spain bounce out of the starting blocks. Jose Marino get them going. Then it will be Alejandro Martinez and Ekaine Jimenez, third rider. Not too bad for the first half lap.
I'd expect Alejandro to come here real strong and bring them into the green.
This is looking good. They're going in the right direction. Martinez it is down the back straight and into green by 0.2 of a second, almost 0.3. So really fast second lap for Spain.
Yeah, great change there for position 3 as well, and hovering around that 3/10 mark.
Jimenez unfortunately drifting, lost a lot of time in the first half of his final lap. So that's a little bit disappointing for the Spanish. They really did set things up so well for the first 2 laps, and unfortunately Jimenez not able to finish it off.
Yeah, surprising. That must have been a really, really strong effort from Reyes Turan in 3 for the Mexicans, because, you know, you saw the Spanish rider there, Jimenez, just came back in that second half, but yeah, just lost so much time in that first half. And when you're losing, you know, 4/6 of momentum in a half lap, it's so hard to turn that back around, no matter how strong you are. And yeah, that was the case. So yeah, second fastest time for Spain, 44.6.
Do we have an update on talking about the Egyptian team pursuit team not starting? Thanks to Matt Rendell, he has found out that one of their riders unfortunately missed his connection flight to get to Glasgow, and he'll be arriving here in about 30 minutes, but that's going to be about 2 hours too late. So that's why the team pursuit for Egypt didn't line up.
But yeah, when we talk about fine margins, I don't typically think about flight times.
No, really unfortunate for them, because any time on the track for an emerging nation like Egypt is absolutely vital. So,
well, just to see people on camera, you know, it's so inspiring when they haven't had one typically before. You know, to actually see them on camera, you know, he's sitting there at home in Egypt, and you know, it's just amazing to see and really motivating. So next up, we have Japan. Now, yeah,
this is
again,
exciting.
Talking about emerging nations, I mean, Japan have been on fire in the sprint recently, especially Kaya Ota with some sprint medals, and yeah, they just go strength to strength under Jason Niblett and Benoit Vitu, the new technical director, over the last few years and lead up to the Olympics last time round. And yeah, medalists in Cairo Nations Cup and a 42.9 in Jakarta. So expect the fastest time here from the Japanese.
Yoshitaku Nakasako from Japan gets them underway. Such a rich sprint, and in particular Kirin history. Of course, with the Kirin emerging out of Japan and 0.5 of a second faster, so super fast first half lap. What about the delivery for the second? It's up there as well. So Japan really leading the way as they go into the second lap. Kaya Ota flying down the back straight, flapping the elbows, trying to get more speed out of those legs. Japan are setting themselves up nicely here in qualifying. Wow. 1.2 seconds quicker with a lap to go. This is scintillatingly fast from the Japanese trio. Great performance, coming back slightly now, but they will be the fastest so far in qualifying. Brought it back again, 42.961. That's rapid.
Yeah, so the same time they did the Jakarta Nations Cup, and to be honest, well, Japanese last year got disqualified, so this is a massive improvement on that performance. But yeah, Kaya Ota, honestly, an incredible second lap from him, and yeah, definitely look out for him in the events later this week, sprint at Kirin, because, you know, nowadays he is one of the fastest guys in the world, and yeah, one of the top guys in sport. So yeah, incredible performance from the Japanese there.
Well, personal best, 42.7 for the Japanese squad, 42.9 in qualifying. And we see in the team sprint, each round they do go just that little bit quicker. It's very unusual to see a team, they don't get, like with the team pursuit, they typically do as well, but sometimes they do slow down a little bit in the following rounds, whereas the team sprint, they don't get that fatigued. It's hard, I'm not discrediting the job you used to do, Lewis, but they do get quicker each round, so they are on target to perhaps get a personal best for Team Japan. That's what they would be expecting to do at a World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a sprinter, you know, what you got to think about is if you do a big warm-up, you know, you've potentially got 4 rides then, because technically that first big warm-up jumps a ride if you're doing like a 45-second effort to kind of simulate team sprint. So sometimes that kind of first team sprint is a little bit of a warm-up jump. And that's why typically they'll find a bit more speed in that kind of second ride especially, and then maybe slow down slightly in the last ride. But also, when you're talking first round and finals, you've then got another team on the other side of the track, which just improves that swirl.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, the atmosphere, the tension gets dialed up when they go into the head-to-the-head rounds. Looking forward to seeing those.
Yeah, and next up we've got Italy, you know, typically known as an endurance nation, very, very strong on the female and the male side. You know, Team Pursuit, Madison, Omnium, you name it, they are so strong. But now, of late, you know, really emerging, especially in the male sprint. You know, they've had Marion Vecchi in the female sprint for a number of years now, who's performed at the top level. But now we've got, a male team sprint team, which is a new concept for the Italians.
Back in my day, Federico Paris, Roberto Chiappa, individual sprinters and Kieran riders that were good, but it's been a long time since they have been at this level, Italy. Now they're trying again, 3 riders, and Daniele Napolitano gets them underway. He'll be delivering Matteo Bianchi and Mattia Perdomo in 3rd position.
Yeah, Bianchi, an incredibly fast kilo rider, so expect a good second lap from him here, good peak speed. Just got a little bit, but makes a good change there. 3 tenths down. They come in 1.5 laps to go now. Bianchi pulling hard in the back straight and now out to 6 tenths.
Coming to the final lap now. Bianchi doing the delivery, and it's gone out a little bit, 0.9, but we saw how fast the Japanese team were. 42.96, super quick between the Japanese trio. Italy, and not going to get the better of the Japanese, but second fastest. So we're talking about emerging nations, and typically Italy's not an emerging cycling nation, but in team sprint, absolutely they are in recent history. So that's a good solid ride from them.
Yeah, and 43.7, a very good time for them. I imagine that's a team PB because, you know, Cairo this year, 44.6 was the fastest they managed. So, yeah, incredible from the Italians, and maybe not one for this Olympic cycle, but definitely for LA. Seriously a team to watch.
I mentioned Roberto Chiappa, and you had a bit of a chuckle.
I just remember that infamous 2003 World Championships in Manchester, was it? 2004, where that famous showdown where he like pushed him off the bike or something. Yeah,
he is a big character.
Bit different back then, I think. Bit before my time. I was 4 years old, so not to make you feel old, Scott.
That's impressive. 4 years old, remembering that sort of level of detail.
Yeah, Johnny, my flatmate, Encyclopedia of Track Cycling. Yeah. So he actually made me watch it the other night, because we were talking actually about the Italians and how they were emerging as a sprint nation, and then he was like, "Oh, you don't remember the Chiappa sprint?" And obviously I was so young back then. He was like, "Have a look at this," and we're sitting watching it on YouTube all night. It was great.
I can go back even further. When the Kirin first really emerged on the international scene, it was almost like there were no rules. Incredibly dangerous, and riders were basically just being thrown off the bike in the final laps of the Kirin. And Dazan, who was a professional sprinter for Italy, he lost his marbles. He got taken out in a crash and just went berserk in the infield trying to get to the culprit that caused the crash. And thankfully, we've certainly changed the rules and things have cleaned up a little bit since then. And you don't see that physical contact in the Kirin as it was when it was first introduced.
Well, it's funny as you say that as the Malaysian team come on, because a team known for a bit more of a rough and tumble in the Kirin, but you know, they're probably the best in the world at it technically. And again, another emerging team sprint nation. Let's see what they can do.
Well, the most famous of the Malaysian riders isn't on the start line here in the team sprint. Azizul Awang, we'll see him in the individual sprint and the Kirin, former world champion in the Kirin discipline, medalist at the Olympic Games. And big gap opening up here for Malaysia. They do have some solid depth though, and they're very well trained, the Malaysian squad, so I'll be expecting something fairly decent from them. Time not really indicating that though, unfortunately for them. Mohammed Maud, last rider to come through to finish things off. He has been around for a little while, good over the full distance of the kilometre time trial, and you can see him really tucked down around the final bend, trying to finish this one off. Won't be competitive against the time of Japan, 4th fastest for them. So they have been able to beat Spain, Lithuania, India and Egypt.
Yeah, I think they'll be slightly disappointed with that time. I mean, they've gone 44.0 this year at the Cairo Nations Cup, so a little bit off the pace. But still a decent time, and a well-executed team sprint from them. But, you know, the gap rushes were good. You know, as always in the Malaysians, excellent positional discipline. And you can just see there, big drive from Haspil out the gate there. Tucking in. Because even for position 1 in an accelerating role, you know, it's important to, first of all, stay on the black line, because you're losing that speed to the rest of the riders. And you're slowing down, and then it kind of slows up your delivery, which then, you know, can slow your P2 as well. But yeah, at this level of the sport, when it's this tight, it's essential to just stay on the black, because as we've seen, it's tight margins, especially in these sprint and team pursuit competitions.
And we did see Mowood just drifting up above the red line on his final bend. Certainly something you don't really want to do. Black line's where it wants to be. That's the fastest way around to the finish line.
Yeah, especially when you practice day in, day out with your second rider, and they're used to a certain way how it feels, a certain line, and it can really affect that gap rush when that rider goes up, and it can almost mess up that whole momentum into that second lap.
Next team on the track now, Czechia. We have then Colombia, Poland, Canada, Germany, France. So many teams in the men's competition. Great Britain, China, the Netherlands, and the defending champions Australia, the last team to come onto the track.
Yeah, Czechia just missing out in the first round last year with 9th place finish, so let's see if they can maybe go 1 place better and make it into the first round this year.
Ooh, and pulled foot out of the start blocks there. Too much power, perhaps. So really unfortunate. We can see a little piece of equipment. Oh, they're trying to tell them to stop quickly. They don't realise it. This is a big waste of energy. This is going to be really tough for them. And scramble to get off the track before their rider came around.
Yeah, when you're so focused on doing that job in position 1, sometimes it can be hard to hear that gun go off.
And typically the staff members, the coach, will be yelling for them to go. So when they're saying go, no, it just feels like they're getting support, and they keep going as hard as they can. So that's a tough one, because he's done a full lap maximum start. And of course, it was a pulled foot. You are allowed to have a restart these days. Previously, that wasn't the case. Whereas now, they will be getting a restart. But just that waste of energy of doing that full lap, full gas, that's unfortunate.
Checkman there is going to have to check his cleats, check the bike, make sure everything's okay, and shaking his head. It's disappointing. Whether or not that was an equipment failure, more likely probably is.
Position number 3 at the top, left hand foot, didn't quite see the start there. So, but yeah, left foot out of the pedals, and they were picking some debris up off the track. So it wasn't the foot was not tight and slipped out. Something did malfunction. There was a breakage of some sort. Now, if that's the case, it's not a quick fix. They will have to either change the strap or quickly change the pedal or something. It's going to take a couple of minutes for them to recompose themselves and get ready.
Yeah, no, and as you say, for a rider who's in position 1, typically they've got physiology where it's very fast, very quick. A lap for them is long, and the fact that their P1 there has had to do a whole lap, and then now probably very soon he's going to have to do another. That's really going to affect the opening lap for them. Yeah, therefore the laps after that. So really got to focus on recovery now, so they get ready for the next one.
And we could just see the race officials there just taking a little bit of debris off the track as well from whatever it was that broke. I imagine it was the strap. They are clipped in as normal road pedals, etc. They clip in, but then they have those big thick straps over the top. Such is the power of these sprinters. And I know a lot of the road sprinters, like Mark Cavendish and a lot of guys get referred to as the fastest or the most powerful sprinters in the world. But it is to be clarified.
Oh yeah, we can see there just something coming off the pedal onto the track there of Checkman's left foot. And the thing is, you've got to consider as well, there's a lot of strain on the muscles there. When you've got all that torque, then suddenly it's released. He's got to look out for his hamstring, rubbing his knee there with the contact with the track.
Here we go, and look at that, and then boom, down onto the track.
And also mentally to go through that, have to sit down and then just try to psych yourself up again when you've had an equipment failure like that. It's really tough.
Well, we do continue with Colombia this time. So we will see Czechia come back out to have another go at it once they are ready. I'm not sure if they'll be the next team to come. They will try and get them back on as quickly as possible. But Colombia now.
Yeah, Colombia typically a very strong individual nation when it comes to sprint. Especially Kieran, a little bit of the sprint. Not so much in the team sprint, but 10th place last year. And let's see if they can do better now.
Solid start from Colombia. They certainly have had some, individual speedsters, track endurance as well as individual sprint and Kieran riders. But again, qualifying spots for the Olympic Games, most easy way or most important way of doing it is through the team sprint. 0.6 of a second down, not a fantastic first lap for them. So the 5th fastest first lap Bit of work to do for Colombia if they want to make their way into the top 8 and into the next round.
It was a good second lap there. You know, only losing a 10th down in Ota is impressive.
0.9 down. We'll see where they can figure. And third fastest. So 1 second down, but quicker than what we saw from Mexico and Malaysia.
Yeah, and the Colombians this year, in terms of their performances, they did 44.6 at both Nations Cups, Melbourne and Cairo. So, you know, a decent improvement there for, 7/10ths. Just creeping under 44 seconds by no more than 1/1000th of a second. You can see their last final words, last bit of motivation there from the coach for Colombia.
There's such a focus, knowing that there's no holding back. Complete maximum effort and holding good form out of the start block is so important. And trying to visualise using and utilising every fibre at its maximum effort to go forward.
You know, that is the thing about sprint, because I know I was speaking to Elise Andrews actually recently, and she was an example of a rider who has moved from endurance to sprint. Formerly Team Pursuit, has medalled in Nations Cups at Team Pursuit, and now is an incredible sprinter. But she said the tough thing for her was just like learning to get almost not 110%, but 110% out of your body every single effort you do, because that's what sprint's about. It's all about around quality rather than quantity. You know, and it just takes time to train that intensity.
Well, we see Poland coming up onto the track. I used to work a little bit one of my old coaching days with Shane Perkins, who was a Kieran World Champion, and we'd go and do track sessions, and he would do 4 sprints and that's it. And me being a former track endurance rider, what are you doing? You're wasting your time. It's not training, right? But it's about absolute maximum effort, and if you start to get a drop off after, if you were to do 5 efforts and you're not putting out as much power as the 4th, give up. That's where you stop. You've done your maximum, and that's all you need to do in training. It's a very different technique from the sprinters, and it's not as if they're being soft. It's just that they are maximising each time they get onto the velodrome, and if it's not going to be a maximum effort, then there's no point in continuing.
Yeah, for sure.
As in continuing training, I should say, as we see Poland keep going as a rider, that's for sure. Poland. Now, they've got a good tradition of having sprinters as well.
Yeah, Rudy, very, very good. Good performances at the Olympics. Individual sprint, very strong rider, and should be a good position 2 rider for them here.
Yeah, we will see him coming in second position. Bit of a journeyman for the Polish sprint squad. Balecki will get them going, though. So much if Balecki gets them going, it will be Mateusz Rudik in second position. And then Rakowski will be bringing them home.
I expect this team to be one that finishes strong. Not typically the fastest starters, the Polish, but very strong in 2 and 3.
And a very neat change over there indeed. So this is the man we were talking about, Rudik. Been around for a while, knows what he's doing, and bringing it back. So 0.2 of a second now. So they are starting to have a really solid second half of their team sprint, and almost neck and neck now with the time set by Japan. 42.96 is the time to beat to go to the top of the table, and they are trying their best. A little bit of effort at the end here if they're going to go to number 1, Poland, and they have done it. So they really brought it home. You called it, Lewis. You said they'd be very strong at the back end of their ride, and indeed they were. Fastest time now set by Poland.
The thing is, that's incredibly impressive, because, to think who you're trying to come back with against the Japanese there, 2 very strong riders from the Japanese, but for Radzikowski and Rudik, not an issue. Just creeping back, edging it back into the green just in the last split, and incredible performance from Poland. I mean, Poland's a team that, they got 5th last year at the World Champs, so a strong team, but in terms of times this year, they did a 43.5 in Jakarta, so that's a huge improvement in that time, 6/10ths, but look at the positional discipline there from Radzikowski in 3rd, and just slightly losing the wheel there, up to the red, but great effort there from the Polish, and always a good, strong sprint squad.
We're still waiting for the re-emergence onto the track of the team from Czechia after that mechanical mishap, and hopefully they will give them a very long recovery. They may put them to the end of the qualifying teams, so that would be the best advantage they would have, is if they were to go last, just to give their first rider the maximum amount of recovery. Canada now, Tyler Rourke in the starting position, Nick Vummas and James Hedgecock.
Yeah, I think this is another team that's kind of built around that kind of back end where it maybe starts slightly slower but it comes really strong in the back end. I'm not sure if it'll be enough against Poland. A team 8th last year in the World Champs, so made it through in the first round and also just missed out in the medal at the Home Nations Cup this year in Milton. They did a 43-3, so they're going to have to find a few tenths here today against Poland and Japan, but let's see what they can do.
Might be enough if they can replicate that to proceed into the next rounds, but let's wait and see. Same riders that rode for 8th last year, and the Canadian triplet out of the start blocks again. Tyler Rourke getting them going into formation. That little bit of gap opening up just to get that nice run at the back wheel. And not too bad for the first half lap, only 0.1 of a second. Let's see how we go after one lap. About the same. So now it's going to go down to rider number 2. What can Vamos do as he comes down the back straight? The big man, really tall. Nice little slipstream behind him in 3rd position is Hedgecock. And it's not too bad, 0.6 of a second. All the question now, coming onto the final rider to see if they can progress into the top 8. They did it last year. Can they replicate it this time? 3rd fastest. Still a question mark. It's not a guaranteed qualification. Still too many teams to come.
Yeah, a very strong first half lap there from Nick Wamson too. Very high peak speed, but just didn't quite seem to carry it through, like Poland and Japan, to sort of, release Hedgecock into his 3rd lap. So, a decent effort there from Canada, and slightly slower than they did in Milton. Yeah, you see Nick Wamson just driving through the second half of his lap, just where he started to tie up a little bit compared to Japan and Poland and Hedgecock. Hedgecock did pretty well. He didn't drop off too much from Wam's pace. But yeah, in 3 a lot of time you're kind of handed the speed that your position 2 rider gives you. I think Hedgecock did a good job there in 3. So you can see their only official qualification so far is Poland now, with 7 teams remaining, so Poland are 42.916.
Well, at the moment, Japan are the ones that are really waiting to see if there are any mistakes in the teams still to come. Germany, France, Great Britain, China, Netherlands and Australia. Big names within team sprinting. So for Japan, it's going to be tough to see if they can make it into the next round. Germany the next to come onto the track though.
Yeah, I feel like all of these nations coming up have all had their time at the top of team sprint in some way or another. You know, such historically strong sprint programs and still at the top nowadays.
Jan van Eyden, the coach for the German team, long-time coach of Great Britain, former Keirin World Champion himself, one of the most tactical, astute sprinters of his generation. Not the fastest outright speed rider, but gee, he was smart. He knew how to ride.
Yeah, I remember there was a World Champs back in the early 2000s where he deliberately tried to qualify far down in the standings so he could knock out the faster riders at the start, and that was the year that he won.
Lukas Spiegel will get them underway for Germany. Nick Schroeter, 2nd place, and then Max Dornbach in 3rd. Good start from Germany. Looked really solid out of the start blocks. They are such a well-drilled unit, the German team. And as you mentioned, all of these teams still to come have been dominant at some point in the sprint events. That's the case for Germany as well. Historically, very strong in all 3 of the sprint disciplines. And they are the fastest after the first lap. Super quick first lap from Spiegel. Comes back slightly as we see Schroeter come through. And now Dornbach in the red. So a little bit of work for Max Dornbach down the back straight. Maybe the momentum has swung the wrong way though, so they're not going to go to the top of the table, I don't think. Germany slip into 3rd. So a little bit of a surprise to see Germany down in 3rd. And that's where they sit. Poland and Japan ahead of Germany.
Slightly slower than they did last year. I think so Germany 4th place last year, so a really strong performance. And that was with 42.9, and so slightly faster than what they've managed today. And probably at this point performance then, especially strong first lap, but it just didn't seem like position 2 and 3 were able to back up Nick Schroeter and Dornbach.
Yeah, looked blocked. The second lap, it just wasn't going their way, and so that puts Japan as a guaranteed qualifier now. So Poland and Japan will be going through to the next round, and Germany are the ones that are just outside the guaranteed position with still some big names to come. This next one, France. Haven't they had some history in sprinting? Two of their greatest of all time are here in the coaching ranks as well.
We're getting the new look.
It
looks like Vigier's going to have it. I think he's position 2, Vigier. Yeah, so yeah, there you go. The new look. I believe it's called P24 probably. Sprint bike. And again, with the flared forks, slightly different bars. And it's got that kind of flared rear space as well. So those kind of bits of the bike at the back pushed out slightly. And as Scott said earlier, it's all about pushing that airflow around the rider. And especially in an event like Team Pursuit or Team Sprint, it also helps your rider behind because that airflow is a little bit cleaner onto you. So it's, you don't need to push as hard to stay on the wheel.
Well, it's the bike in second position that we are talking about. So try and feast your eyes on that one as we see Grimbo in first position, Vigier second, then Halal will be third. Talking about the coaching regime, you can see the rider in third position, Halal, being held up by Gregory Bourget, superstar of sprinting in his generation. They also have Florian Rousseau amongst their training midst as well. Good start from the French team.
Grimbo a few knee injuries and he's struggled to get back to racing, so this is kind of him back. Now, typically a fast starter, but they're, Halal and Vigier in 2 and 3 are incredibly fast. I mean, Vigier potentially one of the fastest seconds, and Halal probably the fastest third wheel. And look at that new bike, look at that seat post.
Wow, look at that shiny machine. Developed for the Olympics next year on home soil. Is it going to travel them through to the next round? I imagine they will make it through to the next round, but perhaps not as the fastest qualifiers at this early stage in the team sprint qualification for the men. Halal bringing them around. Can he get the best of the third time? Third fastest for them. They scrape in for now. So they are of the 3 qualifiers, they are the slowest at the moment, with a few teams still to come. 42.965. Japan 42.961, and the quickest time is Poland 42.916. Super quick, very close between those 3 teams, but France guarantee their spot in the next round. But perhaps they would have been hoping for a bit more.
It just makes you think as well, if all the riders had that new bike, maybe they would have gone fastest. When you're talking half a 10, those are the margins that we're discussing. But yeah, France 6th last year, so they will have a chance to improve on that later now they've qualified. But
they've had a good season so far with 2 silvers in Jakarta and Cairo. And at those races, I think that 42.5 was a time, so a little bit off the pace today compared to then. So there's definitely, I think, a bit more in that team later today.
Wow. 4 teams still to come. Great Britain, China, Netherlands, and the defending champs, Australia. Poland, Japan and France, as you can see with the green queue, have guaranteed their qualification into the next round. Top 8 go through.
Yeah, next up we have my junior worlds team, minus me, and my 2 housemates, Hamish and Ali. But yeah, it turns out the only secret to improving that team sprint was getting rid of me. And we've got Joe Truman third today, a much better third wheel if I'm honest.
You've got the chance to dish some gossip on the boys now.
Oh, I wouldn't dare.
Good housemates, they clean.
Oh yeah, great, had a great time. So yeah, 3rd place last year for GB, and again, one of these teams that every time the Olympics comes round, they're always at the top. 2nd last year, first the year before that,
and we talk about coaching credential. Spoke about Bourget and Florian Rousseau with the French, and Team GB with the great man, Jason Kenny, holding up second wheel.
I imagine this will be a new fastest lap from Ali Fielding. One of the fastest P1s in the world. His half lap is sensational. No one can really match it, and I think we'll see him significantly ahead in the first half lap here.
Glasgow crowd right up and about now for Team GB. Fielding down the back straight. Yeah, this is quick, 0.3 of a second faster. And can he deliver after the first lap? Absolutely. About the same time, 0.3 of a second as well. Turnbull now down the back straight. That green Hope bike looking very shiny, very fast. And green matches green. They're 0.2 up on the fastest time so far. Come back a little bit now as Truman comes through. Joseph Truman down the back straight. The crowd are trying to carry this team around the velodrome here in Glasgow. It's only qualifying, but we don't care. They're going fast. This is a good time. But they faltered at the last little bit. 4th fastest from them, so that's really fascinating. Lewis, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, look how close that is to the top. You're talking about half a 10 from 1st to 4th. I mean, yeah, fastest lap from Ali Fielding there, 17.3.
It just wasn't quite enough to carry through. You know, Hamish came through in 2, with still up on the second lap, so they were first at the 500, but Joe Truman just couldn't quite finish off. Still a good lap from him, but it's just that, you know, the P3s of France, Poland and Japan are all so strong that it's just so tight between them nowadays. But yeah, they've qualified, and, you know, it's not over, but it's definitely going to be a tough task to try and get that medal right off later.
They are guaranteed to go through to the next round, but I got to say, the crowd were up and about for the first half of that. They saw green. And
there's one there, the girl getting behind the racing for GB. But yeah, interestingly though, GB not fielding Jack Carlin today in the team sprint, so he is the reserve rider, and you know, I have spoken to him today, and he's not 100% sure if he's going to get a ride. And he is, you know, typically, you know, for GB sprinting over the last few years, he is the guy. You know, double Olympic medalist in Tokyo, but unfortunately hasn't been selected, at least for that qualifying ride today. We might see him later in the first round.
Well, I know Australia will be making a change because they don't have Matthew Richardson in the lineup for today, so he will come in for the finals. So maybe GB are looking perhaps a little bit more about how they will configure or reconfigure their lineup going forward. For now, though, China come out onto the track. Chua Gao, Yu Zhu, and Tenzi Zhu.
Yeah, China second in Mountain Nations Cup this year. I mean, the field there wasn't quite as strong because that was, you know, a 43-1, which today wouldn't qualify you. So they're going to need to improve, you know, not too much on that time, but dip under the 43s in order to challenge, well, really any of the top 4 teams, which you how tight it is, all in 42.9 for the qualifying time.
Well, Germany are the one team that are outside automatic qualification at the moment with the 43-1 that you were just mentioning then. So China will be being watched by the German team very closely to see if they can sneak their way into qualifying if China do falter at the last step. Still only the Netherlands and Australia to come. This is men's elite team sprint qualification, top 8 through to the next round.
Very strong start there out of the gate from the Chinese. Just ripping out of the gate. Look at that. Such good, you know, bike positioning through that second quarter. And
really fast first half lap. So that's the quickest we've seen.
Oh, but P3 there in trouble.
They're in a lot of trouble here. Fastest time for the second rider, but the gap to the third rider
is coming back though. Slowly but surely.
He's not going to get to the back wheel as the changeover happens, and he's been in the wind now for virtually the entire time, so I can't expect he's going to be able to hold on to this kind of speed all the way around this final lap, and that's what we're seeing now. So Germany will be bolstered by this. They are the team that may benefit from China faltering. They've gone to 6th, and Germany have popped up into guaranteed qualification. So a sigh of relief from Germany, but some disappointment from the Chinese riders. They would have been expecting more than that, and rider number 3 just giving himself way too much to do in that final lap.
Yeah, you know, as I said earlier, typically, you know, the rider you have in 3 isn't quite as fast twitch as the other sprinters. Normally can't quite start as fast, and you kind of see that there where, you know, you got China open up in the lightning 17.3. That was just a bit of a struggle for position 3 to get on, and now China, who finished 7th last year, so made it through to the first round, will not get a chance to improve on that position, and it'll really affect their Olympic qualification as well.
Yep.
But yeah, next up doesn't really need any introduction. You know, we've got the Dutch up next, and I mean, what haven't they won? Other than last year's team sprint, which I'm sure is a sore spot for them, but other than that, you know, easily the strongest sprint squad. And we've got Roy Vandenberg here, who probably is going to set the fastest lap, and world records, as you can see there, 41.225, held by them back in 2020 at the World Champs in Berlin. And you see Roy here. Roy's one of these first riders that has all these things before he touches his ears before he goes. So you might see that before he goes, he has to just close his eyes, touch his ears, and he's visualizing what he's going to do. You know, he's one of the best performers in the world, and he does it day in, day out. He knows exactly what he needs to do. And you see sprinters a lot of time use that kind of visualization thing. I remember Chris Hoy talked about it a lot before when he was riding. And yeah, so we got, you know, Jeffrey Hugel and Harry Lavrason. Harry Lavrason, obviously, multiple Olympic champion. You know, God knows how many times world champion, probably like 11, I think. And then, yeah, Jeffrey, best kilo rider in the world, probably the best P3 to follow all up.
Bursting out of the start blocks, the Netherlands, big favourites for this one. They were disappointed last year with only a silver medal. They were hoping to get the better of the Australians. And the only time we were going to see them head-to-head as we see the fastest time being set by the Netherlands. That's not unexpected. At the Jakarta World Cup, Australia and the Netherlands were in the final together. Hoogland had a flat tyre, so we didn't see who was the best this season. So this is where we get to see it here in Glasgow. Setting the fastest time all the way around, and it's Hoogland that finishes things off 0.8 of a second. This is going to be the quickest time. He's not going to slow down from here. The Netherlands will go to the top of the table with only Australia to come. Look at the time, 42.046, a massive 0.8 of a second quicker than everybody else.
Yeah, I guess to be expected, Scott, isn't it? I mean, slightly off what we did last year, which was a 41.6, but it's a good, it's going to get them comfortably qualified. It's definitely a good start for them. And yeah, 17.0, 3/10 faster first lap. It just shows, how strong that start follows through to the rest of it. And nearly under 17, and I actually think that today we'll definitely see, potentially a world record in the standing lap, maybe from Hoffman. I imagine he'll dip under 17. If I was a betting man. But yeah, a good performance from the Dutch, but I still think the Aussies will get them.
Okay.
And I don't know if you're biased, but
I'm commentating for the UCI here, so I'm trying not to be. But of course, I'm looking forward to seeing how the Australians go. But in the end, I just want to see a good competition. And 0.8 of a second is a huge gap between first and second for now, with only the Aussies to come.
Yeah,
so let's see. The
thing is that the Dutch and the Aussies are just so far ahead in every single position in the team sprint. Really, it's like that's why you see such a big gap, like 8/10s there.
Yeah. Now this is not the configuration that we will see racing potentially for medals later on. They have not got Matthew Richardson in this squad, and same last year they utilised 4 riders throughout the round. So Lee Hoffman guaranteed super fast starter. So he's the man getting into the start blocks. Matthew Gleitzer, former world sprint champion, in second position, and Tom Cornish, very handy third rider to have. There will be a change of configuration when they go into the next rounds, and Matthew Richardson will come in. So we'll see how they go now against the Dutch team that will continue with the same formation that they just qualified with, my understanding, as they go through into the next round. So that's another thing that does change things slightly as we go into the medal racing. But first, the Australians need to not make any mistakes here to make sure they qualify in the top 8. It would be a disaster if they didn't, considering the recent history. Defending world champions, Australia, the final team to come to the qualification start line here in the 10-team sprint. The powerful legs of Lee Hoffman get them underway. 175mm cranks, which is really unusual if you've been a sprinter from 20-30 years ago. Big long cranks, massive gears, slightly slower for the first half lap. What about the delivery though at the end of 250 metres?
Yeah, it's a good delivery that for Gleitzer. Now, one of the kings of peak speed in track cycling, just tearing through now.
0.2 of a second, so still the second quickest time. There's a big gap between first and second qualifiers at the moment. Goes out a little bit, Noel, to 0.4. Cornish comes through. So Tom Cornish, mouth open, sucking in the wind for the final bend. And where are they going to finish? It's not going to be at the very top, but second fastest. So not too bad, knowing there is going to be a configuration change in the final rounds. Second quickest for them, but the Netherlands back on top where they've always wanted to be.
Yeah, I know, but as you say, we've seen the Netherlands team rolled out. That was the team that they're going to finish in the final, and Australia arguably missing their sort of magic piece of the puzzle, which is Matt Richardson of late. He is such a good rider and so versatile in terms of, he's one of the fastest starters in the world. Peak speed's incredible. He delivers position 3 really well. So I think there's still a lot to come from Australia, and it could be as big a margin as half a second. And Gleitzer as well, typically position 3, so he's having to fill in for position there that he doesn't normally do.
Yeah.
So to be honest, it's definitely not a foregone conclusion yet, but definitely interesting. Definitely interesting, and you can see that the Netherlands are here to play. They're not planning on losing again.
Yeah. And with Gleitzer in second wheel, I'm no team sprint expert, but does that also mean that Hoffman just backs off half a pedal just to make sure that Gleitzer does get on in second position, knowing that he's usually in that P3?
So what I was going to say, and I am just speculating, but it looked like Hoffman was on quite a big gear there, at least off the start, and that might be what they plan to do in terms of prioritising that delivery speed. So the bigger gear you have, the faster back half you have. but again, sometimes you gear up a little bit just to protect rider 2 and 3, and yeah, in that situation with Glasgow 2, you might just want a little bit of protection.
Actually, I did mention the final team on the track, but forgetting that Poland are getting, Czechia are getting another go at this after having that broken pedal or broken toe strap, whichever it was, certainly left some debris on the track. Unfortunately, the third wheel. So we get another go now. So hopefully our first rider has had enough of a recovery, because he did complete that first lap at maximum warp speed. So this is now the final team to come up for qualifying to get themselves up. So Germany guaranteed a spot in 7th. China sit in 8th at the moment. So 43.658 is the time to beat for Czechia. And another problem for them.
But they have to keep going.
They have to now. They don't get 2 restarts, only the one. So a slip of the back wheel it was. So both pedals, feet still in the pedal. So it was a slip of the back wheel off the start blocks. 0.8 of a second down. This is going to be, I think, a challenge a bit too far now for Czechia after a start like that. 1 second down. Time to beat is the time of China that sit in 8th place, 43.658. And I think they are going to be well outside of that. So really unfortunate for Czechia. 1 more lap to go. Can they bring it back? 1.7 seconds down, Lewis. I think it's going to be too hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a start like that, it's just nearly impossible to come back. I mean, even if you were a team, for example, like the Netherlands, it would still be a real struggle. It looks like China's going to get through here.
Yeah, 11th fastest. So 1.8 seconds down at the end, 11th fastest for them. So that's really disappointing for the boys from Czechia. 2 mishaps off their starts, and that does put China through in 8th position as the final qualifier.
Yeah, I just want to say that, we'll see when the results come up, but the difference between a medal position in 3rd and 7th place is barely anything. It's 0.2 of a second between 7th place and 3rd. So in the first round of the team sprint, basically first will be 8th, second versus 7th, and so there's maybe an opportunity there for a bit of an upset, because typically you think, 6th aren't going to beat 3rd, but it's actually a really realistic prospect in this team sprint competition due to just how tight it is.
Almost half a second is the difference between 1st and 2nd, about the same between 2nd and 3rd, but then, as you say, incredibly fast, 42.9 for the next 4 teams, and 43.1 just after that for Germany. So that's going to be really close. Great performance there from the Netherlands, though. Australia, we know that they have a little bit more to come with the change of configuration, with Matthew Richardson still to come into the team, but super close between all of the teams within the team sprint. Netherlands got the job done, though. For now, they can breathe a sigh of relief, knowing they do have a comfortable advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out that around that GB team pursuit, they're not in track centre right now, and I saw one of the bikes go away. Big of us is still there. I can see it because it's pink and it's neon, but I saw one of the pursuit bikes get taken away, and they're not in track centre right now, so I'm not sure what the story is there, but we'll keep you updated to see if GB are going to give it another go, because it would be a real shame, defending world champions, home world championships. We'd love to see them out on track.
Yeah, from memory, and the most recent memory was the Tokyo Olympic Games, and the mechanicals and the crashes and things that were happening there. There is a time limit. They can't just come back at the end of the session and perform another time. So they may be running out of time for that, unfortunately.
So I've just seen that Matt Richardson's actually...
Women's individual pursuit qualifying is the next up onto the track. And Wang from China is in vision on the other side of the track, though. And first heat for qualifying is Lisa Klein. So a former medalist at the World Championships in this discipline is in the first heat. So here she is, Lisa Klein. So we'd expect a really good time from Lisa to really set the standard for so many of these riders still to come. 12 heats, 24 riders, qualification.
Yeah, so sorry, what I was going to say is we should expect to see Matt Richardson later in the qualifying, and to, perhaps close that half-second gap to the Aussies.
Women's individual pursuit qualifying, first heat is underway. 12 heats in total, 24 riders. Fastest 2 riders will race for gold. 3rd and 4th will race for the bronze medal. So you really have to lay it all down in the qualifying here. You may not get a second chance.
Yeah, and as we talked about earlier, Lisa Klein, one of one of the members of that really strong German team pursuit squad. So yeah, expect something like her. Didn't ride the individual pursuit at Worlds last year, but Wang, the Chinese rider, came 14th. But I would expect Klein to maybe have a bit of a strong performance here.
Germany has been a dominant nation in the last couple of years, and the defending champion will be in the final heat, Francesca Brauser. And at the moment, in this particular head-to-head qualifying Klein versus Wang, it is Klein with a comfortable advantage, but very early going. It is unusual, though, to see a very accomplished individual pursuit rider, regardless of the team pursuit background that she has, very accomplished individual pursuit rider in the first heat, which really means she will get to set a very fast time that everyone now is going to have to chase.
Yeah, it's almost like that New Zealand situation, the team sprint, where perhaps because their results, or they haven't raced it, or the results haven't been there this year, they get a little bit of an earlier start, but then actually just come out really strong. So then they're still a quality rider, and still a quality team. Yeah, Klein, a good couple seconds ahead of Wang here.
Bronze medal a couple of years ago. And of the last 4 years, there have been 12 medals on offer in the women's individual pursuit. Germany have won 8 of the 12 on offer. That's how dominant. They haven't been just winning them, they're getting seconds and thirds along the way as well. First and third last year. Micah Kroger was in third behind Bowser in second. It was Bronnie Boffa from New Zealand with the silver medal. And Kroger not even on the start list this year, the bronze medalist from last time.
Yeah, I always think, I'm not an endurance rider myself, but it's an interesting thought, isn't it, that you have, the individual pursuit before the team pursuit, and it's like, well, what do you prioritise? I mean, do you even get tired from individual pursuit? I wouldn't know. What would you say?
No, you do. Yeah. Well, at the Olympic program, when the individual pursuit was on the Olympics, that used to come in before the team pursuit. And, one of our riders, who was a great individual pursuit rider, Dean Woods, and silver medalist at the Olympic Games in that discipline, he would then actually get fatigued from the individual pursuit going into the team pursuit, and he was our best team pursuit rider. So on its own, if you started with a team pursuit, as we see the catch here with Klein coming over the top of Wang, but this isn't about beating your opponent on the track here, it's about setting a time to get through to the next round. And some hopefully in the top 2 for Klein to race for gold or silver. But for Dean, it was just too much to do the individual and then into the team pursuit rounds as well. Modern day era, different story. For him, he would have been straight into the team pursuit, not worry about individual pursuits at all. And it would have been far more advantageous for someone like him. So it's interesting to see some of these German superstars lining up here in the IP.
Yeah, and later we obviously have, for example, Chloe Daiger or Bryony Boffa, who are, the main engines of both their team pursuit squads.
Yeah. So 3:25.728 for Lisa Klein. So that time will probably sit up there for quite some time, actually, being such a credentialed team pursuit and individual pursuit rider. Also former national champion on the road, in the road race and in the time trial. And for Wang, 3:37.1. Nia Evans is in a couple of rounds as well. I expect a good time from the British rider as well, the current points race world champion.
Yeah, and the crowd will get right behind her, from Scotland as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing her and Katie in the Madison. A Scottish pairing at home World Championships, and we know how much of a quality rider they both are. Katie has won about everything, and Nia points race World Championship last year.
Unfortunately, not able to get special dispensation to wear the Scottish kit instead of GB.
Oh, honestly, see some of the races back. We had the Revolution Series that used to be here, and you would race for Scotland there instead of GB, and the crowd, because we packed out 5,000 every night, and it's just been nuts. So speaking of the crowd getting behind people, on this next one we have a rider from GB. We have Jessica Roberts, and she'll be against another one of the Germans, Sisselmich.
Yeah, Laura Susamich from Deutschland. So Klein leads the way so far with the 3:25. Chloe Daiger, the world record holder, will be in the third last qualifying heat. For now, all eyes on Jess Roberts and Laura Susamilch on the other side of the track. So it's Roberts on the home straight and Susamilch on the back straight.
Away we go. You can see Jess Roberts in a slightly different skin suit than some of the other GB riders are racing. I saw Ethan Vernon in it as well, so I think that's potentially a new bit of kit that they're trying out here at the Worlds. And Jess Roberts faster in the first half there by a couple tenths.
It's all green for Jess Roberts at the moment.
And we get a chance to just see the complete difference in bike design between the Germans and the GB. You know, GB almost producing it as wide as possible, and the Fez from the Germans, a very narrow bike, and they've kind of used the same design for a number of years now. But you know, everyone tests it, and it's just like, you know, different data and what you think is best.
So a good start here from Roberts. 3:25 is the time to beat so far by Lisa Klein. And here's Laura Susamilch, 26-year-old from Weingarten, which is just north of the Bodensee, which is right down the southern border near Austria and Switzerland.
Jess coming through the time slot here, just down on Klein just now. But there's still plenty left of this individual pursuit.
Yeah, potential comeback from Susamilch. And if you watch the women's Tour de Femmes last year, there was a massive pile-up that Lara was caught up in, actually. She broke a couple of vertebrae and had to see the rest of the season out. So good to see her up and going strong. But for now, Roberts getting the better of the team pursuit specialist, Susamilch from Germany.
Yeah, and you can see new GB endurance coach Cam Meyer, you know, previously, you know, what has they won the track? Won probably the best points racer of all time. And yeah, since this came in to the women's squad, I mean, already a very, very strong squad, and there he is there. And yeah, it's just really gone from strength to strength under him. You know, obviously a huge amount of experience and new to coaching, but, you know, obviously doing a good job.
Yeah. Andreas Korf, the German coach, former professional himself as well, not to the level on the track in particular of Cameron Meyer, but I know Cameron did ask for a position coaching the Australians, and they offered him a lower level position. GB said, no, we'll put you straight up into our Olympic program. So to the benefit of GB, Cameron's doing a great job.
Yeah, there's been a lot of coaching changes at GB recently, especially in the podium squad. Jason, Carly, Cam coming in.
2 laps to go now. And it's the second quickest time for Jessica Roberts. She's getting the better of Susamilch here, but not quite as quick as Lisa Klein. Although Cameron Meyer going in the right direction with 1 lap to go, so that's good to see. And the final lap now. 3:25 is the time to beat. Remember, only the top fastest 4 riders will get to qualify to race for the medals. First and second fastest will go for gold and silver. Third and fourth will race for the bronze. And a 3:27, so the second quickest time for Jess Roberts. Lisa Klein sits at the top still.
You know, it's a good time for Jess, considering only 2 seconds off, you know, someone of the caliber of Lisa Klein.
She looks happy with that. Looked up at the time. 3:27, that'll do nicely, thank you.
Yeah, and stayed right on pace. You know, she was just there or thereabouts with Klein the whole way through and just kind of held that gap all the way to the end. So well paced from Jess Roberts.
And Lara Susamilch, third quickest time for now, so 3:31.2 for her. Fully focused.
Yeah, you can just see it's all about realization. I mean, not that I'm an individual pursuer, but you know, you want to keep calm and just keep to your pace and yeah, not panic. You see under there, yeah, she was 2 tenths up on her pacing.
Well, ahead of what she was expecting to do, so that's great progression from Jess Roberts. She can increase her expectations going forward now.
A cry of joy from Jess.
Third qualifying heat now coming on to the track. Huang from China and Maggie Coles-Lister from Canada. Third of 12 qualifying heats. Defending champion Franziska Brauser from Germany will be in the last heat. She'll be up against Kelly Murphy from Ireland. And a heat before that, Bronnie Botha from New Zealand up against Marianne Boras from France. So Botha, the silver medalist last year. But the third last heat is going to be a really interesting one. Chloe Dygert, the world record holder, coming back after a couple of years away from riding the individual pursuit. But for now, it's the third qualifying heat of the elite women's individual pursuit underway. This is Coles-Lister from Canada. Solid rider, the Canadian, part of the team pursuit program there in Canada that have historically been very strong, in particular at the Olympic level. And just taken a little bit of a dip over the last couple of years, now starting to restructure and build back up again. So let's see if we can see the Canadian team get back to the top. Comfortable lead here for now between these two riders, and we do get an indication as well as what her splits are compared to the rest, and it's the second fastest so far overall. So the quickest time, 3:25 I should say, by Lisa Klein, former medalist in this discipline at the World Championships. So that's a good indicator for Coles-Lister, just as to where she's going compared to one of the greats, one of the best riders in team pursuit and individual pursuit in Lisa Klein. Still sitting second fastest, ahead of the time of Jessica Roberts, who was in the previous heat. Now able to visually see the rider in front that she's chasing. Will be focused on riding to the tempo that's been previously determined, but it's always good mentally to be able to see your opponent ahead. And if you can time it correctly, you will get a slipstreaming advantage as she approaches Huang. The only downside is if you get hung up around the outside on the bend for too long as you overtake the rider that you are catching. And it's about to happen now down the back straight. Could be perfect timing. Coming into the bend, still into the slipstream, so that's great for Coles-Lister, just swinging wide into the straight. So minimising the time through the bend that she was riding high around her opponent. So that's a good advantage for the Canadian to have. And she has gone to the fastest time so far overall, so riding quicker than Lisa Klein at the moment. This is a really good performance here from Maggie Coles-Lister. So only a couple of laps now to go, and with a time faster at the moment than what we saw of Lisa Klein, this is a really solid ride from the Canadian. She'll get the bell when she comes around next time. And through the finishing straight, so the home straight, into the back straight now. And here it is, one lap to go now for Coles-Lister. And just popped down to second fastest overall now. So she was really matching that time of Lisa Klein, but the former German time trial champion, just with a little bit more strength towards the back end of her 3,000 metre individual pursuit. And Coles-Lister up to the line with a 3:27.2, second fastest, so just drifting off the time of Lisa Klein just in the last two laps. It's second quickest for now for the Canadian.
Yeah, you can just see in that in individual pursuit when you start losing that speed, it's just, you don't find an extra gear from anywhere else, because you're running on that pace, and then as you just start to fade, it just, it's so hard to then just almost pull that back. And yeah, a really strong finish for Klein there, because it was maybe 1.5 seconds lost in the last couple of laps, so quite a significant difference, and really strong finish from Klein. But still a good time from Michael's Lister, and obviously a very good rider, very good bunch rider.
And look, talking about catching your opponent, being able to see your opponent, that's one thing, but you also have to focus on what your schedule is to make sure you get the maximum over the complete distance. And you start to see your opponent, perhaps you dig a little bit deeper to try and catch them, and not saying that is what happened, but potentially that could be the issue that comes back to bite right at the very end. Yeah,
because you see it there. So she got a pretty good gap rush there and got over it actually really easily. But sometimes you can get caught into the bank and you come around and you're kind of stuck on the outside, and we've seen it before where people end up just drag racing. You can't quite get around, and that can be really fatiguing for your pursuit. But luckily for Maggie there, got past quite cleanly. But yeah, perhaps maybe just squeezed a little bit too hard through that period, and then paid for it in the last couple of laps.
Solid ride though, 3:27, good performance. Well done, Maggie. And the crowd will certainly be preparing themselves now for the next heat to come onto the track. Nia Evans from Scotland, from Great Britain, up against Kei Furuyama from Japan. And the points race defending world champion in an individual pursuit. She's such a solid all-round rider, I've got to say, Nia Evans. And I've really admired her progression over the last few years. She is a veterinary surgeon, so
still does uni at Glasgow University.
Really?
Yeah, does a master's. I think her second master's.
High achiever much? Here she is, Nia Evans.
Oh, sometimes you've got a lot of spare time as a cyclist, don't you? But yeah, there she is.
Yeah.
And very versatile rider, and actually a kind of unusual one where she came from sprint into endurance, which is actually, as you can imagine, probably quite a rare transition because the demands are just so different.
Yeah. And there's the roar from the crowd here for the 33-year-old. Happy birthday to her as well. Nia had her birthday on Tuesday. Turned 33. Latecomer to the national program. So for her age, you think she's been around for a long time, but actually hasn't. She's fairly late coming into the national program and has just gone ahead, leaps and bounds. The defending world points race champion. Let's see how she goes here in the individual pursuit up against Furuyama from Japan.
Nia, with her history as a sprinter, is a strong starter, and expect her to come out quite strong here.
Noticing a fair bit of road rash on the right.
That's not a tattoo
as well.
Yeah, no, obviously a nasty crash there for Nia on her right shin, but
a recent off, unfortunately. So quick start, exceptionally fast start, I must say. Really well ahead of Furuyama from Japan. Cameron Meyer doubling up, doing some more duties on the inside of the track. And we get to look at where Cam is standing. We've got a really good vision. He's just down in front of us here in the corner, so we'll be able to actually look at the iPad at the screen to see exactly where she's at. Yeah, but she's very close to already catching her opponent. So this has been a very rapid start. 5.2. Jeff, lap splits.
2 lap splits.
5.2 it said. Let's just see when she comes through the next split. So she has got the fastest overall ranking for now against all of the other riders. So riding quicker than Lisa Klein. Can she hold on to it? She's now catching Fukuyama, but it's pretty quick around the outside. It didn't take too long to get up around the outside, even though she caught her in perhaps the worst possible place coming into the bends.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very early time of catching an individual pursuit. You could see Nia finishing over half a lap ahead here. Well, a lap, but
yeah. Well, the number one just keeps popping up as well. So this is the fastest splits overall so far in the qualifying. It is only the fourth heat of 12, so plenty of riders still to come, including the world record holder in Chloe Dygert. But Nia Evans doing everything she can to post the fastest possible time and give herself a chance to race for medals later.
Yeah, and what's great is we can actually see live the speed difference between Furuyama and Evans. And you can see Nia just sitting about 4 kilometers an hour faster, and that's a massive difference, and that's how she's caught her within nearly a minute. And doesn't appear to be slowing down.
Well, we did see, as we look at Nia Evans, we just heard from Daniel Gissiger, national coach with the Japanese team, former time trial expert and exceptional road rider back in the day. Had a poster of Daniel Gissiger on my wall alongside Bernard Hinault and Phil Anderson way back. So Nia Evans still number one, fastest time splits, hasn't looked to fade too much, if at all, at the moment. Cameron Meyer, 6.6 was the indicator given that time. Not sure exactly what that means, but
I think it means 16.6 is the lap split.
Right.
But it just shows the last two numbers because they're bigger, so it's easy to see in the iPad.
right. So 15.2 the last time we saw, 16.6 this time. So slowing down a little bit, but still number one, still in position number one.
Yeah, nearly out of 17-second laps now, so you can see she's pushing hard now. It's getting tough, but still ahead.
1 lap to go now for Nia Evans. Can she hold on? Will the number one pop up again with a lap to go? Yes, indeed it does. So it is still the best time for now. 3:25.728 is the time set by Lisa Klein in the first qualification heat, and Nia Evans is on target to better that. What will it mean compared to the riders still to come? It doesn't matter. We'll wait and see. For now, she is number one. 3:21.8. That is really quick. Very good time indeed from Nia Evans. Still have Furuyama to come through and finish. She's got another half a lap to go. Impressive to see how early Nia Evans was able to catch Furuyama. The 3:21.8.
Yeah, I mean, that's, considering, that's 4 tenths faster than, Olympic team pursuit champion. It's incredibly impressive for Nia, and that home crowd, as I'm sure you can hear, willing her on to that great time.
And she was, as we had the benefit of Cameron Meyer displaying the time splits right in front of us, she was slowing down towards the end, but still significant 4 seconds faster than the second quickest time for now.
I guess that means perhaps there's maybe a bit of room there to improve. It's just changes the pacing slightly. Because I guess sometimes with individual pursuit, you've got to go into the World Champs, and obviously you've done training, but you don't quite know how fast you're going, because race day is a complete different prospect, Some people step up massively, and you can go a lot faster or you can go a lot slower, but I imagine that time will be good enough for Nia to have an appearance later.
Well, the fastest four went through last year, 2022, with 3:18, 3:19, 3:19 and a 3:20 was the fourth fastest qualifier last year. Just as a reference point.
Yeah. And there's still a lot of talent still on the way, and a good few heats left, so.
Yep.
But I guess, if you're a rider, like Nia Evans, who you can do around the 3:20, which got fourth last year, you might as well go out and pace for a medal opportunity, even if you're maybe not on that form, because the difference between 6th and 8th or 6th and 9th, it doesn't really matter, especially with the individual pursuit not being an Olympic event, so there's not really any qualifying points at stake.
On to heat number 5 now. Isabella Escalera from Spain up against Canyu Yang from Hong Kong. And a cautious start from Yang, I might say. Escalera. Well, time to beat, 3:21.8, but it's getting into the top 4, as I've mentioned, is the most important thing, and still plenty of riders still to come.
Yeah, Escalera and Yang look a little bit off the pace right now. Yeah, 4th and 9th for them.
Yeah, the final 3 heats really with some big names in international women's cycling. Chloe Dygert, Vittoria Guazzini, Brioni Botha, Marianne Boras, Francisca Brauser, who's the defending champion, up against Kelly Murphy from Ireland in that final qualifying heat.
And look at that position from Escalera. I don't even know how she sees where she's going. It's so aero. Look at that, just tucked right in.
And perhaps showing why drifting up the track as well. It's one thing to be aero, but if you're going to travel more distance than you really need to, the black line, that's where you want to be glued to. Not such an issue down the straights, but in the bends, absolutely want to be hugging that black line at the bottom of the track.
Yeah, and they will be calculating that. When I used to ride and do the kilo, we would always see the extra laps, and they were able to measure how much time I was losing off that. So sometimes it can be really important, as you say, more important than aero. But she seems to be settling back down onto the black now.
Aero and the shortest distance covered. That's the ideal perspective. And in the kilometre time trial for you guys, you're going so fast, it's actually difficult to hug the black line. I get that. But in the individual pursuit, much slower pace, you should really try and focus on being as smooth and clean through those bends as possible. 7th fastest time for her at the moment. So this being the 5th qualifying heat, and sitting in 7th and 10th at the moment. These two riders not looking likely to make their way into the top 4 and go into the medal races.
Yeah, both these riders didn't ride last year, so I don't know if they're typically individual pursuit riders, but one to get involved at this World Champs this year.
At the very least, gaining some fantastic experience going forward.
Yeah, and Escalara now making her way towards Yang. Not sure if she'll quite make the catch in time, but now maybe about 50 metres behind.
3 laps to go, I think it is. So, yeah, might be enough time to get there.
Yeah, she's closing quite quickly now. I think Yang's starting to tie up towards the end of this. You can see a little look up there from Escalara as they go out with that aero position just to make sure she can pass safely.
So up around the outside.
You know, and that's an example of a catch that just quite, you know, the speed difference isn't too huge. You catch her into the bend, and you spend so long just trying to get around the outside.
1 lap to go now for Escalada from Spain. And yeah, really hung up on the outside there for the entire length of the bend as she came up around Yang. Still sitting 7th overall and 10th. So will not be going through to the medal race for Escalada. 7th fastest for her with a 3:38, and another half lap to go now for Yang from Hong Kong. Had a splendid velodrome in Hong Kong, venue of World Championships and World Cups before they were renamed to Nations Cups as they are now. And Yang with a 3:49.099. So 10th fastest for her, 7th fastest for Escalada. And not quite at the halfway point now of the women's individual pursuit qualifying. 6th heat about to come out onto the track. Lechty from Switzerland and Van Damme from Canada. Sarah Van Damme.
And as you can see, there's that tucked position. Still having to keep it even though you're trying to pass somebody. Not easy.
All you want to do is turn left and get to the bottom of the track as quickly as possible, but there's a rider there blocking your way. Yeah, reasonable crowd as well, as we see Nia Evans leading the way with a 3:21. Nice lead of 3.9 seconds over Lisa Klein. First session that the public allowed to be at, and of course no medals on offer in this afternoon session. The first medals will be in the evening session, so still good to see so many people coming in just for the qualifying rounds. We did have a day of competition yesterday, which was for the para-athletes to do all their qualifying rounds, or several of their qualifying rounds, but that wasn't open to the general public and it wasn't being broadcast. So today, first day broadcast, first day open to the public.
Yeah, and I imagine we'll have an even bigger crowd tonight. You know, the evening session's typically more well attended when you've got all the medals up for grabs, and especially with GB probably being in a couple of finals tonight.
Yasmin Lechty from Switzerland. So she is in the home straight. Back straight, Sarah Van Damme from Canada. And Van Damme 12th in the World Championships last year. 3:30 was her time, 11 seconds off the qualifying time set by Francisca Bralsa, which is a 3:18.7. So Sarah 12th, 3:30. She'll be at least looking to try and go better than that. And the Swiss rider not at the Worlds last year in the individual pursuit, but a little bit of work to do. So she is behind. Van Damme at the moment leading the way between these two. 5th fastest overall time. So not in danger of getting close to the time of Nia Evans, but it is very early going. She might be able to bring this one home. We've seen how even Nia Evans faded slightly towards the last couple of laps. And it's not uncommon in the women's individual pursuit for them to start faster and finish slower. Certainly not uncommon.
Yeah, obviously Van Damme, a strong team pursuit rider for Canada, so used to doing 4K. And maybe pulls it back later on in this 3K individual pursuit.
Good visualisation there of where they are on the track. So literally just going out of sight as Van Damme comes into the straight, and that will change as they come into the straight this time. She will be able to see her. She looks down the back straight now. Whether that's a motivation for her to try and kick in a little bit more. She really does have to focus on what the coach is telling her, though. 5th fastest time overall in that time split for Sarah Van Damme. Also interesting to see the progression with the coaching itself. So it used to be that they would always stand on the start-finish line in the middle of each straight, and that would be where they stood in comparison to the line, before or after, would be where they were going in their schedule. Whereas now they tend to drift right up into the corner, and it's more about showing them on the iPad so they can see exactly what their time splits are and what they should be trying to do.
Yeah, I guess like with the modernisation of everything, and iPads becoming a bit more common. But yeah, it seems to kind of shift that way rather than the classic walk the line, which some coaches still do. I think like Ben Greenwood for the men's team still walks the line. But yeah, no, the iPad's becoming more and more common. But yeah, I guess in that way you can just directly communicate the exact time with the rider.
Yeah,
you can see exactly what you're doing and exactly what you need to pick up by. But I don't know. I think I'm still a fan of the classic walk the line.
Yeah.
There's something sort of, nice about it.
Well, as a spectator, it's fantastic. You really get to be more involved because you know what the rider is now being told. Exactly. Not everyone can see what's being said on the iPad. Back in the day before iPads came along, I remember it used to be the 1 finger, 2 finger, 3 finger up or down as an indication as to where you sat. And verbally, the coach would yell out to try and give you instructions, but it's often really difficult in a loud packed velodrome to hear what's being instructed. Van Damme with the bell into the final lap, only half a lap to go now, and clearly just about to make the catch. It's not quite going to happen, but it's all about the overall time compared to everybody else, and for her, 5th fastest time, 3:30.8. So that is slightly slower than she did at the World Championships last year. So half a second slower than last year's effort at the World Champs.
And not enough for a medal ride.
No. We'll not see her through to the medals, but still solid overall time from Sarah Van Damme. Well, 3:21.8. Yeah, Evans, that's looking pretty good at the moment. We don't know if we compare to last year's times, but different track, different atmospheric pressures. So really it's not a great indicator as to what they will be doing here.
Yeah, because, next up we've got Maeve Pluth, who was sixth last year at the World Championships, and our highest finisher from last year that we've had so far, and commonly doesn't individual pursuit, but a time last year 3:25, so a little bit off that pace 3:21, but we're a year on.
And just conducted her first year in the women's road peloton as well, so it'll be a good indicator to see just where she sits. She's coming up in the next heat after this one. That's Maeve Pluth we're talking about. So we have Samantha Donnelly from New Zealand. She's in the back straight. And here from Poland, Olga Vankovic.
Yeah, I think both these riders didn't compete in the individual pursuit last year, but both good pursuit riders.
New Zealand in particular do have a great history in the individual pursuit throughout the years. This also marks the halfway point. Qualifying heat number 7 in the women's individual pursuit. 12 total. Defending champion Braza in the final heat up against Murphy from Ireland. And for now is Vankovic from Poland and Donnelly from New Zealand.
Opening up slightly slower than our top riders so far.
Olga, third quickest time, early on though, very early on.
And now, yeah, Donnelly coming by slightly now in the fourth fastest, so potentially a medal ride-off for these two riders. And seems to be holding. And yeah, Neil was hovering around that kind of 54 km/h mark, and you can see both riders right now maintaining that speed. And there's Paul Manning, formerly coach of Britain for the women's podium squad. You know, saw them to huge succession in team pursuit, individual pursuit, you know, every event. So yeah, it's great. And you can see since he's joined the Kiwis that they've really came on, especially in the female endurance event. So should expect a good time here from Sam Donnelly.
4th and 6th in the overall standings now. It's all being led at the moment though by Nia Evans, Lisa Klein in 2nd, Maggie Coles-Lister in 3rd. But a fair spread of time between those two, 3:21, 3:25 and 3:27, so plenty of room to get in and amongst those riders that have already set the fastest times thus far. Yeah, New Zealand really have had some great cycling history throughout the years. They've had these patches of brilliance with their team pursuit squads, men's or women's. It's changed over the years a couple of times. The team sprint for the men had a period of domination where they won multiple world championships. They've faded off a little bit now as those riders have retired and haven't completely filled that squad with new riders that are competitive at the highest level. But no doubt that will come back again.
Yeah, but you see, like, then the women stepping up on the sprint side. We're now, you know, we saw how good the team sprint was earlier, and obviously Elise getting the Olympic medal as well. So it all ebbs and flows in cycling, doesn't it? It's so hard to stay at the top.
Absolutely.
And that's the beauty of the sport.
And while you're focusing on the team you have that might be in medal contention, you really have to put a lot of focus on the next group that are going to be coming through. And that can be really challenging depending on the budget of each of the nations. They don't have the funds and the resources to be running those grassroots programs to feed the elite program. It can be really challenging.
Yeah, you've really got to prioritise around medal events, but then and then whilst still keeping some form of structure behind it, so you're secured for the future. And
well, good ride here from Donnelly from New Zealand. It's the 5th fastest overall time, but certainly getting the better here versus Wankiewicz from Poland. One more lap to go. Can she improve on 5th fastest? Fighting to try and get herself at least into the top 4, yet there are still some big names to come. So it's a really big ask for Samantha Donnelly to make her way up into the finals as she flips up around the Polish rider to come through to finish with a 3:27.6. Did increase a little bit. So got herself into the top 4 for now with a 3:27.6.
And sneaks in front of Jessica Roberts. 9th place. For Wankiewicz.
So 3/10 of a second faster than Jess Roberts. So Donnelly slips up into 4th. Roberts now down to 5th. Seraph and sitting in 6th. But still Nia Evans leading the way ahead of Lisa Klein and Maggie Coles-Lister. Startgate immediately back up onto the track to get ready for the next heat. And that will be heat number 8. Maeve Plouffe from Adelaide in South Australia up against Martina Alzina from Italy.
But yeah, slightly jumped the gun on that one earlier, but we now have Maeve Plouffe, who, yeah, as I said, was 6th place last year with 3:25, so potentially should move into the top 3 here.
It will be interesting. I know a little bit about Maeve. Obviously, I'm being national selector, etc. So we get a lot of conversation around the riders, and it hasn't been an easy transition for her into the road racing scene in Europe. And she rides for the DSM Finnish team, and yeah, it's been a bit of a tough transition for her. So the Firmenich, DSM Firmenich. So it'll be see how she goes. She's very good on the track, very strong rider. So I would expect her to put in a good performance. It really does depend on how she has been able to combine the road and the track preparation this season.
Yeah, and up against Alzini from Italy, and yeah, I guess it's always a known quantity that, you know, if you're, especially the Italian female duo is very strong at like team pursuit, individual pursuit, all the bunch races, so expect a good time out of Alzini as well.
Plouffe on the left. Gold medal in the team pursuit at the Commonwealth Games, Birmingham last year. Also silver medal in the individual pursuit at the Com Games 12 months ago. It was Bronnie Botha from New Zealand that got the win that time around.
And a strong start from Plouffe, but it's early days. Second fastest time so far.
Yeah, she's as an endurance rider, she is quite rapid. So not unexpectedly seeing her go fast out of the start. Let's see how she can maintain that. 7th quickest though for Alzini from Italy.
Yeah, you can see Plouffe, they've gone 56, 57 kilometres an hour, so a good bit faster than what we've seen so far. That might settle down as we get into the individual pursuit, but if she holds that pace, I think we're on for an unbelievable time.
Alzini down in 7th and still consistently sitting there in 2nd fastest place there for Maeve Plouffe.
And Alzini just drifting a bit out now, but Plouffe still holding 2nd, and we could potentially see a catch here towards the end. You know, Plouffe now maybe 70, 80 metres behind.
Tim Decker, national coach of the timed events for Australia. Did have a stint working with the Chinese team over the last 18 months or so, now back working with the Australians. And the catch not too far away now with Alzini just ahead of Maeve Plouffe. So for Plouffe, hoping to time things perfectly as she gets to the back wheel of Alzini, and she'll get up her side down the straight, so that's great. Gets a slipstream effect and then back down to the bottom of the track as she comes down into the bend. So perfectly timed. Not that she had a choice, but it worked out very well there for Maeve Plouffe. And she is only, well, virtually exactly the same time as Nia Evans. So she's only hundredths of a second behind, or just now in front. So she's just gone in front with the fastest time, just ahead of Nia Evans.
Yeah, we know that Evans is starting to drop off towards the end, so if Plouffe can hold on to this pace, then she'll definitely pull in front.
Maintaining that first position there for Maeve Plouffe. This is a really solid ride from the Australian. Really good performance. We know the credentials of Evans, and the 3:21.8 was a really good ride in qualifying. Starting to look a little bit messy now though, Maeve. Really starting to dig deep, and you can see the shoulders waving side to side with 1 lap to go. Still first position though in the overall standings. So good from her, just 1 more lap to dig deep as she comes down the back straight. Alzini has been able to maintain her position after Plouffe has came past. So really having to fight hard now for Plouffe as she comes up. Does she stay in number 1? Drops down to number 2. 3:21.9 versus the 3:21.8. So 1/10 of a second behind Nia Evans, and second fastest time for Maeve Plouffe.
Yeah, and still a huge improvement in the time she did last year, you know, around about 3 seconds faster, just over. So, you know, I don't know, but I'm assuming she'll probably be happy with that one. It seems like a good time.
Yeah, well, she does have the Australian record with a 3:19. So a couple of seconds off her national record, but again, it comes down to track and conditions. And
yeah, I think Glasgow, especially for an individual pursuit, with just how long the straights are, it's just doesn't make it overly fast or length too fast a track for this discipline.
So she hovered in second all the way through, got herself up into first position on the splits, and then just on that last lap, dropped 1/10 of a second, the wrong side of the line. Nia Evans still sitting in position number 1. 4 heats still to come. 8 riders still to come out onto the track, but for now, Nia Evans leads the way.
Alzini there coming in 9th, 3:32. So unfortunately not going to be another ride for today.
And it was onto the last lap, so I didn't really have time to articulate it, but the fact that Alzini the gap wasn't opening up, made me really worried about whether Maeve was slowing on that last lap, which allowed Alzini to be able to hold on for that time. And that does appear to be what had happened in the end.
Yeah, and that also helps Alzini because she gets a little bit more of a pull from, you know, aerodynamically from Maeve pushing through that wind. But even though she's like, 30 or so meters behind, there's still a benefit there.
Xuan Wei from China and Ariane Bonhomme from Canada. There's Ariane, 28-year-old from Quebec. Medalists at the Commonwealth Games back on the Gold Coast in 2018. And third place in the team pursuit. Been a medalist at the Pan American Games as well. The Canadians get to race the Pan Am Games also. So they get to double dip, Pan Am Games and the Commonwealth Games for the Canadians. Great opportunities for them.
So away we go. 21 in home straight. All Canada in the back straights.
Fast start from Wee. Fourth first lap split from her overall. A lot of focus on the next one. Well, we start looking here at Wee and Bonhomme. The world record holder, Chloe Dygert, will be up next. And for those of you who remember 2020, I think it was, World Championships time trial, where she crashed terribly badly over the guardrail and sliced her thigh. So it's been a long road back for Chloe Dygert since then.
Yeah, and it seems like she's had a pretty good season this year. I mean, on the road, she's been the sort of sharp end of the sprints, and certainly not someone to discount. You know, being the world record, even with her sort of absence of injury, you know, you wouldn't be surprised if she came here and was immediately at the top.
Well, up until Dygert had that injury, she really was a one-in-a-generation type of rider, coming in, you know, medalist at the Olympic Games as a 19-year-old. Real superstar very early on, right from the get-go. Bonhomme in 9th fastest for now, 13th for Wee.
This program is 3 years that we have between Olympic Games, Paris next year, between each Olympic.
And now Bonhomme making a bit of ground now.
Yeah, you look at where she's at now, so 7th fastest now, and at the overall distance that I've got, 7th fastest position is Sarah Van Dam. She rode a 3:30, so around 9 seconds slower than the time of Nia Evans at the moment. So a fair bit of work to do for Bonhomme if he's going to try and make herself into the next round and race for the medals. Highly unlikely, being 8 to 9 seconds slower at this point.
Still looks relaxed. Yeah, just
up to 6 now. Yeah. So negative splitting as she comes through.
On faster than Roberts there.
Slightly faster than Jess Roberts, who rode 3:27.9. And there are 3 riders that rode 3:27, so she might be able to put herself up very easily into 4th position here if she continues with this rate of progression.
Yeah, Bonhomme definitely riding her way into this individual pursuit.
So still sits at 6, but as I mentioned, at the moment, 4th, 5th, 6th, super close, all riding 3:27. Just fading a little bit there, dropping back to 7th place for Bonhomme. Has she got anything left in these last couple of laps? Real opportunity.
Like going the other way now.
Yeah. Does have her opponent nicely in sight, so she can chase her down. But we had the number 6 popping up a few times, and it's now consistently been number 7 for the last couple of laps, so she gets into the final 250 metres here now. So another rider that will not be progressing into the race for the medals later on. And as she comes down to the line, is it number 7 again? It is 3:30.015, 7th fastest, with 6 riders still to come. And a 3:36, 11th for Xuan Wei.
Yeah, very strong middle section there from Bonhomme. It just couldn't quite keep it going all the way to the end, because it looked like maybe she could challenge around Coles Lister and Donnelly, but didn't quite seem to hold on how it looked. But still, 3:30, good time, and just squeezing in front of her teammate Van Dam.
Yeah, there was a real kick in the middle there, wasn't there? She seemed to be trying to bring things home, and it was just a little bit too much. Started to fade towards the end, but still, yeah, 3:30 as you mentioned, not a bad time at all. 3:21.8 still leads the way for Nia Evans. And we come up to the 3rd last heat with Chloe Dygert up against Vittoria Guazzini.
Yeah, this is a fast heat.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
So the 26-year-old Chloe Dygert from Indiana will be the next to come up onto the boards. And you can hear the cheer in the background. She really does come with a big reputation, Chloe Dygert. But that's where we sit at the moment. Nia Evans leading the way, Maeve Plouffe in second, Lisa Klein sitting there in third place. So Klein, a former medalist in this discipline, and there's still 6 riders to go. It just shows you the talent, the depth of field. The former medalist is sitting third with so many riders that could potentially go faster than her. Dygert versus Guazzini. And Guazzini, 22-year-old from Pontedera, which is in Tuscany. He was the world champion in the under-23 time trial on the road last year at the Wollongong World Championships. He's a former world champion right there in Chloe Dygert. The world record is 316.937. She did that in Berlin in 2020.
You can see her there just getting dialed into that pursuit position before we start, just getting a feel for it. And we're getting another look at that new canyon as well. Lovely looking bike. But again, you can see that kind of flared fork, kind of forks in the back.
I know from the UCI's perspective there has been some challenge around the start gate as to where it sits and holds with all the new designs. The traditional start gate doesn't always fit the seat post. Chloe Dygert underway on the other side of the track. Vittorio Guazzini from Italy. This is going to be a very interesting qualifying ride here. Third last heat to go.
And it's actually just fully on her own, so we've got a DNS from Guazzini, which will affect Dygert's ride because it does have a good advantage having someone on the other side of the track for you just to help that swirl. So
I didn't even notice that. I was so focused on Chloe, didn't even look up to see that there was no one on the other side of the track.
I saw DNS on the screen. I was like, wait, what? Like, she's on the track, and I looked. I was like, oh, she's not.
Well, third quickest time early on here, but Chloe Dygert, such a well-credentialed rider. If she's been able to put in the training and the preparation, this is a rider that would be expecting to be racing for a gold medal in this particular discipline. Didn't race the World Championships last year, but has been a world champion in this discipline previously. Second fastest for her now. Very early stages, though. We know how fast Nia Evans did start and faded ever so slightly in the last couple of laps. Chloe Dygert, very good road time trialer as well as individual pursuiter, so she can go the distance. 3,000 metres for Chloe Dygert is nothing.
You know, I'm trying to figure out if that's tartan on her bike. She doesn't have the skull and the little blue little stripes and stuff there. Can I say about tartan? Probably not, but amazing looking bike, and yeah, she's really starting to come into this now. So, yeah, second fastest time, and just someone you're not going to bet against in the second half of this individual pursuit. Just looks so smooth, so composed.
Well, after she set that world record in 2020, that's when she went to the World Championships on the road as well and had a nasty crash, slicing her left thigh as she went over a guardrail. It was horrific to watch. So great to see her actually even just back and riding a bike after the injuries she sustained. Now position number 1, so the fastest rider that we've seen today, Chloe Dygert. And we saw Maeve Plouffe go up into a position or two and then drop back again. So see if Chloe Dygert can hold out. You would expect her to be able to do that with her time trial road background. Such a strong rider, Dygert.
Yeah, so 7/10 ahead of Nia at the 2K split. So we could be looking on the 320 in this ride.
Yep.
If she continues the way she's going.
7/10, it's not massive. It's a lead, but it's not huge. Big instructions from Gary Sutton, the coach for the USA team. It's from Inverell in Australia, country New South Wales. Morwell, I should say, from in New South Wales. And still, position number 1. She's looking very strong, Chloe Dygert.
Yeah, it's not slowing up, is she? Still holding above 55k an hour.
On target to get herself under the 320 barrier. 1 lap to go now. Final words from Gary Sutton, screaming at his rider as she came past with 250 metres left to race. Doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. On target to be the fastest qualifier, but by how much? Perhaps she's even increasing the speed as she comes down to the finish line. 3:17.7. Wow! Just outside her world record time of 3:16.9. That was an incredible performance in qualifying from Chloe Dygert.
Yeah, she was not slowing down. Again, you've not got somebody on the other side of the track there as well. I mean, that is an incredible performance. And yeah, she's back.
She's back. Dygert is back. That's going to take some beating from the next riders to come, knowing that Francesca Brauser qualified in 3:18 last year. Brony Boffa in a 3:19. And they've just witnessed a 3:17 out on the boards here in Glasgow. That was a solid performance.
Yeah, unbelievable. And it never looked in doubt. You know, some of the other individual pursuits, you could see them slowing down towards the end, but she just kept composed, kept smooth, and was just driving. It just didn't look like she was tying up. And, you know, obviously she wasn't, because she pulled back like, 2 seconds or so in the last couple of laps on Evans. Our top 3 right now, Chloe Dygert with 3:17, Leah Evans again a few seconds back with her 3:21, and then Maeve Plouffe just a 10th behind with 3:21.9. So it's tight in the medals. And speaking of medals, we have one of our medalists from next year coming up, Bryony Botha. Second place last year at the World Championships. As you said, we're 3:19, so we'll have to find a bit of improvement if she wants to take first there.
Remember, top 4 riders are the only ones that will progress to race for the medals. First and second fastest will race for gold and silver. Third and fourth will race for the bronze medal. So a big performance here from the silver medalist from last year. She would be hoping to at least go faster than the time set by Nia Evans. 3:21 is the second quickest time. Doesn't necessarily need to be that close to Chloe Dygert, but she does need to go faster than Evans if she wants to race for gold this time around. Boras from France.
And we're seeing that new pursuit look bike they've got there with those massively wide kind of boxed off forks, and again a common theme with the new bikes. You see it there, look at that weird seat tube. Luke obviously doing a lot of work in Aeroton there to figure out what's the new way of doing things. Wow, yeah, look at Bryony, how close her head is to her hands. Like, that's unbelievable. To be able to ride the black line like she is right now, with holding that disciplined in aero position, no wonder she's so fast.
Very slippery through the air. 4th fastest time though for now. She needs to do a little bit more than that in the back half of this race if she wants to be racing for the medals again. Still sitting 4th.
Look at that, Bryony putting on an aero discipline clinic today for us.
Fascinating bike there with the look. And it's only, as I say, I mentioned this earlier if you weren't listening, that it's only recently that the UCI, the governing body of world cycling, have allowed the seat tube to be split into 2. Previously that was not allowed, so that's completely opened up the aerodynamicists of the world, the engineers. They just love that fascination that they can get in there and start manoeuvring and manipulating bikes and work with the body as well, not just the frame itself, and how they work together. And that's now what we're seeing from Hope with their split seat tube, and now with Look as well.
Yeah, and I do wonder what actually attaches to the start gate. It must be the actual frame now, that rather than the seat tube going onto the start gate clamp, it's now you put.
And that's exactly what the UCI have indicated as being the challenge. Is they just had this V-shaped attachment that would attach to a seat tube that, no matter what width or whatever, it didn't matter. Whereas now with the split tube, it's really complicated, the fact of getting into that start gate.
So Botha here ahead of the climb as we stand. We're now coming to nearly 2 km, and we'll kind of see around about where we think she's going to finish, but still in the middle right off position right now. So the 2:15.4, so a couple seconds off the pace of Maeve Plouffe at 2k, but still a good bit faster than Lisa Klein, so she'll be somewhere between a 3:21 and 3:25 as she continues on her current trajectory.
Marianne Boras has ridden a 3:20 before at the European Championships in 2021, but she's not going to be anywhere near that here today. She's really starting to drop down the overall standings, and Botha still sits in 4th place. That number 4 has just popped up consistently throughout this race. Really has to do something very special in these last couple of laps if she wants to guarantee herself a ride for the medals. just getting uncomfortable there. We saw the kick back in the saddle just to get back into her position. Final lap now for Botha, and it's up to second now, so that's a good result from her. Able to hold on right at the very end of this 3,000 metre pursuit. Half a lap to go now.
So strongly.
Yep. So sitting fourth all the way through, and will she remain up there in second place? Yes, indeed. Wow. 3:20.32. Still a big gap to the time set by Chloe Dygert, but for now, faster than Nia Evans. Puts herself in second position. Boras comes through with a 3:27. That's 7 seconds slower than she rode at the European Championships in 2021. But a 3:20.3, slightly slower than qualifying time from last year at the World Championships. But job done with only one heat still to go. So she'll be racing for the medals, Granny Botha. We just don't know which colour at this stage, with 2 riders still to come out.
But yeah, an incredible finish, because yeah, at that 2K mark, she was, around about second and a half off third and fourth, and then obviously just finishing so strong in that last split, in the last kilometre, pulling it through to 3:20.
So the top 4 at the moment: Chloe Dygert, Bronnie Botha, Nia Evans and Maeve Plouffe. One more heat to come onto the track with the defending champion Francesca Brauser from Germany up against Kelly Murphy from Ireland.
Heat number 12 now coming out on to the track. This will be the final one for the women elite individual pursuit qualification.
So Evans and Plouffe, perhaps the two most nervous riders waiting on the inside to wait to see what Brauser and Murphy can produce.
Very serious face on Brauser here. But she does mean business, defending champ. 3:19 last year, we'll need to find a bit.
24-year-old from Metzingen in Germany up against 33-year-old Kelly Murphy from Ireland. Murphy with a degree in brain imaging and cognitive neuroscience. Fighting back the pain. That's what you need from the brain in the individual pursuit. The final heats of the women's individual pursuit qualifying round underway with the defending champion from Germany, Francesca Brauser, up against Ireland's Kelly Murphy. And they know what they have to do. They can really set the tempo here.
Yeah, nice steady start from both of them, but again, it's early days in this.
Chloe, with the time, well, very slow start indeed. 10th fastest for Brauser, but not such an issue so early in the race. She'll get into her stride and really get into a rhythm, already up from 10th to 5th. So going in the right direction for the defending champion.
She is just so smooth, just railing that black. Good aero position, and just, pedaling away. It's so impressive.
Fourth quickest, and Murphy still holding on as well, down to 13th, but not too far behind the speed set in this particular heat from Brauser. Murphy, the two-time national road time trial champion, and they're a nation that's also stepped up in the team pursuit, women's team pursuit, the last couple of seasons, medals at European Championships and Nations Cups.
Yeah, it's one of those where people think it was a surprise, but really they've been coming for years and years, just creeping up, and now they're top end. And to be honest, they could medal here, could medal in the Olympics, and I think Ireland are putting a lot of their resources into this team because it's the best medal here.
Yeah. Brauser though starting to really get Murphy in her sights. Still number 4 beside her. It's fastest 2 times. Go to race for gold and silver. 3rd and 4th quickest will race for the bronze medal. At the moment, Brauser is looking to race for the bronze. Needs to do something very special if she wants to repeat the performance from 12 months ago where she won gold. She doesn't have to beat the time or even match the time of Dygert. She just needs to beat the time of Bronnie Botha. 3:20.327. That's the goal that she needs to be focused on.
Yeah, but we know how fast Bryony finished, so it's going to take something pretty special from Browser in this last kilometre.
Just about to get into the slipstream now of Murphy. That will be an advantage for Browser. Not quite there just yet, though. Still down in 4th place. This could be a real upset for the German. The defending champion might not be getting the opportunity to race for gold again. And now into the slipstream. So this is advantageous and 3rd quickest now. So starting to progress a little bit. Having to take the wide line up around the outside with 1 lap to go. 2nd position now. So she is starting to bring it home in this final lap. 3:20.327 is the time to beat, and you can look at the effort from Browser, really kicking hard to try and keep herself there in the hunt for the gold or the silver medal. Comes up to the line with the 2nd quickest time, so she will be racing Chloe Dygert for the gold and silver medals. So great comeback from Browser, sitting 4th for so much of that race, and then in the end, 3:20.1, 0.2 of a second quicker than Bronnie Botha.
Yeah, so close, and I mean that's the difference, 0.2 of a second between a guaranteed medal and not, and then also, you know, Kloof only a 10th of a second off Nia, missing out on a medal ride-up as well, so yeah, fine margins here.
Wow. What a sensational last couple of laps. We know how fast Bronnie finished as well from New Zealand, really great solid last couple of laps, and that was matched and bettered by Francesca Browser from Germany, really bringing it home. 0.2 of a second quicker to guarantee that she will now be racing Chloe Dygert for gold and silver, and it will be New Zealand versus Great Britain. Botha and Evans racing for bronze. 0.1 of a second was what Maeve Kloof was searching for to have a chance to race for medals. She will finish in 5th place. So there's the race for gold. Dygert versus Browser, and Botha and Evans for the bronze. And there's a big gap, though. I'm going to say 2.5 seconds is the difference between Dygert and Browser. But you have to replicate it. You have to come back out in the final and dig just as deep and go just as fast, and it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, no, exactly. As we've seen, anything can change at any point in these races. So look forward to that later. And Evans, even with, you know, being a 1.5 seconds off Botha, you know, when you've got a home crowd behind you, when everyone's screaming her name and there's a medal on the line, she might find that little bit extra. And, you know, now she knows she did die off a little bit, you know. It's probably up on Bryony by 2 seconds at that 2K mark. So you can see that there's maybe a bit of change they can do in her pacing there. They could bring her a lot closer to Bryony, and it should be a really exciting bronze medal ride-off between them two.
On to the women's B 1 kilometre time trial now. And qualifications here, the first round qualifications for them. 2 teams on the track either side. 4 laps of the velodrome for the 1 kilometre. And this is Finland in the blue, in the home straight.
Big gears these tandems are pushing. You know, this is the event that I used to do, and you know, the key to this tandem kilo is you just want to get up to speed as fast as you can, because the sooner you hit that peak, you know, and the higher that peak is, the more you've got to die off, because a lot of these athletes doing this are sprinters, and a kilometre is when you start really pushing the sort of extremities of what a sprinter can do physically. So a fast start is key here. And yeah, you typically see them riding bigger gears than maybe you would on your own in the kilometre time trial, because you've got that ability of having 2 people pushing it. So you can see both riders pushing hard on the pedals to try and get these bikes up to speed. You know, a little bit extra weight because you've got 2 people, you've got a bigger bike, and it's definitely a really interesting event.
Rhythm is such an important thing, isn't it, to be in sync with each other. You could have 2 super strong riders, but if they're just slightly out of sync, you just don't have the maximum speed.
Yeah, no, the synergy is really important. Yeah. You can see Finland here just doing it slightly better than Thailand. We come into the last lap now. to set the pace for the rest of the competition. Yeah, the bar is going to be set by Finland here as they come into the final bend and into the straight.
121.474 for Finland and 126. So 121.4 time to beat. The world record, for an example, 104.6. Sophie Thornhill and Helen Scott.
And my old teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were incredible and just an incredibly fast starting pair. Like, I don't think we'll see as fast a first lap out of anybody today. You know, they were sort of once in a generation with how fast they were. But yeah, some good teams to come. Definitely some good teams to come. We don't actually have the defending world champions today. I believe the Belgians who won it last year have retired. So I guess in terms of other options, you know, you've got the people later on like Sophie Unwin, Jenny Hall, who medalled last year, and also the Commonwealth champion Jessica Gallagher and Caitlin Ward.
Yeah, the Aussies will be in the 8th and final heat. Jess Gallagher, multiple para sports performer, swimming and athletics, now cycling.
It takes a little bit longer to get these bikes set up in the gate just due to the nature of having to get two people on one bike in the gate. It's a lot of stuff to get clipped in.
Second qualifying heat for the women's B kilometre time trial. Just about to come out onto the track. Ireland versus Poland. And Josephine Hillion with Linda Kelly as the pilot. They'll be in the home straight, and this is the Polish team on the back straight. Just checking from where I can see them right now. Atilia Marchuk and Iwa Benkowska.
Yeah, and here we have the Irish tandem now making its way up to the track.
How much technology has gone into the bikes themselves in the tandems in recent years? Some of them look pretty straightforward to me. Haven't really changed, you know, for many of the teams. Is that the case? Is there a lot they can do with the tandems?
Yeah, I mean, when I was in GB, I was in the fortunate position that, you know, we had a lot of funding and a lot more money went into power sport than typically other nations. So kind of our equipment was quite advanced compared to other nations, and that kind of level of investment maybe isn't matched in a lot of the other countries right now, which is why it's great that they're getting this platform at this World Champs, because it's only going to help in terms of getting more investment, getting that better equipment, and a bit more support for power sport. So yeah, in a lot of ways the tandems kind of haven't really been brought on because it's just expensive to develop. You know, there's such complex bits of kit. And yeah, we were very fortunate at GB that we have the UCI tandem, which is, you know, I've ridden Cervelo bikes, you know, I've ridden UCI bikes like on a solo and Hopes, and you know, honestly, that tandem was probably the most phenomenal bike I've ever ridden. It was just so special, especially compared to the disparity between that and all the other bikes. But yeah, it's definitely, everything's on the way up. You know, more investments coming in for power sport. They're getting more exposure in events like this, and yeah, I'm sure in times to come there'll be big developments on the equipment front. So you can see there that on the chain rings down there, they've got the kind of cross chaining. So the pilot and the stoker have they're connected, but they also have two different drivetrains. And typically, it's better to have them on the same side because then the power doesn't have to transfer across the bike onto the other one. But it's actually not that common for the tandems to have it because it's expensive to pull off that same side drivetrain.
Heat number 2 underway. Ireland versus Poland. Josephine Hillion and Atilia Marchuk. And their respective pilots, Linda Kelly and Iwa Benkowska. There's Iwa.
There we go, fastest half lap there from the Irish, and I imagine probably fastest standing lap so far.
Quickest time for the Irish so far. Not a bad start, and such a challenging thing to do is get these tandems out of the start gate and up to full speed as efficiently and as fast as you possibly can. The Irish so far doing it very well indeed. 40.9, quickest time for them. Handy lead over the team from Poland. time to beat, 121.4, comfortably inside that they are with a lap to go.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have two fastest times here.
Yeah. Really challenging also to just control them through the bends. You can see the Irish team just drifting up above the red line. Extra distance they didn't need with a 113.7, super quick time, 116.7 for Poland. So significantly faster, the Irish team, compared to the best time that had previously been set.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when it comes to like tandem kilo, it's really important for the pilot in the front to just stay relaxed, because the more tense you get, the more twitchy the bike is, because you've got the stoker in the back who's typically really powerful, and you know their job is to tuck in and just drive as hard as they can. So they're sitting there just driving loads of power, and you're feeling that through your body, where you can feel their each pedal rev. So it's just to stay relaxed and just keep on that black line, not try and force it. So especially you try to sort of tie up towards the end, everything becomes harder. But the thing is much like the kilometre time trial in a solo, is that you've got a lot of endurance tandems or endurance solos that will do the kilo, and we've got this case here today, so we've got quite a few endurance pairings on the tandems competing in this as well, not just the sprint. But yeah, a good new benchmark from the Irish pairing there.
I would imagine that people like Dan Bingham, who's aerodynamicist, would look at the tandem and just salivate with what they could possibly be allowed to do with the funds and the time to just create an aerodynamic machine with two people, long bike. There'd be so much they could do.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's definitely a lot of headroom, in this discipline, just for a lot faster times. And I'm sure we'll eventually see that. And a lot of the time, you get quite lucky where the Olympic squad, the kind of stuff, the technology trickles down into the Paris squad, and you get to use some of it. And so obviously they typically get a lot more funding.
Team from Argentina here, third heat coming out now for the women's B 1 kilometre time trial qualification. Maria Quiroga, and she's being piloted by Lucien Barrosa. Second team from Poland also, Dominika Petrea, and her pilot is Anna Raskowska.
Yeah, and I think to mention again, another thing with the equipment is the tandem just has so drastically different demands to a solo bike. For us, we had to use like reinforced wheels. We couldn't use the fast tires because we got too fast that we were just slipping. Because it just can't quite get the traction.
So it's very different prospect, tandem racing in terms of the equipment.
And really struggling just to get themselves going, Argentina, but really fast. I think that's why it looked like it was awkward. It's just the amount of power that was going through the pedal. Much more cautious start from the Polish team. And look at the speed difference between the two. Really quick from Argentina. I was a bit concerned at first because they didn't drive down the track, but it was just the speed they were able to bounce out of the start gate. Quickest time so far.
The Argentinians are flying here.
Oh, that was an impressive start for sure. Absolutely flying out of the gate. Now just trying to maintain it. Kilometre time trial, such a difficult event. The fourth lap in the kilometre time trial is so difficult. The flush of lactic acid that goes through every cell of the body.
Yeah, it's typically a price you pay when you finish. And it's a significant toll to pay.
113.7 is the time to beat. Argentina visibly starting to slow down a little bit. And 105 with half a lap to go. So
Poland's actually coming back here.
Oh, Poland,
yeah,
really?
but just snuck in out of nowhere.
Wow, I was so focused on Argentina, and then this flash of red and white came past us here in the commentary position. So what a fast finish from Poland. Two opposites there. Super quick start from Argentina, but a rapid finish for Poland.
Poland's still 1.8 seconds down with 1 lap to go, and then pulls back 2+ seconds in the last lap. And that's where I'm talking about. Sometimes you've got endurance tandems and sprint tandems, and that's where it's really evident, because the sprint tandems really start to tie up in that last lap, and that's where really the endurance tandems are just getting going. So next up we have our first GB pairing, and it's Laura Faki and Karina Hall, who actually had a phenomenal qualifying in the pursuit yesterday, nearly beating their world record, I think they set at Tokyo. So definitely some fantastic form, and Laura coming back from a baby that I think maybe gave birth 9 months ago, so incredible to come back this strong and nearly beating world records off that long out of training. So super impressive. And then they're against the Irish tandem, who are also really good in endurance tandem and perform really well.
Just seeing that fast start from Argentina, that really faded towards the end in comparison to the Polish that flashed home with an incredible final lap.
Yeah, I think the last heat will be really interesting because you have, probably one of the best kilometre sprint tandems in terms of the endurance with Sophie Unwin, Kyle Jenny Hall against probably was the best sprint tandem. So the profile of those two races will look completely different, and they might sneak one by us again like the Polish just did. So you can just see the difference, especially the Irish tandem as well, just in the quality of the equipment that GB and Ireland have, but especially GB, where you have these massive, big, chunky top tubes that just mean that there's a much greater stiffness to the bike. And that's where the biggest difference really made in the tandem is that first lap. You can see that the tandem's kind of melting side to side. It's not quite got that stiffness. You lose so much in that start, but when you've got this stiff bike below you, you can really drive out of the gate and not really have to worry about it.
First of one of our big favourites, Laura Faki, Great Britain, such an accomplished rider, the defending champ, up against Ireland.
Might be a slightly slower start than, probably faster than the Polish, but slower than the Argentinians, but both endurance tandems, so expect them to finish quickly.
Quickest first half lap, into the first lap now, and again the fastest opening lap. Significantly quicker than what we've previously seen. Fastest time so far, 1:13.7. But Team GB well and truly on their way to going quicker than that. Both teams really fast indeed. There's only half a second between these two, and they are first and second fastest so far here in the qualifying. 1 lap to go now. We are going to be seeing a best time on the track, perhaps the top 2 times so far. Such a competitive heat, this one. 4th of 8 heats. This will signify the halfway point in the qualification for the women's B 1 kilometre time trial. And it's going to be GB with a time right at the very top there, 109.396 and 111.1 for Ireland.
Sneaking under 1 minute, 10 seconds. A good time from the girls. I mean, just showing that their form is as good as yesterday suggested.
Yeah, very solid riding there.
Yeah, some good support from the crowd as well. They've been appearing for a number of years now, so super experienced pairing, and not anything new to them this competition. But actually, what's changed in the last year is that at the last Worlds, they brought parity in terms of kilo, where now it's a qualifying and a final for para, whereas for the last couple of years beforehand, when AB had it able-bodied, we were still doing just 1 kilo ride. So what that kind of means realistically is actually the endurance riders stand a slightly better chance, because obviously their recovery is typically going to be slightly better in between that qualifying and final than a sprinter's. So it could be a second away in qualifying, but realistically that could perhaps get closed in the final, depending on how you recover.
We talk about how hard the kilometre time trial is, but to have to back up and do it again, that is very cruel of the UCI for introducing that regulation.
I know, I'm glad that I've never had to do that. Would not be one for me, to be honest. That would be a bit of a rough one. But I guess it creates a bit more of a spectacle. You make sure that you've then got the right seeding, and then maybe it creates a bit more of an atmosphere, but I guess we'll find out later.
Malaysia versus Italy. This is heat number 5. 3 more to come after this. Azlia Mode from Malaysia, being piloted by Nurel Zinal. And from Italy, it's Mariana Agostini, and her pilot is Alice Gasparini.
So you see that much better start for the Malaysians. It's hard on the tandem because you've got two people potentially driving at different times, you know, and that synergy is so important because the second you're off balance, you know, you're off the track and you're losing so much speed in that first half lap. So you just see the Malaysians are much faster, you know, in that first half, just driving together forward and not really being too wobbly.
Third fastest first lap for the Malaysian team. Great Britain with the quickest time, 109.3. Second fastest, Ireland with a 111.1. They sit just in behind that at the moment with the third fastest time, Malaysia, at this point. Halfway through now, 500 metres done. Drop down now to fourth fastest with a 39.5 500 metre time trial. So a much more efficient start, the Malaysians, compared to the team from Italy, but the Italians now really starting to come back a little bit. One lap to go and you can see the speed difference. The Italians really starting to bring this one home. Technique not fantastic from the Italians out of the start gate, but gee, once they're up to speed, and then they're able to really start bringing it home. Malaysia just holding on to that third fastest spot and very close in the end, third and fourth, 113.3 for Malaysia. And only 0.2 of a second slower, the Italian team. They were so far down after the first lap, and again, we've seen it before, being able to really bring it home at the end.
Yeah, no, honestly amazing. And then, yeah, third and fourth, I think top six qualify for the final, so it's going to be tight for them, but great for both. But yes, amazing just some of the comebacks that we're seeing. For the Malaysian, it's, I think they're a sprint tandem, whereas the Italians are an endurance tandem, so again, we're seeing that sort of, it's the last lap, really. It's just phenomenally faster. But yeah, look at that start. Just really well driven together in synergy. Nice and smooth. And just managed to hold on.
It does make for a fascinating racing. Just the difference between the sprints and the more endurance-based tandems. Fast start, slow finish versus slow start, fast finish. Really entertaining to watch.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. And as I say, it's great to see it at the, together with the Olympic program at this this new UCI Track World.
And it's another Malaysia versus Italy heat number 6. And so we see in the front straight, home straight is the Malaysian team, Italy in the back straight. Nur Muhammad from Malaysia being piloted by Farina Moad, and the back straight is Chiara Colombo, and her pilot is Elena Isolati. Little conversation, not happy with the position of the bike.
Those bars looking perhaps a bit questionable there, a bit of movement on them. Yeah, they put a hand up. It looks like there's maybe a bit loose, the bars there. Malaysian just getting ready to go. No such issues over in this straight.
And we can see the Italians, they didn't get off the bike, so they won't be too far away from getting this one underway. And you can see the green flag. Yeah, we have got a green flag in the back straight, so we are about to get going now. Second of our Malaysia versus Italy heats. This is heat number 6. Only 2 more to go after this. Ooh, bit of a crunch from the Italian team.
Yeah, pulled the wheel.
Well, I don't know if that's related to the concern they had at the start, because a pulled wheel wouldn't have been an issue with the handlebar situation. So
yeah, you can see that. Yeah, wheels pulled in. Very common in tandem, just because the torque is so high, because you've got 2 riders driving off the line, that you need to make sure those rear track nuts are super tight and you've got your tensioners on, because that, honestly, the rear wheel in the tandem was any excuse to pull. But Malaysians still going now, 11th place.
Well, Malaysia continuing, and 12th fastest for them, so a fair way down the list, looking at the top 6 to go through. Oh no, it's now been readjusted, so I thought they looked a bit faster than what the 12th place was indicating. 3rd fastest for them. So really it's looking very solid indeed, with the top 6 going through, still 2 more hits to come. This can guarantee them a spot in the next round. Again, third fastest for the Malaysians. This is looking pretty solid from them. Mohammed and Maud coming through to complete their kilometre time trial. And again, third quickest, 1:12.692. So that will guarantee that they will be able to go through to the next round with only 2 more races to come. Oh no, still got to pick one more team. Sorry,
we've got the Italians
one more
as well.
team. The Italians to restart. So no guarantee. I'll take all of those things I just said back. And there's no guarantee with the right.
No gifts in this sport. But yeah, just ahead of their teammates there by 8 tenths. But we'll see here the pulled wheel.
And too much force. Didn't tighten up the back wheel and crunch the AFC. There it goes.
And there's no helping that. You know, that's a terminal issue. It needs to get readjusted, that back wheel.
Did well not to actually come off the bike.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you can tell the difference between what's a sprint tandem and what's a endurance tandem. Because the sprint tandem, you see, they normally have straps on their feet, much like the sprinters in the Olympic, and the endurance tandem tends to just have them on because the endurance riders don't really believe in the straps, which I understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want maybe an easy way to tell them apart, that's typically how you can. And also on the profile of the last lap.
Yeah, my mechanics just do that.
Yeah, if they pull the wheels, they pull the wheels. Yeah.
It's a problem. I up my end.
Yeah, but it must break. For the fall, it must break. Loose is not really.
This is unfortunate for the Italians. So if you have a mechanical mishap, you will be allowed a restart. But a pulled wheel, if nothing broke that caused the wheel to be pulled across, if it was simply not tightened up enough, that's not a mechanical mishap. And that's what Zach Pendergast, the New Zealand commissaire there, just walking through the picture, was indicating that, sorry, it wasn't an official mechanical mishap. Nothing broke, so therefore they will not be getting a restart.
That's harsh.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially in a tandem, knowing how much power goes through that rear wheel with four legs, 2 sets of legs. You can see the disappointment for the Italians.
That's a shame for them. That's surprising. I would have thought they'd give them another ride, but the rules are the rules, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and they can look a bit closer to it to see if maybe if there was some kind of actual breakage that did cause. But on face value, you tighten up the wheel nuts enough and it shouldn't come across.
So here we are, another GB tandem. And this is a new pairing. I think this is Amy Cole making her debut for the Paris squad. First time at the World Championships as the pilot, and Lizzie Jordan as a stoker has had quite a bit of success and is fairly new to it as well, coming through the Talent ID program before Tokyo. But an interesting pairing because Amy is a sprinter and Lizzie is an endurance rider. So, we've been talking about the last lap, but, who knows what this one's going to look like. I know that Amy's, I think, has been doing a little bit more endurance stuff lately, but we shall see.
Up against USA, so Hannah Chadwick and Skylar Espinoza. Espinoza is the pilot. Amy Cole, the pilot for Great Britain. Elizabeth Jordan is the stoker. Second position now underway. Nice, smooth, no mechanical mishaps. Great Britain versus USA. This is the penultimate qualifying heat. One more to come. And really solid start from both of these teams. But it's the British team. Third fastest split after the first half lap. And up to second after the first lap now. It's the second GB team with the fastest time so far, 109.3. And could have been all GB final.
Oh, here and into first for Amy and Lizzie.
On target at the moment to be an all GB final. Continuing with that number 1. USA dropping down to position number 4. 1 lap to go now for Great Britain.
Still in first.
Chadwick and Espinoza from the USA. A little bit of work to do as we see Jordan and Cole go down the back straight. Focused now with half a lap to go on USA. Third fastest now for them. They are starting to come on strong as well. And fastest time, 108.5. Third quickest with a 110.6 for USA. So GB 1 and 2 for now with only one hit still to come. USA sit in third position.
Yeah, great effort there from the girls, for both teams there. And Yeah, I wasn't sure how I was going to go with the sprinter pilot and the endurance stoker, but they seemed to hold on really well there for a great time, and great debut for Amy.
Elizabeth Jordan, piloted by Amy Cole, top of the tree for now, 108.5, fastest qualifiers. So at the moment, Team GP with first and second, USA in third, Ireland in fourth. Top 6 going through to the next round.
And there's Helen Scott, who holds the world record at this event. So it's her world record they're trying to beat, but nobody's getting near it today, by the looks of things. But yeah, great effort from both teams.
4 seconds away from the world record. And you'd expect them to go quicker in the next round, but 4 seconds faster, is that too much to ask?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a bit too much of a stretch. Yeah, I think typically for a kilo event, a sprint tandem's always going to beat an endurance tandem, and so I imagine it'll be a top quality sprint tandem's going to win this. But we don't know what kind of form people's on, and our GB endurance tandems are going really well, so it's all to play for. But yeah, here we have the final heat.
Australia now coming up. Jessica Gallagher, Caitlin Ward. As Caitlin is the pilot, first position, up against another British team, Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hole. Could it be 1, 2, 3 for Great Britain? That would be the big question.
I don't know. From what I've seen from the Aussies before, I would hope that they would either go top or certainly make some sort of disruption in this potential GB, trifecta podium. But Sophie and Jenny, medalled last year, great pairing, road race world champions. There's not much they can't do. So we'll put them to the test again in the kilo today and see how they go.
Well, this is the Australian pairing. Caitlin Ward with Jessica Gallagher in the stoker position. Commonwealth Games in Birmingham last year, 2 gold medals. So really good recent form. And for Jess Gallagher, she was the world champion in 2016 in the Summer Paralympics as well. She was a medalist in Rio in the 1 kilometre time trial. She was 2-time bronze medalist in skiing and also a medalist in athletics.
Wow, talking to people who can do it all.
Long jump, javelin, skiing and cycling. That's Jess Gallagher. And the final heat in the women B 1 kilometre tandem is underway for the time trial over 4 laps. GB versus Australia.
We should expect a good first lap here from the Aussies.
Yeah, it's a quick one.
Quite far ahead, I would imagine.
Really fast first half for them. And coming through to complete their first lap now. And still position number 1. Time to beat 108.5.
Second up on Jordan.
Solid performance here from Australia. GB in the 3rd position. So at the moment, Great Britain have fastest and second fastest. Australia now, they've got themselves in the running. Quickest time so far for them. Jess Gallagher powering down. Caitlin Ward focused on trying to keep the bike down to the bottom of the track as they come around to get the bell. Final lap now. The Australians leading the way. Really powerful team. Can they hold on this final lap?
And Hole's in the second.
They are coming. Great Britain are really coming with half a lap to go.
Oh, it's going to be tight.
1 and 2 between these two squads. Australia starting to slow down as they come up towards the line. Great Britain are coming at them.
Wow.
And it has been a reversal. Great Britain go to number 1, Australia number 2. And look how tight that is. Incredibly close between these two.
Incredible effort from Unwin and Jenny. They've won worlds before, but never the kilo, and it looks like they could be winning with a shout today. And yeah, Gallagher and Ward, another good effort, but not quite fast enough today. And I fear for them with the second ride, doing qualifying and final. I imagine that Unwin and Hall will recover slightly better, but again, you never know. But great effort from both teams. You can see, Jenny looks a bit surprised about that one, to be honest. I think I am as well.
But what a great race. What an absolute fascinating race.
It's amazing, as you say, that kind of endurance versus sprint kind of storyline is great for these kilos because it just creates such an exciting last lap. And we saw it just time and time again, through all these heats.
So the time for the Australians is 1 second outside their national record. Still a little ways off the world record of 104, but they have ridden 107 before, 108.08 this time around. So potentially they have a time quicker than what we just saw from Great Britain in their legs. Whether they can produce that when it really counts, that will be the big challenge now.
Yeah, the thing is, you never know, because if I was a sprint tandem like them, and I knew that I had a bit of leeway in terms of time, like for example, they got three seconds there, and I was a sprint tandem, I'd probably back off in the last lap just to save a bit of energy for the final. And I know that the GB men's tandem did that last year at Worlds, where they went just full out for 750 and then just laid off because they knew they had that wiggle room to make it to the top 6, and that way they could recover a bit better for that final. Because I wouldn't fancy my chances against endurance tandem if we were doing the same time. We have to do 2 kilos, you know.
Women's C5 500 metre time trial now, coming out onto the track. And while they will be paired up, unfortunately, it's odd numbers. So the first rider from China is Xinyan Ji. She will be racing on her own. Not such an issue for individuals in a 500 metre time trial. It's a maximum effort regardless. You're not really getting any chance to see your opponent on the other side of the track anyway. And the top 6 will go through. There are 6 heats.
And China, typically a very strong Paralympic nation, typically very good results, a good team sprint squad, so you expect them to have, good 500 metre riders as well.
11 riders in total. 6 will progress through to the next round. And G, first one to get things underway. This is the women's C5 500 metre time trial qualification. I'm really looking forward to that tandem final eventually, because there were just so many things there's so many variables would just make it really exciting sport. This is Yang Ji from China, first rider to go. Really good start.
That is an incredible start, considering the disability she has and having to lock that left arm into the handlebars. I mean, that is an incredibly strong start. But the Chinese are known, as we know from the team sprint earlier today, for their phenomenal fast starts, especially on the female side. So, she's probably getting to train with the best riders in the world at this, and it looks like she's just as fast in that lap. Incredible technique.
Well, we expect a really good time from her to start things out of the way, out of the gun. 2 laps of the track. Absolutely maximum speed. Can she hold on to it? Let's see. Time to set. Here it is in front of us. 5 more hits to come, and we will be paired up on either side of the track. So 39.112. And the world record, for reference point, 35.599. And the world record holder, Caroline Groot, is in the final heat.
She's actually warming up just in front of us down there. But yeah, looks composed. Yeah. And incredibly fast at this race.
Well, considering how quick G looked then, just visually how fast she was, how good she was out of the start blocks. 35.599, the world record. That must have been impressive.
Yeah, honestly. But yeah, technique there was very good. But yeah, just slightly slower than Groot. But Groot's an amazing rider as well. Really talented and technically very good.
Look at it again.
Yeah,
perfectly
look at that.
timed.
I mean, that is. Some people need to take some notes on that. One of the best starts we've seen today.
Perfect posture.
Yeah, but it's always really interesting to see the different sort of philosophies around start technique between the different nations, because the Aussies, for example, are all about bringing up the chest and opening up that hip angle as much as they can. But the Chinese, conversely, have a really close hip angle, and it's all about just driving down and as close to the bike as they can. But both seem to work, but it's just amazing that the different ideas and of what's faster.
Heat number 2 now, coming out and getting ready. Riders on both sides of the track now, so pairings all the way through to the final 6th heat, which we'll see the current world record holder, Carolina Leite from Brazil. And on the other side of the track from Estonia will be Murray Lou Jewell. Already smiling before the start. Happy to be here. Glasgow. What an exciting couple of weeks we have here for the World Championships with all the disciplines within cycling competing for rainbow jerseys. Heat number 2 underway. The women's C5 5 in a time trial qualification round.
You can see not quite as strong a start as the Chinese in terms of technique, but we'll see how they fare against the clock.
Jules now, so up to speed though, really starting to get some momentum here, and she is about to see her opponent, and she gets 1 lap to go. Later comes through, received the bell as well, and not too far behind her. Here she is, Jules, really up to speed. So slightly slower start for both riders, but Jules the one that's really been able to get up on top of the gear and come through. 42.49, second fastest time so far with the 2 heats we've had.
And that's a 49.0 for later.
Another GB versus Australia affair coming up with Morgan Newberry from Great Britain up against Alana Forster in the next race. Second quickest, 42.4.
Yeah, and I know Morgan, she's quite young and yeah, not inexperienced, but you know, has only done a couple worlds, so this may only be her second, and yeah, we'll see how she does.
Well, this will be a race between the commentators as well, because Alana Forster is a good friend of mine as well, so we'll see who comes out on top in this one. Great Britain versus Australia in the next heat as Marie-Louise Jules just comes off the track from Estonia. Look at her start. Once she got up to speed, she was flying. It's just a little bit more awkward in the first bend. And once she had the momentum kick in, really able to push it through the second lap.
I can't figure out if that's a visor or part of the helmet or some glasses there. It was an interesting helmet she had on. And here we go.
And that's the back straight. That's Alana Forster. And I know that Alana, this is, for her worst discipline. She's not a sprinter. She used to race in the National Road Series in Australia as an endurance athlete. And this is the rider that she's up against, Morgan Newberry from Great Britain. And Alana, very much more a road endurance rider. She came here thinking she was categorised as a C4. And then when they did the pre-event categorisation, she was put into C5.
No.
So really difficult for the Australian to be recategorised here at the championships.
And that's not always the nicest surprise.
No, she thought she would be really competitive in C4 in the pursuit and on the road as well. And now she's racing in a more difficult category, C5. Newberry versus Forster.
Some driving now. Forster.
Alana is a doctor, and as I said, was racing in the National Road Series only a few years ago before her accident that's taken her across to paracycling, and so she will develop over the next few years. Third fastest now for Newberry. Slower start from Newberry, but she's been able to really bring it home. And she's got up to speed, half a lap to go, really close between these two, third and fourth.
Coming back now.
The endurance of Alana Forster. She needs a longer race to be able to finish things off, and super close between them. Third and fourth. Newberry with third with the 43.2, and Forster, for her, I know, she would like another 10 or 12 laps, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the main differences between the kilo that we just watched, the 500, is that for the endurance riders, there's a bit of time. You've got the second 2 laps to make up a bit of time in the sprinters, but in a 500, it's a whole sprint event. You know, there's just not enough time to start making that time back. That's another good start there, you see. Nice open hip angle and driving through, and held on all the way to the end.
And so difficult to just get the balance out of the start.
Yeah, you can see on the timings, it's like the Chinese G 3 seconds faster, 3.5 seconds faster than the next best lap so far. So, yeah, no, that technique does not lie.
Top 6 going through to the next round. That was the third heat. 3 more now still to come. G. 39.112 with the quickest time. Almost 3.5 seconds faster than Marie-Louise Jules from Estonia. Morgan Newbury third fastest, Alana Forster fifth, and Leita from Brazil sitting in fifth.
There's a big difference between all the times, so there's definitely room for some shifting in the places.
Well, 3 heats still to come. This is the next of them. Italian rider Claudia Coretti, and on the other side of the track from Argentina, Mariela Delgado. We then have Katie Walker up against Nicole Murray, so USA versus New Zealand. And then in the final heat, it's Caroline Groot, the world record holder, up against Marie Patrouillet from France. Patrouillet. Delgado from Argentina.
She's happy to be here. Look at that. Don't know if I was ever that excited before a race.
I know also the excitement for the para-athletes to be involved, with the Ables for the first time at the World Championships. So, and from the Able perspective, they do gain so much inspiration to see the toughness and the mental attitude of the para-athletes.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience, when I moved from the Olympic squad to the Paralympic squad, it's just a whole different vibe, because a lot of time with the Paralympic squad, they've had completely different life experiences. And, not better people, but they've got these unusual, unique experiences to draw from that are just, you don't get normally. And, I learned so much, in my time there. And, definitely.
Claudia Coretti. Mariela Delgado. 2 more heats to come after this. It's the women's C5 500-metre time trial qualification round. They all get to do it again. Top 6 go through. And underway. Still, we haven't seen anyone really matching the start that we saw from the first rider from China. G, incredibly quick start from her. She has the fastest time with a 39.1. But now up to really good speed, Delgado. Second quickest time. But we can just see the momentum and the cadence really quick. Second quickest. Let's see if she can finish this off on the second lap.
Accelerating Delgado into the back straight. And now first.
There we go, quickest time. So slightly slower start compared to Xi from China, but the second lap has been very impressive from Delgado. Fastest time, 38.6. Third quickest time from Coretti as well. That's not bad, not too far behind with a 39.7.
Yeah, no one beating Xi there by half a second. But yeah, if you look at the opening lap, a second slower in the opening lap, but then pulls back 1.2 seconds in the second lap. So, finishing so strong. I always try to gauge if people are happy with it. You see the facial reaction afterwards. Is that a good time for them?
Yeah.
They're going, and automatically through to the next round as well.
So two riders have automatically qualified regardless of what happens in these next 2 heats to come. So Delgado and G. G, the first rider to come onto the track, and she sits in a guaranteed qualification position now along with Mariela Delgado. Katie Walker and Nicole Murray, next 2 to come out on the track, USA versus New Zealand.
Yeah, and Coretti there just coming in third, just sort of subtly as we were focusing on Delgado, she did the best time, but another great effort from her.
She had was the third fastest first lap Coretti, so she was also able to bring it home a little bit in that second lap to get herself up into third position. So she'll be eagerly waiting the next 2 heats to see if she's going to make herself into the next round.
Yeah, it's always a tense wait, as you see, you have to watch everyone try and qualify in front of you, and always nerve-wracking.
Katie Walker from the USA, just getting ready in the home straight. And we can see from our vantage point that Nicole Murray is already on the bike and ready to go. Final preparations for Walker. This is the penultimate qualifying heat for the women's C5 500-metre time trial.
And typically as the competition goes on, it should get slightly faster each time, so expect maybe a faster time out of this pair.
It's also not to be understated, the change of hand position after the start is in itself complicated, and they have to practice that so often to be as smooth and slipstreamed and time it as well as they possibly can. Walker from the USA, Murray from New Zealand.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see this transition from Murray, because it'll be interesting to see how that mechanism works on our time trial bars.
So staying seated through the first bend is Katie Walker. And there we see, look at that, smooth as silk, Nicole Murray. In an instant makes the transition, looking really good as she goes down the back straight. Second quickest time from her. But we saw in the previous heat Delgado really motor in the second lap and bring it home to go to the top of the table. And that's exactly what Murray has done as well.
Wow.
Fastest with half a lap to go. So great riding here from both of these two riders. 38.08, quickest time for Murray from New Zealand. And third quickest for Walker from the USA.
Yeah, it's heating up now, isn't it? 6/10 faster than Delgado. And yeah, slightly again slower than G in that opening lap by about seconds, and about the same speed as Delgado, but again, such a strong second lap to finish in first there. And yeah, same for Walker again. Really strong second lap. Not quite as fast to start, but great job from both.
Yeah, it was great to be able to see that hand position transition from Nicole Murray, and just so smooth. Bang, straight into position, off she went.
Just having a look over the other side of the track, seeing where Walker was.
Well, one more heat to come, and that does include the current world record holder of Caroline Groot from the Netherlands. She did that in 2021 in Itsu, Japan. Marie Patoulet from France will be on the opposite side of the track. Nice smile there from Nicole Murray. Happy with the time she was able to produce. So we have 4 automatically qualified riders now. Murray, Delgado, Walker and G. Still with one more heat to go. World record of 35.599 for Caroline Groot. Let's see how close she can get to that here today in qualifying.
Yeah, I expect that we'll finally see a start that will rival G of China's here from Groot. Just incredibly fast start and incredibly fast second lap. She's got it all for this event.
Marie Patoulet from France in the back straight.
Yeah, another strong rider.
Yeah, I was so impressed by that start from Xi from China, the first rider to go.
Yes.
We see the focus on Groot's face here.
Well, when she was asked if she was ready, very affirmative, yes. She is ready to go, the world record holder. Bang, out of the start gate goes Groot. Both riders with really good starts, it must be said. Groot, the world record holder, but Marie Patoulet also with a really good start from her as well. It is Groot that's going to be slightly up though. Fastest first half lap that we've seen here today. Not unexpected from the world record holder. Here she is with 1 lap to go.
Oh, over a second ahead of G.
Wow, this is really fast. Fastest time so far, 38.08. She will be well and truly inside that. Half a lap to go now for Groot. Patoulet with the second quickest time as well. She's also riding well, the French lady. 37.0, 37.3. So Marie also really solid time. First and second qualifiers. So we have our top 6 now, and not unexpected to see Caroline Groot at the top of the leaderboard after the qualifying rounds. So Groot, Patoulet, Murray, Delgado, Walker and G are the 6 riders that will progress into the next round.
Yeah, only a couple tenths in it between Groot and Patoulet, so it's still all to play for that banded jersey.
Well, and I'm I shouldn't be surprised, but you talk about the world record holder and the time that she's ridden previously, and it was a great start. But Marie really brought that home. She was a solid ride from Patoulet.
Yeah, I think Groot typically a bit of a stronger starter, but Patoulet obviously, a bit better peak speed, maybe slightly better length, and starts pulling it back. So again, when you've got two rides, having that sort of, not more fitness, but slightly more length, and it might actually come back when you're talking 2:10s.
Yeah.
It's definitely not concluded.
And it was 1 second after the first lap. So Marie really brought that home. It is not a done deal at all for the world record holder. Patoulet really has a big chance to get the better of Groot in the final.
But yeah, Groot somewhat off her world records, but again, you sometimes typically see that the world records are typically set at the Olympics, because obviously that's or Paralympics in this case, so that's the climax event. So a little bit off it, but still an incredibly fast time.
Yep. On to the men's C4 Omnium 200-metre time trial. First discipline in the Omnium. Saw them all out on the track yesterday doing pursuits. Now it's time for the Omniums. And some of the finals of the pursuits and time trials are split over multiple days, which is a little bit unusual.
Yeah, but I think with this world,
yeah,
there's so many athletes here.
Yeah.
And so much to fit in that you almost kind of have to spread it out, don't you? Just so everyone, everything can fit in. But it's great to see. I mean, at the end of the day, it's more racing, isn't it? So I've never been to like a 6-day, 7-day track program before. So impressive, just all day long. You get a bit more of a close-up of that new look bike.
And you can see without the seat, without the saddle on the bike, really fascinating just to see two seat posts to nowhere. First rider is Abror Ibrahimov from Uzbekistan.
All the riders just lining up on the back straight as we wait to roll off our first rider. 200-metre qualification event in the Omnium. And if you don't know what this is, this will be the first time we visited the top of the track today. The riders will go straight up to the top of the fence, ride around, and come and do a flying 200 as fast as they can. Now we'll talk a bit more about what that looks like in terms of the track when we're watching, but the reason they want to get height off the start is because you can actually grab some free speed off the banking, because obviously the bankings are downhill. So it's almost giving you that extra bit of speed without actually having to do any physical effort. So that's why you'll see them not on the black for this event until the time trial begins.
And I know previously in the sprint events, they were allowed to, the handler was allowed to run up onto the track to push them off to get them going as quickly as possible. They've stopped them doing that. Now, in this particular discipline, with the paras, it makes it much more difficult that they are not allowed to run up onto the track, the handlers, to give them that extra shove. It's much more difficult to get up to full speed, as many of the paras would find, compared to the Abels.
Yeah, no, definitely. And unlike the other timed events, it's not from a gated start. So the time actually starts from a timing strip that we'll see soon, but the kind of initial 3.5 laps are just for the build-up. Before they come flying in for their effort.
As high on the track as they possibly can be. And here we go. 1 lap to go, so he'll dive down the track here in a moment. Timing is in the middle. There it is, that white line in the middle of the bend.
Dives right down, and time starts now.
Yeah. So coming a little bit too late, to be honest, to maximise the advantage. Now hugging the bottom of the track the best he can to try and minimise the distance to the finish line. Flying 200 metres, the first time set, 13.2. From Ibrahimov.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Glasgow is, as we've discussed a few times already, tracks are completely different. I mean, it's easy to think that every 250-metre track is the same, but Glasgow actually has these incredibly steep transitions as they go into the banking. And the issue is when you come in for a 200 like that, and you have an incredibly high line and come around late, you're actually just driving uphill for so long before you go down that you start scrubbing off speed. So you almost want to make it down, early. We kind of say as a general rule, just a kind of foot above the blue line across the finish line as you're coming in for your effort. Abramonov is just held a lot higher, and I just don't think that's going to favour him too well.
Let's see if Oskars Galis from Latvia can do a better job of it. He'll come around to get the bell this time, so trying to build himself up to full speed out of the saddle. So good wind up here from Galis. And you can see better transition, dive down earlier, so he's not going back uphill again before he hits the 200 metre time. The other challenge though, Lewis, is if they try and do the wind up too much. So he's already down on the speed, so he had a better transition, but just hasn't got the absolute maximum power to match the time that's already been set. Yeah, no, you want to manage your effort, because obviously the build-up's over a number of laps, and if you go 100% from the start, you're going to look like some of the sprinters at the end of that kilo earlier. So it's all about managing that effort as you ride into it. And I mean, this is probably the other side of it. I mean, this is incredibly relaxed from Blinko. Just cruising in the tops. He's not worried about it. Yeah. I'm sure we'll see him go on to the drops at some point soon. But yeah, the Kiwi here looking incredibly relaxed. He comes one lap until he goes. 2 laps to go. Well, he does have those endurance bars that have the
I don't know whether he's
on them.
Going to just bend his elbows on those tops, because that's also very aerodynamic, and sometimes the common misconception that the drops are always the fastest way.
Nick Blinko it is from New Zealand, comes down to get the bell, huff and a puff, and he's going to try and blow this track down as he comes through. 200 metres to go. We'll get an indication at the halfway point, perhaps just where he sits. There it is. So, well, almost a second to the better for Blinko. There it is, 1.5 seconds as well. So really good time there from the New Zealander.
Yeah, with that, obviously he can't quite get into the position he wants to, and that is an incredibly fast time, considering he has to almost keep his arms locked out on the tops of the bars, because aerodynamically that's, very far from optimal, but he seems to be just, very talented athlete.
And unfortunately having to stay seated throughout the entire build-up as well, which is also a disadvantage.
Yeah, for sure, because typically an athlete will produce more power out of the saddle, and it allows you to also come in a little bit slower to your effort, because you can get out of the saddle and get that acceleration, rather than when you see it, it's a much more gradual increase in speed rather than exponential.
Guido Cardona now from Colombia. And good transition out of the saddle to get some maximum speed. Yeah, not bad at all. Let's see how it goes in terms of actual speed itself. Halfway point down the back straight as he goes into the bend. 0.2 of a second off the best time. Not too bad though. Very competitive as he comes up to the line. Second fastest, 0.3 off, 12.030.
And 60 kilometers an hour nearly. I mean, they're flying, these athletes today.
It is a good sensation, I must say, flying around a velodrome at full speed.
Yeah, honestly, seeing especially, well, actually, I say it's good, but 200s on the tandems, which you'll see later in this week, is an interesting concept, because grip is not your best friend. Yeah. You're going through the banking, doing a 9-second 200s with 2 people on such a long wheelbase, but that's not the event today. Watching the men's C4 Omnium, and now we have from Germany, Fabian Doring from Germany up next, winding up his 200.
So he'll get the bell next time around, trying to stay as high as he possibly can, close to the fence, down the back straight, without wasting too much energy. Another quick look across to make sure that it is 1 lap to go as he comes around. And now out of the saddle to get up to full speed, using the transitions of the banking downhill. Energy, speed for free. And
that's probably our best line we've seen so far. That was beautifully cut up through turn 1 there. Not losing any speed to the height of the track and using all of that free speed.
0.3 outside the quickest time we've seen from Blinko from New Zealand. So the stocky built Blinko, big powerful legs and buttocks, powering himself to a very fast time so far. Karel Eduard Novak now from Romania.
Already on the track doing his warm-up laps and gradually
20 riders in the C4 Omnium for the men. It'll be Kevin Lecneuf will be the final rider to come out onto the track.
Yeah, you can see these riders just hugging the fence, getting every inch of height they can, because again it could make the difference in the 200. That extra bit of free speed from an extra foot on the top of the track can make all the difference in this event. Easier
said than done as well, isn't it, to get that high and close to the fence while you're are turning around the top of the velodrome. Here we go, one more lap to go. Novak it is that comes through. Good transition as he hits the timing tape. Looking nice and solid. How's it compare?
It's a little bit high on the track there on the red, but he's found the black again.
And it is third fastest, 58.7 kilometres per hour. So Nick Blinko still leading the way with an 11.659. Novak slips into third place with a 12.2. Mohammed Umamadin.
There we go, just nice and relaxed around the top, hugging that fence. And just saving his energy for that big sprint, the 200 metre.
Seventh rider on the track from Indonesia. And the Nations Cup this year did start in Jakarta, Indonesia. So we would be hoping that having an event like that over the next couple of years may be the catalyst to get more cyclists onto the velodrome. It was a bit of a novelty in terms of spectators in Jakarta this year. They weren't really aware of, they know they've got this sensational world-class velodrome, but they don't have many events there. So some of the locals weren't too aware of what was going on. Hopefully that is something that really builds in momentum as we see Imamadin down the back straight.
And out the sad on the back straight for the first time.
0.6 down at the halfway point, so a little bit outside the time of Blenko as he comes to the line. Fifth fastest for him. Seventh rider, so at least he has gone quicker than two previous riders. So he'll be happy with that.
And here next up we've got Jody Cundy of GB. And in the world of power cycling, the man needs no introduction. You know, as a prolific team sprinter, kilo rider, incredible length. And and one of probably the best team sprints I've ever watched. Brought GB back against China at the 2021 Paralympics. To beat them in the final lap was amazing. So yeah, really talented sprinter, and Jody's been on the scene for a number of years now, and I expect him maybe to go fastest here.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this year he will be attempting to win his 14th straight time trial at the World Championships.
No, it wouldn't surprise me, and look how close he is to the fence.
Jody Cundy, here we go, powerfully built man. Look at the effort. This is the best transition we've seen down into the 200 metre point. We expect it to be the quickest time thus far. Is it? Absolutely. Half a second faster than the time of Nick Blenko. 10.4
It's a world record.
7 world record, almost 70 kilometres per hour. No surprise coming from Jody Cundy, but a world record here in Glasgow.
That is incredible. And he's happy with that.
10.4. That is incredible.
I know. He's an unbelievable sprinter. I mean, look at the size of his calf. That's how you know he's fast, but yeah, an incredible effort from Jody. Amazing time. And it's our first world record of this UCI World Championships.
Wow. Sensational ride from Jody Cundy. Now, this is the 200 metre time trial discipline within the sea for men's Omnium. So Cundy with a world record at over flying 200. Not doing it in the sprint competition, doing it within the Omnium. Sensational performance. Thomas Schaefer now from Germany. Next rider to come.
Nice strong drive out of the saddle there. Interestingly, not a disc wheel on the back. Double 5-spoke.
And the halfway point, a little bit off the mark, 1.1 seconds slower, but that's slower to a world record. So we can disregard where they sit now at that halfway point, because Cundy's performance just sensational.
Yeah, nearly 70 kilometres an hour from Jody Cundy. You know, absolutely blowing everyone out of the water. Incredible performance. The thing is, in an Omnium, you know, you've got the people that are better sprinters and better endurance riders, but you know, you've got to do every event because it's the Omnium. So there'll definitely be some people in this 200 that maybe aren't performing so well in this event, but will definitely be winning ones later today.
From Spain now, Julio Bermeo. Always got to be a little bit shocking to your opponents halfway down the start list and a world record pops up, but I'm sure there was no one that would be overly surprised.
Yeah, and it was actually previously his. A little bit slower, about half a tenth, but yeah, much like Aaron Gate, a man who is denying age and just keeps getting faster.
And Bumeo now from Spain hits the timing tape. 200 metres to go, down the back straight, fighting the bike to keep it down as low as possible. Halfway point, and a second, just over a second off the speed. Drifts up above the red line into the final straight, gets to the line in 8th fastest time. And he was the 10th rider to go, so he is quicker than 2 riders that have gone previously. He's not too happy, shake of the head. Average speed of 56.3 kilometres per hour. They compare that to Jody Cundy with the 69 k's an hour. Incredible speed. Timothy Zempt now from Switzerland.
There's not much hanging about in these 200s, is there? It's just one after another.
Bang, bang, bang.
The beauty of sprinting.
Yeah, as they come down the back straight, that's when they push the next rider up onto the track. So minimise the time between riders. And of course, with safety in mind, making sure that they do pass down the back straight before anyone is allowed up onto the track.
They're going strong out of the saddle drive here, and good transition right down onto the black. I mean, look at that. Tucked in the back straight.
Timothy Zempt into the final bend, 0.7 of a second down. How far up the rankings is this going to put him? It'll be 3rd fastest, not too bad at all. Just over 60 kilometres per hour average speed.
Yeah, good effort there from Zempt, the Swiss rider.
And that's not the, so we look at Jody's average speed, that is the average over the 200 metres, not the maximum, of course.
Yeah,
so
Jody was peaking at above 70 kilometres an hour, which is just incredible. And there he is. Chuffed.
Forever 21, I think.
Definitely physically, at least.
Jano Theerdens from Belgium. With the ultra-light pink tyres from a particular Belgian manufacturer. I know how they are very, very light, very slippery. Particular tyres he has.
Yeah, I think you get about 2 uses out of them.
Yep. Yeah, they don't last very long. They do not last. I know some previous opponents of mine in the Madison, Rob Slippins and Danny Slam, used to use them. They were sponsored by that brand, so they were using them in Madison's, and they would only last 1 each time. A little bit high in the final bend here, though, from Theerdens.
Fast 200, though. Could put him in 2nd place.
There it is.
It does.
Not bad. 9.9 of a second behind the time of Jody Cundy, but good enough for 2nd. Good ride there from Jano Theerdens.
Yeah, strong start. Because the thing is, in the Omnium, if you want to win, you can't afford to slip out in any event. You know, all count towards the end.
Yeah. John Terrell from the USA now.
He must have an incredibly strong, core and upper body to deal with a load of this. With just one arm and a handlebars.
And you talk about the build-up to the Flying 200 for a rider like John, unable to get out of the saddle. He really has to spend a lot of time in that wind-up, which is very different to what we saw from Jody Cundy, who could jump out of the saddle and burst up to full speed.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he's entering a lot faster than some of the other riders. As you say, he just has to. He needs to get on speed early.
Dangerous. That is the back end of the 200, whether he can hold on to that speed because he's used so much energy. Fighting the bike around the bend as well to keep it as low as possible. Good speed though, he must say, 4th fastest. 61 kilometres per hour.
Yeah, and not just losing the black line there, costing him in 3rd place, but still a very good 200 there from Terrell.
Oh, can you imagine, double disc wheel, just one very narrow handlebar coming into that final bend. Yeah. Very skillful to hold it down as much as he's able to do. Archie Atkinson now from Great Britain, 2nd of our British riders onto the track. Saw his compatriot break the world record only moments ago.
Yeah, Atkinson, an endurance rider, so 200 not his event, but very, very good road rider and good in the track as well. So hopefully he can set a good time. But he's coming in very fast, as you can see. Probably the fastest we've seen in terms of entry.
Will this pay at the back end of the 200. He's come down. He's sort of desperately wanting to try and get into this 200, but how much energy has he expended? What's it going to cost him at the back end of the 200 metres as he goes down the back straight, hits the halfway point? Not a bad time at all, only half a second off. This will be a really good time if he can hold on to that top speed. Fourth fastest for him, so he did just fade a little bit in the back end of that 200.
Just squeezes just in front of Terrell. Good effort from Atkinson there.
Six riders still to come. And Ben Westenberg from New Zealand, the next onto the track. Two laps to go for him now. Unusual to see no visor or no glasses as well.
Yeah, no, some people just don't like it. Sometimes it's more able not to have a visor, it just depends on the person, but here we go. Down turn 4, driving hard into the 200. Lovely line onto the black there.
Good speed down the back straight. Let's check the halfway point. Where does he sit? Oh, they haven't got it up on the board for us. We'll see as he comes through at the line. And it hasn't popped up on the timing.
11.389 is what we have here.
Okay.
Exactly the same as the Belgian Tyrrens. Yeah, and that's that confirmed.
Right, third fastest time.
Look at that, the
Equal
exact
seconds.
same average speed. 63.219 all the way to the 1,000.
Yeah. So when it is when the time is exact, they then go to the second half of the flying 200 to see who had the fastest split to then differentiate them, especially in the Omnium when you really need to, because it's point standings where you sit overall. So that's the way. He's just.
There we go. Grimes, just a bit of contact there. Not ideal as he comes into the 200. Hits off the fence. You know, we've talked about being close to the fence, but there definitely is a point where it's too close. But doesn't seem to have scrubbed off too much speed. He doesn't seem too shook. He's still going.
Ronan Grimes. Contact with the top of the track. Trying to hold the bottom as he comes around the final bend. 0.7 down on the fastest split so far. And the Irishman comes up to the line with the 7th fastest time. Still able to get above 60 kilometres per hour. And just cleaning the guardrail up on the fence with the skin suit.
I know I was trying to see there if he had any marks on the side as he rides by us now. Looks all right. Maybe just a little bit of a scare.
Yeah, because he really dived down the track. It did, to me, look like he did touch the fence. Ooh. And hopefully he didn't. La Rousseau now, next rider on the track from France.
Yeah, the French sporting a new kit for this World Champs, as some nations are, but he's out the saddle, out of turn 2. We've seen that kind of come into popularity over the last few years. Really driving in hard. And is it going to be a double out the saddle jump?
No, it's not.
He's happy. He's happy with the entry speed.
200 starting now, down the back straight. Nice and tucked in. Looks good. Nice posture.
He's going well.
Not too bad.
This could be second place for La Rousseau.
And it was indeed. 0.9 of a second down on Cundy, but second fastest time.
I'll tell you what, less than half a tenth separating second from fourth now.
Only 2 riders still to come. Second quickest time there for La Rousseau. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes compared to Cundy in the more endurance events still to come within the men's C4 Omnium.
And now we have Metallica. Or Metallica.
He could be a Metallica fan.
He could be. Well, look at those bling bars.
Yeah.
They are certainly electric.
Joseph Metallica.
Yeah, I mean, this is the great rival of Jody Cundy when it comes to like the sprint events and the Colombia time trial.
Yep.
Another incredibly fast sprinter, and it'll take a lot to beat Jody's time, but if there's someone who can.
Hits the bottom of the track, starts the timing, and really kicking it into the bike now to try and kick the speed up there. 0.5 down, not too bad. This will be right up there as well in the overall standings. Down to the finish line with the 5th fastest time, just faded in the second half of that 200. So one more rider to come. Lecumpf.
And the final rider of this session.
Yeah, Kevin Lecumpf, last rider onto the track for France, and the last for this afternoon's session. First day of our broadcast here of the UCI Track World Championships in Glasgow. Big evening session still to come. Medals on offer tonight. No medals today, all qualifying rounds.
I got stuck somewhere. Get the times down at the start of the day.
Yeah.
Here we go, another one hugging the fence. Not quite as tight as Grimes, but...
Tell you what though, really nice and tight at the very top.
Yeah, and another great line right onto the black. Loses it just for the bend there.
Really pulling himself forward in the saddle. 0.5 of a second. He's going to be just a couple of positions down on where he'd probably like to be. 6th fastest for him. So there we go. Lecumpf from France, the 6th fastest rider. It was Jody Kundi with the quickest time, a world record, 10.427. Fastest time of the first discipline within the men's C4 Omnium. Sensational performance. Larousseau in second place. Thierens from Belgium, third quickest. Westenberg with exactly the same time, but he ranks 4th.
There's a delighted Jody Kunde, comfortably ahead by 9/10. What a day. I said thank you there. You're welcome, Jody.
Jarno Thierens from Belgium. He was the 3rd fastest time. This is the 2nd quickest, Larousseau. But Jody Kunde rules the day in the first discipline within the Omnium for the C4 men. Really interesting team pursuits and team sprints we've seen today. Individual pursuit finals still to come.
Yeah, and as we know, it's all to play for. Very tight at the top of a lot of those events.
Yeah. But there's our world record holder. Broke his own world record. What an incredible time. 10.4 seconds. Seriously. What an amazing performance.
Doesn't even look gassed. Look at that. Yeah, incredible performance from Jody Kunde.
Well, great start to the Omnium for him. And we did see him in the individual pursuit yesterday, which is not his pet event. Super quick for the first part, then faded towards the end. But really looking forward to seeing him progress through the rest of the Omnium and, of course, his pet event, the kilometre time trial.
Yeah, it's always a massive showdown at kilometre time trial and between him and Metelka.
There's the standings with a world record, 10.427. Jody Kunde breaks his own world record to go top of the tree in the C4 Omnium after the first discipline. Good rides from Larousseau, Thierens, Westenberg and Thierens with the equal times, but they do split them in the second of the time splits. Controversial, because regardless of how you get there, It's a 200-metre race, not a second 100.
Somehow, though, don't we?
Yep. Unfortunately, they don't go down to the next decimal point, so have to work out a way. That's what they've done. And then on to the next disciplines within the C4 Omnium. Big evening program still to come here in Glasgow. Really looking forward to it. Toasty conditions, I must say, inside the velodrome here. Mild outside, but very muggy and humid inside the track.
Yeah, no, definitely. My first time doing this in commentary, and it's just as warm up here as when you're a rider down in track centre.
Yep. And riders still warming down after the competition. They'll have a short break before the evening session gets underway.
Yeah, incredibly important to make sure you do a proper warm down before the evening session, get fuel in, food and stuff like that, make sure you're drinking. Because the race has really only just begun. As we said, it's just qualifying, it's not actually the final, so the medals are still up for grabs.
Talk about how toasty the conditions are. A lot of the riders stripped down, very warm inside the velodrome here. But what a fantastic first broadcast of the competition here in Glasgow for us. Big evening session, as we said, still to come, and so many days of competition. So important, the World Championships every year, and just so fantastic to just get the competition underway, considering just how big the World Championships are this year with all the different disciplines coming together.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to finally see it, in its full glory, and it ran so smoothly and so well. And yeah, no, incredible mornings of racing.